Good evening.
No helmet.
I want to welcome everyone and call to order the Charlotte City Council April 15th zoning meeting for today. Say thank you here. I know that several people are in our building and looking forward to the dialogue. But we also have people that watch us on live streaming or on their computers, and we welcome you all as well. I will begin with the introductions for those that are at the dais, and we'll start with our Assistant City Attorney.
Therese Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Watlington, Councilmember at Large.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Councilmember at Large.
Tara Bakari, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Good evening, Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Good evening, Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Good evening, James Mitchell, City Council at Large.
Dimple Ajmera at large.
Good evening, Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Sean Heath, Assistant City Manager.
All right. We begin our meeting with an invocation, which is an expression that we require for each other. And tonight we are going to ask Councilmember Mitchell to provide us our invocation.
Okay.
As soon as Ms. Brown, would you like to?
Special.
That is very nice. It's a very nice little.
Very nice.
So,
I love flowers.
all right. Mr. Mitchell?
Okay. Mayor and Council, may we stand? We all could bow our heads, please. Oh, wise and Heavenly Father, we thank you for this blessed day. Heavenly Father, we ask your blessing of this mayor and city council and our families. Heavenly Father, we ask that you give blessing of all those citizens who call Charlotte home. Now, Father, grant us wisdom and guidance as we make decisions today to uplift our city called Charlotte. Would all believers underneath my voice say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Now,
Mr.
if you'll continue to stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. As we begin our meeting, I'm going to do a brief explanation of the zoning process. The process begins with applications submitted to our staff for review. Their cases are of two types that are on our agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions are on cases for which a public hearing has previously been held, and there will be no further public comment. Hearings, if anyone is wishing to speak, please see our city clerk before the start of the hearing. In this case, we will have public staff presentation with, to present the petition to us, and then the petitioner and those in favor get 3 minutes combined to present their case unless there's opposition or opponents signed up to speak. Or if the staff is in opposition, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, opponent gets 10 minutes combined. And this is especially important, I know a lot of us, but collectively, the 10 minutes are for everyone that signs up to speak. So we try to help you organize yourselves if you have several speakers for one item that's in opposition. And it's the completion of the opponent's 10 minutes combined, the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation. Thank you, staff. And the public hearing is closed and the next public hearing is open. The petition then goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And now I'd like to recognize Douglas Welton, the chair of our Zoning Committee, so that he can provide your introductions as well as the process that follows.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council. My name is Douglas A. Welton. I serve as the chairman for the Zoning Committee of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. Allow me to introduce the members of the committee: Will Russell, Shauna Neely, Rick Winokur, Terry Lansdale, Rebecca Wilden, and Clayton Seeley. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, April the 30th, at 5:30 here at the Government Center. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will meet to discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have a public hearing here tonight. The public is welcome at those meetings, but please note it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us and provide your input. You can find contact information for each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you to our team for doing this work. It's really important. I would like to now ask the staff to provide us the changes that have occurred since the document was presented, with the idea of whether or not we had any deferrals or withdrawals. So, Mr. Patton.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have several deferrals. First, item number 22, petition 2023-172 by BVB Properties, LLC. And then we get into our hearings. Item number 24, 2023-134 by the Paces Foundation. Item 25, 2023-164 by Eden Acquisitions, LLC. Item 26, 2024-007 by Oak Hill Management. Item 27, 2023-040 by City of Charlotte. And then item 28, 2023-041, also by the City of Charlotte. All of those deferral requests are to our May 20th meeting next month.
All right. Should we talk about the item that we've added to the agenda as well, Mr. Patton?
We do have an additional decision item, which is item 23B. It was omitted from the print version of the agenda. It's on the online version, and I put a hard copy of all of that around the dais
Thank
for
you.
everybody. Yep.
So we will need a motion for the deferrals, withdrawals, as well as we do not need to include in the motion the one that has been submitted. That's new. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you very much. All right, so the next item on our agenda are decisions. The rezoning items, the consent, we have a consent items list where the rezoning of petition items 3 through 18 may be considered in one motion, except for those items that are separated by a council member or requested for a separate vote. We have criteria for those petitions that meet the standard for being on the consent agenda. First, they had no public opposition at the petition at the hearing. The zoning committee recommended approval, and there were no changes after the zoning committee's recommendation, and staff recommends approval. Are there any consent items on this agenda that council would like to have for a separate vote or a question? Ms. Mayfield, you're recognized.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like 10, 11, 16, and 17 to be pulled for separate vote. 16 and 17.
So we have items 10, 11, 16,
And 17.
and 17 as a separate vote. So with the remaining items of those, do we have someone else? Ms. Johnson?
Number 5, please.
Item 5.
Thank you.
Okay. Any others for a separate vote from the council? All right, hearing, I'll repeat them, 5, 10, 11, 16, and 17. All right, is there anyone with another separate vote from the consent agenda? So I'm going to, may I have a motion to approve the following petitions and to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency for each of these petitions as they appear in our agenda as the council's own. The first one is item 3, petition 2022-017 by Alton Oliver Self, Jr. Item 4, petition 2023-091 by Mecklenburg County. Petition number 6, petition 2023-113 by Siri LLC. Petition number 7, item number 7, petition 2023-132 by Mark Talbot, Freedom Communities. Item 8, petition 2023-150 by Karen Wingate. Item 9, petition 2023-154 by UNC Capital LLC. The next one would be item 16. Let me see, we go back, 12, going back to item 12. Item 12, petition 2023-166 by Milburn Devant. Item 13, petition 2023-167 by Beacon Properties. Item 14, petition 23-168 by Cutter Family Properties. Item 15, petition 23-169 by D.R. Horton. Item 18, after we will skip 16 and 17. And the next item is item 18, petition 2023-175 by United Rentals North America, Inc.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Anyone in opposition? No one is in opposition. So we will now come back to those petitions that were pulled for a separate vote. And we will start with item 5. Petition 2023-107 by Penmouth Holdings LLC. Is there any discussion?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the developer, Paul Pinnell, and the way that this development was handled. He reached out very, very early on, and I was able to direct him to the Seven Oaks Homeowners Association, and he worked very closely with the neighborhood, and I'm looking forward to this development. There's going to be 9,000 square feet of neighborhood retail uses, right, and 12-foot multi-use path. There's traffic improvements, and it's an improvement to the neighborhood, and I'm looking forward to supporting. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right. The next item is item number 10, petition 2023 by C.H. Land Company. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Number 10.
Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone in opposition? Ms. Mayfield would be in opposition. The next item is item 11, petition 2023-159 by Pulte Home Company. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved. And we
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
And also the motion to
In item 10, we also approve the statement of consistency as our own. Item 11, we will have a recommendation for, do I have a motion for
Adopt and
approval
approve.
as well as accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own? Any further discussion?
Mayfield.
All right, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am highlighting Commissioner Winokur's statement that the proposed low density is not consistent with the activity in the area and does not address the resource needs in the community.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mayfield. All right, all in favor of the petition, please raise your hands. Anyone in opposition? Ms. Mayfield. The next item is item 16, petition 2023-170 by BVD Properties, LLC. Do I have a motion to adopt or approve and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
motion to adopt and approve.
We have a motion and a second. And is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Ms. Mayfield would be in opposition. The next item is item 17, petition 2023-171 by Strategic Capital Partners, LLC. Do I have a motion to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the petition and, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield. I did not
Thank
see
you,
your hand.
Madam Mayor. Just highlighting the multiple emails we've received from residents actually looking at the current occupied homes that are in this immediate area on this very narrow two-lane street. There is quite a bit of concern regarding 2023-171. Went by, spoke with had a chance to connect with and take some pictures of the area. We still have residential over there. There's a concern that our projects are putting residents in a position where they feel that they are being forced to move their home, which I believe is counter to our goals that are stated by council for aging in place, staying in place, and neighborhood continuity.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the adoption of the petition, item number 17, and accepting the zoning committee statement as our own, please raise your hand. All right. Anyone in opposition? Ms. Mayfield. All right, thank you. All right, I believe that concludes our consent agenda, and so we will now move on to the items that we have in addition that are listed on the agenda. We do have some items that we have that have been changed as a result of the zoning committee's recommendation, since the zoning committee's recommendation. So we'll address those as we come to them. All right, so the next item that we have on our agenda is 12.
Oh, it's 19.
Oh, wait a minute, it's not 19. Item 19. All right. It's 21, sorry. Too many pieces of paper here, guys. We're going to begin with the rezoning petition 2023-174 by Charlotte Planning, Design, and Development, and a text amendment. The purpose of this text amendment is to update the campus zoning, the campus zoning districts to, one, restructure the use of matrix for these districts, add specific uses for OFC-1C-1 and IC-1-2, modifying the prescribed conditions for certain uses allowed on the campus zoning districts, and to create a new general office OG zoning district. The zoning committee's recommendation is to approve this petition. The staff recommends approval of this petition. You have the materials in front of you. Is there a motion to approve this petition and accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussions? Hearing no discussions, all in favor, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, that takes care of the 19. All right. Our next item is item 20. Item 20 did have changes after the zoning committee's statement of consistency was done, and so, Mr. Pettin, will you address that change?
Yes, certainly. So this petition, again, did make some changes following zoning committee's recommendation, mainly to some of the notes. These were done in coordination with our folks in CATS regarding some of the future Silver Line that's coming through that general area where this petition is located. So did add a few notes. The first was to modify one of the notes to incorporate a shared use path along the proposed Silver Line frontage at the time of redevelopment if required by the UDO. Second note was requiring the implementation of streetscape improvements along the plaza called out by rezoning petition 2022-099. They also added a note agreeing to submit engineering and utility plans to CATS prior to site redevelopment to help coordinate potential utility and infrastructure conflicts. Also clarified what type of uses and structures that are allowed within the right-of-way reserved for the CATS Silver Line, and also added a note indicating the process that will be undertaken at the time of redevelopment to allow CATS to purchase a temporary construction easement for the construction of the Silver Line. The note also identifies possible locations for and how loading spaces, waste containers, and driveways to loading spaces will be treated along the Silver Line at the time of redevelopment. Again, these were all done in coordination with CATS. I believe that they're minor changes and would not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept that the changes should not go back to the zoning committee?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of not sending it back to the zoning committee, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, so we'll move now to vote on the petition 2023-062 by White Point Partners for approximately 2.5 acres on the south side of Commonwealth Avenue, west of the plaza. It is in District 1, and the current zoning is to adopt this petition as well as accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor, can I just make
Yes, please.
I would just like to make a quick statement and thank the petitioner for working with both Plaza Midwood Merchants Association and Commonwealth Morningside Neighborhood Association on this particular petition. There's been a lot of collaboration, and both entities have spoken their support for this petition. So I just want to underscore that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone in opposition? Hearing no one in opposition, the motion passes. The next item is agenda item number 21. It's rezoning petition 2023-046 by Childress Clyde Properties and Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. And this also has had changes since the zoning committee's statement of consistency. So, Mr. Patton, would you please review the changes with us?
Yes, thank you. The following changes were made to this petition. They reduced the total residential unit count to 905. That would reduce the maximum number of multifamily units to 670. That's a reduction from the previously 682 that were being proposed. Also commits to no fewer than 90 attached units and 9 single-family homes to be constructed prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the 400th multifamily unit. Maintains a commitment to no fewer than 14 single-family homes and 125 attached units to be constructed across all phases. Commits to additional height restrictions for buildings with a front facade along Golf Links Drive, that would be in Development Area E, to 50 feet, and limits the height of buildings on the most eastern edge of Development Area D to 50 feet as well. Setbacks for Development Areas E and D would be 26 feet along Golf Links Drive. And then the final note that was modified states that during land development approval for the site, petitioner will work with CDOT to create one additional choker road connection, either at the extension of Mesa Verde or Kyrene Road into the site. CDOT's approval of this additional choker road will be based on the final internal road network of the site and based on the city's traffic calming policies. Again, these are changes that we believe are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. Thank you.
Do I have a motion that the changes should not go back to the zoning committee?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of not sending it back to the zoning committee, please raise your hands. Thank you. That's approved. All right, so the rezoning petition is approximately 124 acres located on the east side of Tom Short and Red West Lane and north of Audrey Callis in District 7. The current zoning is mixed-use residential innovative. The proposed zoning is MX2 innovation with 5-year vested rights with mixed-use residential innovative. I want to recognize that the zoning staff and as well as the zoning committee have recommended approval of this item. Mr. Driggs.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Any further discussion? Mr. Driggs.
So here we are. After a process of over a year of extensive engagement with residents, with the petitioner, I have come out in favor of this petition. It hasn't been an easy decision. I've listened carefully to a lot of the input I have received from residents. I want to highlight from a memo I sent out today to people on my mailing list how I arrived at this conclusion. Point 1, city staff has recommended approval and the zoning committee unanimously recommended approval based on their finding that the petition is reasonable and in the public interest. Second point, there is a critical need for schools in our district and not many opportunities to create them. So the inclusion of a school in this petition is an important consideration. Third point, the petition does align with City Council's adopted 2040 plan, which seeks to promote higher density and diversity of housing to accommodate the rapid growth of Charlotte and slow down the rise in housing costs. I would note, I voted against that plan, and I anticipated that we would have tension like we are experiencing now, but the plan was adopted, and those are the rules by which we're playing today. Many changes have been made as a result of an extensive engagement with residents on the part of the petitioner and myself. You heard a description just now of some of them that have been updated. In particular, an overloaded culvert, which was the subject of many conversations we had because of stormwater issues in the area, is going to be replaced as a result of a joint effort by NCDOT and CMS. And to me, given how many comments I heard about existing flooding problems in the area, that was a big plus. Other modifications, such as choker roads, as we just heard, further conversations on traffic safety will continue after the council vote. Not all issues that have been brought up in that section are fully resolved. But what I have said from the outset is that this plan is basically not aggressive in terms of what has been happening here in this chamber over the past year and as a result of the UDO. An 8.8 density, diverse housing types, and quite large distances because of the creek and so on away from the single-family homes to these units that are being proposed here. So I think that if I recommended a rejection of this, my colleagues would have to wonder, in the light of many things that we've already approved, why exactly I would. I would also mention that if this is rejected, unlike the hope, I think, that many in opposition harbor, we will not revert to the 2004 plan. You're not going to get that plan. What would happen if this got denied tonight is that some other plan would be submitted, and we would be here all over again. It would probably be a lot like this one. So I don't think there's anything to be gained from turning this down. In fact, I appreciate that the Cato family went into this intending not to inflict what they thought would be a really bad solution on their neighbors, unlike another one I'm struggling with. So this has been a lot of work, and I have found it very difficult. I'm between a bit of a rock and a hard place here, but the fact is that this petition is very much in line with others that we have approved, offers some very significant benefits in terms of open space, greenways, and setbacks. And that is why I've reached the conclusion that we should support it. And colleagues, I hope that you will agree with me on this. I've had conversations with all of you and would appreciate your support in reaching this conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate Councilmember Driggs for reaching out to everyone. He's reached out over the weekend. I and Ed have had several conversations about this rezoning petition. This is certainly a difficult one. So I respect the work that's been put into this by Councilmember Driggs. I have arrived at a different conclusion based on the package that was created by speakers, Ms. Blake and Mr. DeZinger at the hearing, and just from looking at opposition, over 3,500 signatures that were against this rezoning petitions, and the number of issues that's being brought up around quality of life issues, I think those are very valid concerns. And I had to follow my conscience, and I will not be supporting it. I did support the Unified Development Ordinance. The concept or the purpose behind the UDO was the gradual density increase. So introducing duplex, having an option for multi-generations to live under one roof. It wasn't to have multi-family and single-family neighborhood that truly affects the neighborhood's character. So I will not be supporting it. While I appreciate that this addresses some overcrowding in CMS with the middle school option, however, because of the density, it further creates overcrowding issue, and it does not necessarily address it because now we are putting more in schools. So I will not be supporting it.
All right.
Yeah, could
Mr. Driggs.
I want to point out, I'm mindful also of the petition But I think what I'll say to you about that is the petition, in my mind, is basically a cry of protest against the growth that's happening and the disruption that is happening as a result of policies that we're adopting to try and achieve a greater diversity and dispersion of housing. I would not want to argue in front of this council that District 7 should be exempt from some of the difficult decisions that we've had to make elsewhere in the city. It is not easy. The UDO that I did not vote for was going to involve dislocation and pain. It was going to happen. Anybody who voted for it should have known that. It can't be done painlessly. You cannot achieve the goals of the UDO and not shake things up a bit. So I appreciate if somebody has a different opinion, but I assure you I've given a lot of thought to all of this, and I really think this is where we need to be. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, just a note for the audience here. I don't want anyone to walk away thinking that the 2-year battle we had across this whole community with several of us fighting against tenets of the UDO that ultimately set the stage for rezonings like this, and I'll concur with my colleague, this is not the worst of what we're seeing already. Those of us that oppose this across a bipartisan basis, most of us being district reps who are closest to all of you guys, knew exactly this is what we had in for. And so I don't want anyone to walk away with the talking point that is completely made up of that was one thing, but that wasn't this. Don't buy into that. That is not correct.
Ms. Swatlington?
Thank you. These are the kinds of decisions, I'll say it again, I know you've heard it a few times, these are the kinds of decisions that are a direct result of the conversations we had over the past several years. I absolutely understand how those of you that are sitting in this audience hoping for a no vote feel. As some of my colleagues have mentioned, that's exactly what we anticipated and shouted from the rooftops when it was time to take the vote. And unfortunately, what we have here is a situation in which, as Mr. Driggs mentioned, we don't get to revert back to the 2004 plan. It would actually be worse by right, and that's how we know we have a policy problem. And that, for me, is the only reason that I will be supporting this tonight, because it can be worse, not because I think that this is the right thing to do for this space, but because of the policy decisions that were made 2 years ago, we are in a situation where if we don't accept this, we actually could see higher density in this area by right without the amenities. And I know that that is crazy. And I know that that's not it's not an upside. It doesn't feel like that. And I'm sorry that we're in this situation, to be honest. And as we look at these policies over the next couple of months that staff is proposing for the Conservation District and some others to change it, those are the places where we've got to play in council so that we're not continually in these positions.
All right. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me thank my colleague, Mr. Driggs, for his thoughtfulness and his dedication to this particular petition for well over a year and a half. I was telling one of my colleagues earlier today that just because something is popular, it doesn't make it right, and just because it's right, it doesn't make it popular, right? So the decisions that we make around this dais, including passing the UDO, are very difficult decisions. And when we make difficult decisions that bring along change, sometimes change comes with pain. Our city is growing. There's no doubt about it. It's growing specifically in District 7 and 4 and 2 and 3.
Oh, 3 gets it.
For sure. And we're making the decisions, the old eyes, for future generations of how we plan to live in our community and where we live and the housing types that we make. And so while the decision tonight is difficult, while the UDO decision that we made 2 years ago was difficult, I stand firm in believing that it was the right thing to do, and I'll be supporting you. Thank you.
All right. Any further comment? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those in opposition? Ms. Ajmira, thank you very much. The next item. We have a lot to plan for in this community. We often talk about how great the city is, being able to bring and create new people coming into the city. And new people that are coming into our city really require places to live. We need to work on our infrastructure, but we also need to provide housing for people that are coming into this. So I along with Mr. Graham, look at the UDO as our ability to maintain the growth in a way that we hope that will be successful for the generations to come. Changes are going to be difficult, and they will happen, and we have lots of work to do to keep up with it. So my hope is that we always look at this in the framework of what would we do what would happen if we didn't do any of these things? Where would people live? How would they choose to move around? What would it do for our sustainability? So all of these things are important, and I hope that you'll stay with us and continue to engage with us in this effort to make a city that's still a good place to live, where people will choose to come and work and to have their families or friends with them. So it's going to be a tough run because we're still working really to define everything, but I do believe we're headed in the right direction. So with that, we'll start with our next item, which is item 22.
22 is deferred, so we jump to 23.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Dave, I couldn't hear you.
22 is deferred, so we'll jump to 23.
2023. 22, now we go, deferred. 23B, is that, we're on
Just
20?
23, and then we'll go to that one.
Yes,
Yep.
23. I've got a 23B, so now we're going to go to 23. All right, 23. Approximately 14 acres located on the northeast side of Paul Creek Road, east of Little Rock. It's in District 2, Mr. Graham's district, and the current zoning is NIA Neighborhood A1A. Proposed zoning is Neighborhood 2A conditional. The zoning committee voted 5-1 to approve, and the staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion?
Second?
Oh, we did have some changes after, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
No problem.
changes after that. So the changes are, Mr. Patton?
Just a couple. They did add and committed to some additional tree plantings along the proposed roads and streets within the site. The site's internal tree plantings would include a minimum of 50 trees along the proposed alley network and a minimum spacing of 40 feet on center. And they also added the Comprehensive Transportation Review Summary, or CTR summary, was added to the site plan as well. So just some changes after zoning committee that we believe are minor and do not warrant additional review. Thank you.
All right. You've heard the recommended changes. Do we have a motion to accept the changes and not return it to the zoning committee? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of not returning it to the zoning committee, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? So with that, we will now move to the approximately petition 2023-176 by Smith Douglas Homes. And do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Mr. Patton, for number 3 on the outstanding issues, consider providing more streets built to public standards rather than alleys being the predominant road type. Why was that rescinded?
We talked to the petitioner a bit on that, and the site has some constraints, environmental constraints on the back portion that really kind of pinches them into providing some of the roads that would provide a wider width. So that's why they were proposing the alley system. So we did work with them to try to get those to function a little bit better and have some of those street trees that we had mentioned as part of the changes after. So that was our reason for withdrawing that request.
And for number 3, consider reorienting the building adjacent to Park Creek Road so that the units front on the public street and parking is rear-loaded, why is that rescinded?
So they were able to give us some additional architectural details for the corner units that will face the road. Again, it was a site constraint issue that they suggested. They weren't able to do that. So it was a request from staff. We did try to find a common middle ground, which we feel like we got what we could out of that request. So that's why we did rescind it after working with them a little bit on it.
Okay, and not for nothing, I'm a fan of this particular builder's product. I just wanted to understand why those two were rescinded. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, you have a motion to adopt and accept the zoning committee's statement of approval as our own. We have a motion. Any
Second.
further questions? Here, I'm sorry. All right, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, we have no opposition. Now we'll come back to 23B. Is that correct, Dave?
Yes.
All right, so in 23B, the zoning committee has a recommendation that this is approximately 3.5 acres bound by the east side of Lake Brook Road, north side of Center Grove Lane, west side of Sam Wilson. It's in District 3, and the petitioner is the Quick Trip Corporation. I hope everyone has a copy at the table at their seat. So with that, do I have a motion to adopt this petition recommendation and accept the statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
I can take care of housekeeping after you're done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wondering, what is the closest proximity are there any gas stations in the area? Because I know we have a lot of areas that don't have a gas station. So what's the proximity of the closest gas station already over there?
There are, I believe, two on the other side of I-85, one on the west side of Sam Wilson, a smaller one, and then one on the east side of Sam Wilson, I believe, is a larger, I think it's a Love's truck stop.
So what we have in front of us is a zoning committee action statement of consistency to move to deny. Mayor, can I check in with committee?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the heads up that
Yeah,
the
we would
zoning
have-
committee voted 4-2 to recommend denial. I'm sorry, I should have said that instead of it being that they have their consistency statement. So with that, we do have a question for the zoning committee from Ms. Mayfield. Mr. Welton?
What would you,
I would like to just get an understanding of the conversation for why you all were not comfortable. I have challenges, but I would love to hear from you all.
yeah, there are a number of folks. Would you like it as you? Commissioner Wilden stated that a high-impact gas station use is not compatible with the adopted 2040 comprehensive plan. A new massive fueling station isn't what we were looking for when we think of a 15-minute neighborhood. And additionally, new underground gas storage has an environmental harm and impact that limits future development. It's the wrong choice for this neighborhood, especially with 4 gas stations within a 5-minute drive.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Brown?
Yes, I met with them in detail, went out there, lived off in the area, know where Love's is. It's all industrial. I spoke with them, and I made a decision to move forward. I know that the zoning committee did disapprove 4-2. Gas stations are already in the area. There's nothing wrong with one being on the other side. It's good for business. People are traveling through our city. They want to be able to move in and out affluently. Love's gets congested sometimes. I've been in that area. I'm so moving to support that decision that I made when I spoke with them.
All right. Mr. Driggs?
I just want to note, it is true that our plan says that, and I can tell you I'm very actively engaged in trying to create a revenue source that will allow us to invest heavily in different modes of transportation, get people out of their cars. It's a clear priority of the city, but the truth is, right now, people still depend on their cars. And therefore, being hostile to car-friendly development is premature in my mind at this point. When we reach the stage where we can encourage people to leave their cars and they have someplace else to go, I think that's a strong argument. But I support the district rep on this one.
Ms. Brown?
Yes. I want to go back because as I'm learning my job and thoroughly communicating with the structure of how things go, when I go in that area, there's a lot of things that we voted on, in my opinion, that's a destruction or doesn't match what we did in the 2040 plan or the UDO. So when I went out there to look at it, it was my decision based off what I saw and the activity that's already going on in the area to support them. And I just want to be clear on record, for me, I am supporting it. It's an industrial area. It's going to help with people traveling through our city, spending money, creating revenue to be able to move in and out effectively. So I'm standing on my decision to support it.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. Actually, when reviewing the information for this week, I was actually taken back by the amount of divergence in what the staff actually thought and what the commission actually thought. There was a large amount of that this time. And I don't know if that's, kind of an indication that, it's time to have some deeper conversations. I know that inevitably we already are. But, although I am going to support the district representative and, being that she's closest to it, when we have such a divergent position, it's kind of hard to ignore that, right? You got the commissioners that are duly appointed that represent both the city and the county's interests that don't agree, and then we got staff that does agree. So I think that's an offline conversation, but I want to submit that to my colleagues. I think it should be somewhere closer to congruent, and that, that goes without saying, but I will, support the recommendation of the district representative.
That's a great point. It might be something that we need to think about for a committee. I want to recognize Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I'm looking for Mr. Carmichael, but I don't see, my question is actually for him in regards to the Northwest Community Alliance. Were they engaged on this petition? If so, what was their position?
I'm sorry. Mr. Carmichael, come on down.
I thoroughly did my research on this with community and everything.
I'm sorry.
She said she would like to speak again.
We'll get,
Excuse me, I don't.
Good evening. So I don't have my notes in terms of the dates, but we had a Zoom call with the representative of the coalition. His comment to me was, well, I feel uncomfortable speaking for people, but I'm happy to do it because you asked me the question. But he said that the gas he felt like was probably okay. Some people may have some concerns about the diesel fuel tanks in the back. And then through email we sent a letter to their representative and emailed the representative that we had the Zoom call with. I don't believe anybody showed up for the community meeting. I then emailed the PowerPoint presentation to the representative of the Northwest Community Alliance with the dates of the hearing and everything, said, please call me with any questions or concerns. Never heard anything back. Okay, so we did keep them abreast of things, Councilman Watlington, but I can't give you their official position on it. I wouldn't feel right doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
all right. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I would just like to say that there was low, I tried to reach several community people and have it in my records to show it. A lot of times when you reach out to follow through, I followed through on what they presented to me when I met with them, and what they presented to me proved to be true. I did my checks and balances. So the people that they said they reached out to with the information that the people gave them back on the feedback was the information that I got as well.
Thank you.
I know there's a discrepancy, but that's my decision as a district rep. So I'm going to move forward with the decision to move forward with the gas station.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to follow up from what Councilmember Molina's remarks earlier about zoning committee and planning staffs, where there is diversity of opinion. I just wanted zoning committee members to know I certainly enjoy reading their remarks because it certainly brings a perspective. And I haven't seen that since in 8 years that I've been on council. So I keep those coming. Certainly, I may not agree with you 100% with you all, but I think it's important to have that diversity of opinions that may not be in line with what staff thinks. So, but on this one, I will go with the district representative, and we'll be supporting it.
Well, I think I see where this is going. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor of
Just
the motion?
one point of clarification
I'm
before we
sorry.
finalize the motion. So the adoption would be of staff's statement of consistency and not zoning committees.
Thank you. So using the staff state of consistency, you have a motion on the floor to approve. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Ms. Mayfield is opposed. The motion passes. Thank you, everyone. All right. The next item, 20. We have the deferrals that we've already approved. So our next item is item 29. And, I'm sorry. Text me.
What item are we on?
We're now going into our zoning hearings, and the next item is item 29, and the rezoning petition is 2024-043, is to make changes to the conservation residential development standards in section 4.5 of the UDO to increase the quantity and quality of required open space, to increase transitions to adjacent properties and revise frontal requirements. There are proposed changes in 5 of the 39 articles. We're going to have a staff presentation. I think that's probably a little bit better than me reading what's in the document. So now we'll begin with the staff presentation, and that will be with Ms. Craig.
And just, again, one quick point of housekeeping before we start onto our hearings this evening. I did want to take a minute to introduce our new rezoning program manager that started with us last month, was at our meeting last month, but certainly here in attendance with us again as well. Teresa Montalvo has joined us. She, like I said, has been here with us for a month now. You should start seeing her at the podium, hopefully starting maybe next month, but just wanted to make everybody familiar with Teresa so y'all know that she'll be up here sooner than later.
All right, thank you, Teresa. I know we're here. Welcome, I think, right? You know and see you see the type of interest that we have, so we know that you'll be a great part of our team. All right, and now we'll go to Ms. Craig.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of council. I want to talk about UDO text amendment 2024-043, and this is a text amendment to modify the standards of the conservation residential development in the UDO. So I want to start by talking about what conservation residential development is. This is a planning practice that's been around for decades. It's a tool for conserving environmental features and creating high-quality open space. And so you can see the graphic on the left is a traditional development. They're large lots. The open space is often in the lot. And what this is doing is allowing you to reduce your lot sizes and preserving large amounts of natural resources and/or usable open space. So again, this is a development option in the UDO in certain neighborhood 1 zoning districts. You can reduce the lot sizes by 50% in exchange for open space. And of course, the residential uses permitted by the zoning district may be included in the development option. So the reason why this text amendment is needed and why staff is bringing this forward is we are finding that the philosophy and the intent of what a conservation development is to be and what has been traditionally done in many other cities is not being held with the standards. So we're not seeing quality and quantity of open space, considering the trade-off of allowing reduced lot sizes. We've got some green area and tree save placed on private lots. We've got small, narrow strips of open space. We've got lots facing on stormwater facilities, lots facing narrow open spaces, and just really a lack of commitment to quality usable open space. We think there are transitions that are missing or inadequate between existing developments and these new conservation developments. And one of the things that I am concerned about is that we've got primary access way by alleys instead of public street, which means you are not getting a full sidewalk system, you're not getting street trees. And while alleys are certainly less expensive than a public street, ultimately the responsibility of maintaining the street as well as the water and the sewer infrastructure will fall upon property owners. So I don't know if my little pointer can work here, but I want to show, like, this is a couple of examples. You've got a large number of alleys. These lots right here are fronting on a stormwater facility. We've got lots that are fronting on a small sliver of open space. Not really what we intended by preserving large amounts of open space through a conservation development. Here's another example. We've got missing transition between this existing subdivision and this development here, and again, a large network of alleys. I wanted to point out a couple pictures just to highlight a couple things. So I'll start with this over here on the right. So you've got developments here that are on an alley. So a small alley, you're seeing lack of a sidewalk system and trees. These units over here are fronting each other with a small amount of open space in between. This development here is on a stormwater pond. And then this here is showing a series of homes that, while there's open space to the far right, it is separated by a retaining wall, which is not really creating usable open space opportunities. So this is a figure. I think council has asked us to provide this in the past. This is a graph showing where we have received submittals for all conservation developments, and so they're listed by the type of unit. So we've got some that are duplex only, triplex only, some that are a mix. There's, I think, maybe just 3 or so that are single family only. And you can see that for the large majority of them are located sort of on the periphery of the city, which is it has some concern by staff that we are not marrying the idea of additional housing supply near our centers, where we're really focused on going forward. We've been talking about strategic investment areas, which are also really wanting to promote 10-minute neighborhoods and increasing housing supply near access to services. And so you can see there's probably about a little short of 1,000 units that have been proposed thus far using these conservation standards, which again is a development option in the UDO. It's not intended to be the pathway in which most projects come through. So we are proposing to increase the quality and the quantity of open space requirements and require an additional 15% of green area and tree save for a total of 40%. Ensure that open space cannot be on individual lots. Increase the minimum dimensions to 50 feet, so the open space would have to be 50 feet, and provide some standards of what is considered usable open space. We also would like to provide an additional perimeter buffer on the outside of the development and require that all lots front public streets, green area, or open space, not a private street or an alley. Wanted to give a quick example. So this is a sketch plan. I think I showed it earlier with the network of alleys. And then this is taking that sketch plan and using the standards that are proposed over here on the right to create a development that's got a public street network. It's got greater access to open space and higher quality open space. And I want to point out, because one of the questions that I've been asked is, what happens to the unit yield? And so these are approximate figures. These have not been designed, but we've been working with a consultant to help us get to some numbers. And so I want to point out that before the UDO, you could get about 115 units on this site. There were some cluster provisions in the UDO that allowed you to get a little higher. And currently in conservation, the way that this site is laid out right now, it would lead to about 220 units. And then with the standards that we're proposing, you're still getting greater housing supply and housing units than what we allowed before, but I think it's a higher quality development with higher usable open space. I don't want to dive too far into the details of this. I just want to point out that we've done an analysis with some other cities that are similar to us in that they have available land for development. So we've often been compared to Minneapolis, and Minneapolis is different because they're smaller geography and they're pretty much fully developed out. And so wanting to talk through, well, how does this play out in cities that do have a lot of usable land. And you can see that there's a pretty strong commitment in a conservation development in these cities. A couple of cities, Nashville and Indianapolis, so if you increase your lot size by 10%, then you have to do an additional 10% of conservation. Up to 50% lot reduction requires a minimum conservation area of 50%. Raleigh is, of course, a peer city. They require a minimum of 40% or a minimum acreage, whichever is greater. And there's some variation as to what housing is allowed there. So I want to mention, because I think this is important, it's been part of a lot of the conversations that we've had recently, is that I fully recognize that there's a reason why we have development projects that are coming through looking for a different development tool. And that's because modern construction and subdivision projects, they need smaller lot sizes. They're more efficient, they're more cost-effective. And so we are recognizing that these projects are needing smaller lot sizes, and they're using a tool that wasn't really meant to be a tool that is promoting the options for housing supply. The lot standards that are in the UDO today, they are intended to protect the lotting patterns of existing neighborhoods, and so that's why they are not smaller in the UDO, is because we have a whole network of existing communities with existing lotting patterns. So we propose to create a new tool for smaller subdivisions, or for new subdivisions with smaller lot sizes. We are currently working with a number of different folks from the development industry, including affordable housing developers. We're conducting a workshop later this week to kind of dig in and get through some details of what this tool would look like. And I think we can move pretty quickly within a month or two to get this underway, because, again, I think it's very important. A key tenet of the UDO was about increasing housing supply, and so recognizing that the tool for conservation should be about conservation, and then we need a tool that's about housing supply and making sure we're getting housing supply in the locations that we want and housing supply that is affordable. And of course, we've been working with some affordable housing developers on some uniqueness of this tool and how to make sure that we're getting affordable housing. So again, staff recommends approval of this petition. It is consistent with the policies and the vision of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Supports goal number 2, neighborhood diversity and inclusion. Goal number 3, housing access for all. Goal number 7, integrated and natural and built environments. It'll increase the quality and quantity of open space and design standards. And it will ensure that common open space is accessible and usable. Requirements that lots face public streets or open space for better access and relationship with frontage, and adds a perimeter landscape yard to include a better transition between the development and existing neighborhoods. And that concludes my presentation, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Allison. So we're going to go into our public speaking aspect of this, and because this is a text amendment, we won't have a rebuttal, so we'll have the individual speaking for will have 10 minutes, and then the individual speaking against will have 10 minutes in aggregate altogether to get their messages out. So if I could have Laura Belcher, can you come down? And as she's coming down to one podium, can I also have those signed up to be opposed? So I have Joe Padilla, Charlotte Lodge, Jean Ann Frazier, Scott Frazier, David Middleton, Michael Caprioli, Carla Brazil, Joseph Margolis, Sean Rudder, and Rob Nanfeld, if you can assemble on the opposite side. Yeah, Charlotte Lodge. And Charlotte Lodge is there as well. Okay.
Documents out.
All right.
And then they have 10 minutes to share amongst that large group.
We've called them today and told them that so we could,
Yes.
no surprises.
So, Ms. Belcher, if you'd like to begin, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of the council, and city staff. I'm Laura Belcher. I'm the president and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of the Charlotte region. I'm also active member of the Neighbors for More Neighbors, a coalition that supported the initial passage of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan and the UDO. And I appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight. I'm here to speak regarding the text amendment 2024-043, changes to the Conservation Development Standard. We support prioritizing the original intent of the development standard to protect the environment with enhanced tree save and green space. Habitat has utilized the Conservation Development Standards and the pre-UDO cluster development provisions that carried the same intent on 2 recent projects. Applying the standards enabled us to decrease lot sizes and increase unit count, which is consistent and supports the council's goals to create more affordable housing within our city. The proposed changes to development standard in isolation will interfere with our ability to support goals and increase units. But fortunately, the new tools and the proposed compact development that is expected to come forward new affordable divisions to go up to N1 zoning districts, maintaining the 50-foot lot benefit achieved through the original Conservation Development Standard. The compact development offers a solution to maximize opportunities for affordable home ownership. These 2 changes made together in tandem will prioritize high-quality design while not creating barriers to the city's affordable housing priorities. We're currently working on a new home development that will yield 28 affordable homes. Without the compact development changes, it is likely that that neighborhood would lose 10 to 12 units. So I'd like to encourage council and staff to work together to prioritize and expedite the compact development changes in addition to those that are proposed tonight. Without that, your goals to increase affordable housing is at risk.
Yeah.
Throughout the conversations regarding the changes to the UDO, we are grateful for the time that Alison Craig and her team have spent with us, talking to us about what is happening on our developments, reviewing site plans, considering intended and unintended consequences, and we appreciate that time and partnership. We look forward and maintaining the original intent of the UDO to allow light density across our city, which is so vitally important. We have concerns that future changes may create barriers to development of affordable homeownership, but adding to some of the shortage of our housing, but we have committed to working through those together. We appreciate the city's focus on promoting affordable housing and know that it is not your intent to create barriers. We look forward to continued conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those who are speaking against, you have 10 minutes, and you have to coordinate because it'll go pretty quickly once you start to speak. Before you speak, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jeannie Fraser, and I am on the Land Use Committee for the Steel.
Point of clarification. Jonathan Gross is speaking in favor, so.
Where's Mr. Gross? Is he?
Jonathan Gross is here. Do you want to?
Mr. Gross.
Before the opposition starts.
Got you, okay. If you can hang on one second.
7 minutes.
Left. 7 minutes left for him.
Mr. Gross, okay.
You have a handout as well?
You said you got a few?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. You have 7 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Council, for taking the time today to listen to our positions on the conservation residential development. I'm actually in agreement with the changes that you're putting forward. I particularly commend the addition of the purpose and intent to the standards, along with the addition of more green space and tree save, along with a common area for these developments. Appreciating that the UDO is a living document, I'd like to offer some additional considerations specific to the ETJ, where many of us here today live in. It seems that the text amendments will be very helpful, but they don't seem to go far enough as it relates to the ETJ, because the ETJ is still exposed to potential exploitation by developers because of this high density requirement or allowance within. The outer southwest ETJ region was originally rural and semi-rural, and it was in the not distant past, and as a result, there are large tracts of land that are available and easily obtained in the ETJ as opposed to in the city limits. So larger acreage, plots owned by individuals or smaller groups of owners. And that specifically allows it easier for developers to negotiate with and potentially acquire these properties more so than they would within the city limits itself. And that's one of the unintended consequences of the UDO, specifically the ETJ. How do we know that there will be that there is a bigger issue in the ETJ? The slides that I handed out show a map about where there are 3 developments along Youngblood Road in the Palisades area of the ETJ. So if you take a look at it when the handouts go through, it's maybe less than a half a mile between 3 developments that will be proposed, 406 units in total. 156-unit development, 147-unit development, and 203-unit development, all using this CRD position to create higher density within otherwise a very secluded neighborhood area. Some points about the drawings that I've put out there. All of these 3 drawings and sketch plans use the conservation residential development as the position to create higher density. But unfortunately, none of them have actually created more green space and more common areas. They're really just creating more units within that same footprint. We see these were designs that were not intended UDO was trying to create. And actually one of them, the third drawing that's come up on a few different occasions, is specifically identified as insensitive. And that gets to the root of what our concern is, that developers are generally going to be looking at this as providing larger tracts of land and just for putting more units in place, and without consideration for what existing homeowners and their surrounding properties and how that would impact them. Each plan appeared to be developments that you'd find close to a city center, but in this case, they're in a more isolated, far out area of the ETJ, about as far as you can get from the city of Charlotte and still be within the boundaries. The revised policy map that came out, you'll note that there's put it out on the city website. This section here is where these 3 developments are located, and it's very far from any community centers, any marketplaces, or any transportation corridors, but still it falls within the guidelines of the N1A zoning. So what are some possible solutions for this? I'd like to encourage council to think about exempting the ETJ from the UDO, or at least in the interim, put a moratorium on the higher density developments related to the CRD developments particularly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have, and there's a list and a method to how you all signed up. So we have quite a few who are speaking against it. But if you're present, you need to speak in the order in which you appear on the handout. But I believe all of you have this handout. So, Ms. Fraser, would you like to begin?
Yes. Hi, my name is Jeannie Fraser, and I'm on the Land Use Committee for Steel Creek Residents Association. And you all have a packet. I'm not going to go through this with you now. It's too long. But I actually live in the ETJ. Some of us feel like we are the stepchild. None of us were able to vote for any of you. We don't have a vote. Hopefully we have a voice. We do have a district rep. Haven't met you. I look forward to it. We love Victoria, Ms. Watlington. Thank you so much for all you've done for us. I want to talk just very briefly about unintended consequences. First of all, where we live, we had the whole design was 10, 15 minutes. I mean, we were to be able to get anywhere and everywhere in 10, 15 minutes, but it wasn't upheld. So somebody, whoever had authority, didn't require the developers to develop the master plan community as they had agreed to do it. And we've been punted back and forth between county commissioners and the city and NCDOT, and nobody really wants us, and we know it, we feel it very well. But I want you guys to consider this when you're considering unintended consequences. In 2009, 15 years ago, in River Point neighborhood, they said over and over and over again, somebody is going to die before you put that traffic signal up. And it took 3 people dying before the traffic signal was put up. And I don't know, you're not to blame, but we have to make sure this doesn't happen again. We have parents that have called and called and called and called and said, we don't have any street lights on Youngblood, and you have buses that are stopping and picking up because the lights aren't up. And when you guys talk about public transportation and being on a road that's publicly maintained, ours aren't. And we don't have street lights, and we don't have sidewalks. It's not included in our taxes. We don't have trash pickup. We don't get to vote. I want you to come out and visit us in the ETJ and see what we are living with and what we are battling with all of the time, because nobody wants us and we're not represented. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have 7.5 minutes left. Mr. Frazier, Scott Frazier.
Yes. All right, I am speaking on behalf of Kevin Martin, and you should have also got a handout of this, again, the traffic stuff. So good evening, and thank you for supporting, at least pausing the UDO due to unintended consequences. I am a homeowner in the Palisades, and when I bought a house in 2017, we were sold on the neighborhood being a single-family house subdivision with a diverse population. But with the newly enacted UDO, we are now learning zoning can be changed on a whim or without local homeowner notification or input. This change in zoning will negatively impact our home's value and quality of life. Also living in the ETG, we have uphill battle with little or no recourse to have our voices heard, as we lack one of the most cherished American rights, our right to vote for or against any member of the board. Since a few thousand homes in the Palisades do not have a vote, nobody has the answer to or be held accountable for decisions made that directly impact us. We sincerely appreciate and do your willingness to listen to our concerns. So I am not going to harp on the issues of the Grand Palisades Parkway being a private road, or you are well aware of those concerns. Instead, I'm going to bring up the different issues that have not seen or heard discussed yet, nor has it been imperative to the safety of our community, and that fire and EMS protection. Before moving to Charlotte, I spent 25 years as an NSC certified apparatus chauffeur, which means I have significant experience driving all types of fire apparatus, including rescue trucks, pumpers, and ladder trucks. As I expect you know, the Youngblood is a single-lane road with most of its narrow with no shoulder. In many places, there are ditches immediately adjacent to the narrow lanes. Currently under construction is a firehouse at Youngblood and McKee, and I cannot see a situation where a fire truck could get through most sections of the Youngblood during rush hour now, let alone when an additional 400 units are added to the neighborhood. There is a standstill traffic in whatever direction the commute is going, including steady traffic against the direction of the commute, with literally no place to pull over or clear a path for emergency response vehicles. This is very concerning. You add this to the additional response time, the communication issues that responding EMS services encounter in the Palisades, as documented in a WBTV story highlighting delays in response and police communications issued. Life and death in the county.
5 minutes left.
Okay, one paragraph.
This is a hearing about the text amendment. I have a concern that we are off topic here. It's an important subject, the ETJ. I've heard about it from county commissioners. I understand your concerns, but we are here tonight having a hearing about a text amendment. I can't even tell whether you're for it or against it. All I hear is a list of valid concerns on a different subject, and I would ask the speakers tonight in opposition to please stay on topic and make clear to us where you stand on the text amendment that's under discussion, and we will take up the subject, as we must, of the ETJ on an appropriate time. But you're just, this is not the occasion. We're not talking about that right now.
Well,
Hang on, we're not.
I have a point of order.
Hang on 1 second, just as a FYI, we're not going to go back and forth within the audience. Mr. Driggs does make a great point in which you're signed up to speak to a specific petition and the elements of that petition. So whether you're speaking for or against it, you need to address the elements of the particular petition. Mr. Bakari, you had a point of order?
I guess I agree with that, but since we're here tactically, my guess is there's this broader thing that is obviously important and needs to be discussed, but then there's the specifics that brought them out on this conservation district. As I'm listening, I'm almost thinking that they are in favor, because this is a negative approach to basically abolish something, that they're actually speaking on the other side in favor of removing that piece. I'm not positive, so I know there are people that are going to be speaking against that very specifically, so maybe we just figure out the time of the approval versus the denial.
And that's the point, I can't tell which side they're on.
And to be clear, you're signed up to speak against. So everyone that's remaining, they're signed up to speak against it. If you're meaning to speak in a different position, then that's something else.
It may have been a misunderstanding, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, anyway, thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. So hang on, is Mr. David Mendelson here? Yes. Okay, he's next to speak.
Okay.
Okay, all right, Mr. Michael Caprioli?
Oh, thank you for hearing me.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll try to speak real fast. I'm Michael Caprioli. I'm Director for the Palisades Master Association. Joining me here tonight also is Gary Hamilton up there, and my wife. Most of the comments I was going to make, we sent you in a letter today along with 3 attachments for your staff to review. I oppose the UDO in the ETJ for environmental concerns. It seems that the UDO seems to fly in opposition to the resolution the council made, and...
Sir, I'm sorry. Sir.
You're off topic.
Hang on. Are we, you need to speak to the tenets of this particular petition. So if you're speaking in a broader context, that's not what the intent of this particular hearing is for. So we're speaking to petition 2024-043, and you signed up in opposition of it. So if you can speak in opposition, if you have any comments, that's great, but otherwise you have to stick to the elements of the petition.
That is in opposition to the UDO, correct?
No.
This is a text amendment.
The opposite, actually.
So
Here's a point of order, or just process, perhaps what we could do to solve
Okay,
this.
well, let me just make one comment then. If you want an example for positive community development plan, look no farther than the Palisades Water Quality Management Plan. The Palisades Water Quality Management Plan was developed by this council and the county. 20-plus years of testing water quality in the Palisades, it's all passed. The only failure that you have had in the area for that UDO was a high-density development like the 3 that are planned here along Youngblood. The reason why it failed is that development did not follow the community development plan that we had. It caused an algae bloom in the Boyd Cove, and that polluted your water supply.
We have 3.5 minutes left.
She's got the floor.
Hang on.
We emailed you everything,
All
so
right.
if you need it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Miss Carla Brazel.
I apologize. My position is like I agree with the rezoning, and here's why. Here is down.
We can't, I can't actually hear you if you could.
I'm sorry. I'm just like showing for you like where you see the developments happening down on ETJ and the consequences of when all the trees are taken down. So I sent you by email, I got no response, and now I'm here to show to you, this is what's going in the Lake Wally water, because like developers are allowed to just demolish all the trees, and they can plant a little thing later on. So thank you, appreciate all you do for us.
Thank you. Mr. Joseph Margolis, there is 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
First of all, there's been a lot of comments about several different petitions about change to neighborhoods and stuff. And so these type of proposals that I'm speaking out against do, like where I live in Dorada, I had Graham Street Extension and University City Boulevard Extension just plop right on top of my life, right? And I've had to live with those changes, and I still can't get a bus trip 2 miles away to University City Station. So we're all dealing with it. That said, I have some particular reason. I'm not necessarily against this conservation proposal. What I'm against is the process. I feel like there are 3 different ideas that are being converged together. There are very important complexities that need to be considered as one idea to make sure that you are reaching all the goals of equity, of conservation, because you are having to make difficult choices. I don't want your job. I appreciate the fact that you're up there doing this work. But the fact that you're considering things like density, so there can be affordability, and then conservation, and there's just so many different factors. I have no idea what's going to be at the end of this when the third part is completed, because there's 3 layers. It should all be one policy. Thank you.
Mr. Rudder, there's a minute and a half left. Sean Rudder here. Okay. And then Rob Nanfield is after.
And I'll apologize ahead of time. I think most of the folks that came out from the Steel Creek area thought it was more about the UDO and trying to say, hey, let's pause it, right? So that's to your point, why things are a little bit off topic, right? I think we all support what Allison is suggesting. I think it makes sense to step back a little bit and address some of the challenges, the unintended consequences that we're facing. I think the big thing is from our honored body tonight is let's not make the same mistake that the legislature did, which is what put us in the position we are in the ETJ. They made a decision to change the HOA rules, and now we're screwed. We're abandoned by the state, we're abandoned by the county, we're abandoned by the city, in that you get to make decisions, but we can't vote, right? We were counting on you annexing us. That's not going to happen. It's not your fault. It was the state legislature that made that decision. I'm counting on all of you to recognize we've got a problem with the UDO. Let's support what Allison is suggesting because it makes sense. There are some areas that still need to be addressed. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you for your...
Please vote in favor.
Thank you. We did have 3 other speakers, Rob Nanfield, Joe Padilla, and Charlotte Lodge, who were unable to speak due to the timing. So if you have any comments in writing, Mr. Nanfield and others.
Point of question. What a clarification.
Hold on.
Point of something.
Hang on. So
Cluster now.
we have Tarek,
Yeah.
Mr. Bakari. You wanted to speak and be recognized.
Yes. How appropriate is it for me to ask a follow-on question? I can?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna make my comments, and then I might ask for a question from someone that signed up to speak. I think it's a little unfortunate because these are very complicated topics that are all over the place right now. If you came here thinking about the overall UDO and some of the things we're battling with, or the triplex aspect of this that we discussed the other day, or a new Wegmans in town, all of these things ultimately are not part of this very specific text amendment and the conversation we're going to have here. So I think that's number one. I would just mention, for those of you who showed up, I know a bit about this topic. I think you have gotten everyone's attention, and Sean, perhaps with staff, we can make a takeaway to review everything they've sent and separately have those conversations. So we didn't hear a point from the opposition, which hopefully I'll have a tee up here on this conservation district. But when we started all of this, just so everyone understands publicly, the philosophy and intent where it was essentially high-quality open spaces, conserving environmental features, the things we wanted for more density, for more units, things we desperately need as a community, but we also know is a bit of a bargaining chip for those who need to and want to build other things. If we give you more space to go up and build in a condensed space over here in this plot of land, will you conserve these very unique features, tree canopies, things that we want them to ultimately do? So I think where we are with this, unfortunately, is a lot of confusion as to what's happening here. And then beyond that, are we going to make some tweaks to this, which I think is the answer? I do not support this in its current form because I think we need to reevaluate why we're doing it and what actually needs to change. Tweaks, in my opinion, are things like these alleys versus public streets, or the slivers of open space counting, or retaining walls counting for what was in spirit meant to be a centralized, consolidated. And I think we can make changes ultimately that tweak it, but rather than scrapping it or making it unusable in the amount of space that's being required or allowed, I think that goes against our ultimate goal, which was more units, again, and that's why I believe the intention of this isn't just high-quality open spaces, why we can look at this as at a silo and then look at something else. It's also holistically about getting more density that we need for people moving to this community. So I'm a big fan of what Allison mentioned, the new tool for subdivisions and working on that. But I think my ultimate position here is going to be, I want to keep the pressure on of this existing. And once everyone negotiates and figures out these new tools or these tweaks, then we make that transition. We don't shut something off that is indeed creating more of what we had asked for, but maybe not as well as it could. I think we need to get towards that. I think we can get to it pretty quickly, but ultimately, this is one of the few elegant positions that we had to get there, and we need to do better with that by making sure that we balance both sides of the original intent. Can I ask a question of Mr. Nanfelt, perhaps? Thank you.
You can't just ask him.
I think that,
I
think I want to make sure that we're staying above or consistent with our law. So we had an actual discussion this morning about how people had signed up. And we worked with the attorney's office to get a determination, and the determination was, even though you may be thinking about the UDO as a change for the orphan roads and the opportunities that they have in the districts that don't have taxing and voting, that once they said that they had signed up to address this issue, we had to be consistent with it. So
and my only consistency, Mayor, just for a point,
I'm not really,
because that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I know, I'm not, I just want to make sure, because I heard a lot of people in the council say, and I want you to understand, this was a conversation that we had and that we had to stand by, because even though we talked to everyone in the areas, we said to them, it has to be about this text amendment, but that was not the way it chose. So I want to make sure, and I want to apologize to those of you that have come down to say, well, we want to address this issue, when basically we're having to do this because of our participation to allow that. So we want to accept your documents that we have. Now, this is where I am concerned, and I'm going to ask Ms. Gray about this. While these folks did not get a chance, we have a 10-minute limit. So the question is, is it feasible to ask someone that was signed up that didn't make the 10 minutes because of the circumstance, if that is acceptable? And I'm going to turn that over to our attorney, because I am not a lawyer and I don't play one on TV or in this dais. All right. Ms. Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. Typically, that would not be acceptable. You would ask, what you typically do is ask that person to provide you with their comments. And if you have a specific question about the text amendment, you may ask it of the staff if you need clarification, because you're not responding to, you're not asking a question responding to something someone has already said.
Right. And so what I would like to suggest is that we actually have Allison come up and talk about what the staff next steps are and how we can have folks that did not have the opportunity to speak today participate with us. But I want to recognize Mr. Bakari again.
I understand your premise, and I'm not arguing that people didn't sign up whether they knew or not. What my issue is more. So therefore, 20 minutes got used up by the 4, and this being the only public setting that we will likely have, the people actually opposed that came for that specific topic and had things to relay, things being emailed to us for the record, that's a different protocol thing than maybe being in or out of the right scope of what you were saying.
Completely agree with you. So we're still trying to figure this out. So I've asked Allison to talk about what the possibilities are to continue this in exchange on the areas that we are focused on.
So I think, moving forward, we're very focused on this compact development option that I think speaks to some of the concerns from the development community wanting to have an ability for housing supply. There's also, we've had a lot of conversations with some of our affordable housing developers, and we've got some pretty quick wins that we can do to ensure that they're able to move their projects forward and actually make it even easier than I think it is today to develop those. The conservation standards of something we've come before committee a couple times, we've come before council talking about this a couple times, and we feel as though there are a number of units that are being proposed right now, and these are by right developments. These are not coming before council for a decision or a vote, that we believe that the conservation standards as proposed creates better by right development options than what's currently in the UDO today. But we've remained committed to the philosophy of and the goals and the aspirations in the comprehensive plan that we need housing supply and we need affordable housing. And I think we can move quickly to address those through these other provisions within 1 to 2 months.
Thank you, Allison. Hang on. So, Mr. Driggs, you're next.
Thank you. I'm going to go off topic and tell the people from the ETJ, we know about you, okay? It's just this is not the time. On the current subject, for one, Ms. Craig, I really appreciate you, and you and I have talked. I know the pressure cooker in which you operate. What I see here is a loophole, namely that the conservation option wasn't quite clear enough to require the kind of development that we intended from it. And in my mind, people have taken advantage of that. The reason we need a text amendment is because the letter of the law as it's currently written allows these plans that they're doing. Frankly, I don't appreciate the fact that they have taken advantage of the opportunity to do something that is so obviously not consistent with the intention of the conservation option, and therefore I am sympathetic to the idea of the text amendment. Now, on the other hand, what I have also heard from Mr. Nanfeld, and since he didn't speak, then I will paraphrase a little bit of what I heard, but 90% of petitions are being submitted availing themselves of this option because, according to the industry representative, the alternative doesn't work. So they are trying to deliver what the market wants, and the only way they're able to do so right now is using this provision. So I kind of get that, too. That's something we certainly need to talk about. But I don't think two wrongs make a right. I think we need to stop coming in through the back door and figure out how to come in through the front door. And toward that end, though, if all of the plans, they're not petitions, if all the plan submissions, 90% of them are coming in using this, what was meant to be an exception, we need to close that door. But while we do it, we need to recognize that's where most of the activity was, so we need to open another door. And my understanding from talking to Ms. Craig is conversations about that other door are underway. So what I would say is I don't support the text amendment in its current form because I think it amounts to slamming a door through which most of the traffic has been passing. It's not a minor thing. And that's why I would like to either kind of soften the text amendment changes in order to achieve a little bit more gradual transition and work fast to get that other door open so that we can do this in an orderly fashion. I think that a lot of work was done on proposals on plan development that are in different stages, and I've had a couple of conversations with developers who are working on things that spent money on them, and they're now finding that even if their reliance on the letter of our UDO was inappropriate, nonetheless, it was justified based on how it's written. So again, I would advocate for kind of softening, whether it's delaying or changing the language, but softening the impact of closing the door we're closing and making sure we have an orderly transition to another door, the front door that we are opening. And I'll just put it to you like that. I'm not sure what that is. I'm happy to follow up with you. But as it stands right now, the schedule and the severity of these changes strike me as too extreme. And I think we talked about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So this is complicated, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think we see the complexity of what we're dealing with tonight because there's a wide variety of issues relating to the topic for tonight, which is the text amendment, the UDO in general, and we even hadn't started talking about triplexes and duplexes on corner lots, right? All dealing with the same element. So I first want to start by thanking you, Allison, for the job that you're doing in a very interesting environment and in the space of our city, right? That we're growing and what we're experiencing and feeling tonight and for the next couple of years will be growing pain as we go from a document that we were used to and accustomed to that we used for 30 years to something completely different, right? And so we're feeling the pain of that difference, right? I love being a council member. The part that I hate the most is planning because it's so technical, right? And I think Councilmember Ashmere is correct in terms of me relying on the Planning Commission and reading their feedback on all these zoning issues. And I think having a split decision is good, right? Different perspective and different lens and providing different input. Ultimately, the decision is ours as a council to make. I think I voted for the majority of the text amendment, not all, that has come before the dais thus far, because I do believe the UDO, as I voted for it, is a living document, and certainly the amendments is what we said we would do, fix things as we saw them being broken or needed to be retooled. This is different for me, and I'm struggling with it, and I did meet with Rod last week. And so he's not as a speaker tonight, but as a member of the development community, as well as our nonprofit partners, Habitat in particular, in terms of the affordability of what they're doing, in terms of the UDO and the text amendment itself, and others, because part of what I know and understand is that this is a series of compromises that were made along the way. And this is cutting into bone from my perspective. Now, I don't want to speak for Rob, but I went back and pulled my notes from that meeting that was held last week. And I think if he were to speak, that they need time and collaboration, right? That they clearly understand. And I said this to you earlier, every meeting that I had over the last 2.5 weeks relating to this topic, you were there before I got there. And so all the stakeholders, the developers, the nonprofit partners, residents that are impacted by what we're about to do, you've done a great job in terms of outreaching and bringing folks in and making sure they understand the process. So I thank you for that. But I think what Rod would say is that, they need more time. They want to be a part of the decision-making process. They want to be a part of helping you and this council kind of shape the text amendment in the ways that it benefits everyone, right? They want to get it right just as much as we do, but they need time, and they want to make sure that everyone is at the table making this decision, especially the designers, the builders, those who are also building affordable housing that may be impacted, developers, neighborhood associations. I mean, they want to make sure that the same group of people who spent almost a year and a half working with staff to develop the current plan are also at the table as it relates to making any significant changes along the way. And I don't mind making any announcement. I'll let you do that. But I think there is a plan in place to ensure that happens and that it happens in a timely fashion. And so my plea to you tonight is, I'm not sure if we want to, I'm throwing something out there, Madam Mayor. We don't want to leave the public hearing open so those who have an opportunity that didn't speak can speak later. That's a thought. That has been met with silence. Right. I just want to make sure, and I think Councilmember Bakari is correct, that we want to make sure that even for the public record, that these guys, notwithstanding submitting an email or letter, that was met with silence. So I'll pivot from that point and just suggest that you continue to make the efforts necessary to ensure that timeliness and collaboration is at the heart of what we're doing, and that there's some flexibility in terms of the text amendment itself. And again, I'm not a planning expert, but we got two different votes are coming up within the next 60 days. All that, from my perspective, are in the same zip code, and maybe one vote instead of two separate votes because they both touch each other, and one impacts the other. From this layman's guise, again, I'm still trying to figure it out, and I continue to tell Allison and staff all the time to talk to me like I'm a third grader because it is complex and it's technical, and there's a lot of moving parts, and if we do something over here, it impacts something over here from my perspective. And so those are just thoughts for consideration. I know there's a timeline for decisions to be made. I'm not sure that's hard and fast. I'll rely on your expertise and the mayor in terms of the management of the schedule. But certainly, I think it's really, really important that all voices are heard. And I'm just a little bit concerned that we left out a key partner tonight that probably need to be heard. And so hopefully I did a good job of representing some of the things I heard last week. But collaboration, cooperation, the timeliness of these decisions are a concern of mine as well.
If I can respond to that really quickly, a couple different things. The UDO has base development standards in there for new lots that really reflect what is in the existing community. And then we have development options for new subdivisions. And there's different reasons why you might want to reduce lot sizes for new subdivisions. One of them is to preserve natural features, and the other is to promote housing supply and affordability. And so the door of the conservation path has been one that we've talked to the development community about, and in those conversations, I think it became very clear that they need a path towards housing supply. And so my concern about taking additional time with the conservation path is that, again, we will, and if this is the council's wish, that this is why you have your hard jobs over there. I think your jobs are harder than mine sometimes. But that means that until something is changed in the UDO, there will continue to be projects that come through by right that council is not reviewing. And so there's a tension there a little bit about if we do, marry these two together, which I see the benefit of that, The downside is that you'll continue to have development that may not be what we, aspire to have. So that's just the one.
Well, and you're the expert, and there's a certain level of deference that I give because I'm not a planning expert. In the middle of the road, you're the guardrails. Sometimes I may take a hard right and leave the road, but 9 times out of 10, when it comes to these very technical issues, certainly I rely upon experience, and that's why you're here and why your staff is doing the work, why we have the UDO Advisory Committee working with you to make sure that everyone stays within the framework of what we're trying to do. And again, this is change. This is what change looks like, right? And either you embrace it, as I do, or you run away from it.
Right.
And I think as a community, we really need to embrace it and find a way to fight through it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. First, before I say anything, I want to acknowledge the community members that came from the extraterritorial jurisdiction, the ETJ, and acknowledge that we did hear you. I feel like that there was some very pointed expressed concerns. Although I'm extremely challenged by the fact that the majority of what we heard was all in favor of the text amendment, and we did not hear much that was in opposition. And I'm a big believer in making sure that we kind of balance that out, and I don't think we did a good job today of making sure that we had a balanced perspective in speaking terms. Allison, we've spoken, and first of all, for the record, I actually serve as the Vice Chair of Transportation and Planning with Councilmember Driggs. And so to make sure that I understood the perspectives, I also joined Councilmember that's standing right there, to Councilmember Graham, when we went to. So what the point of that meeting was, it wasn't to make an answer one way or the other. It really was to just get a balanced perspective of what one community thinks and what the position of the staff is. And the way that I see it, first of all, thank you, Allison. I know you've worked really hard on this. The examples that you gave are absolutely valid. So for the record, we got about 1,000 units that are going to come through by right now if we do nothing. And I think with giving more time, we have to decide whether we accept that. And that's affecting every single district from 2, even 5, where 200 plus units by right, with some of the examples that Ms. Craig mentioned will come through by right. They've already been submitted without any type of action. And so my question to Ms. Craig is, the balance is hearing from the development community specifically, and you and I have talked, there is a rebuttal in the pipeline, right? So the question is, in trying to gain, and marry the two perspectives, so to speak, right? Provide the tools for the development community that is absolutely going to provide those necessary resources for our community members for affordability, and protect the integrity and the space of our beloved city. The two can happen. The two already are happening. We have Ms. Craig and her team that are working on that, and the question is, how do we make sure, or at least attempt to try to ensure, that we do one and the other? How much time will you need, Ms. Craig?
So, I think to work through a compact development form, probably a month or 2. The provisions that I've been talking to Habitat and staff about with affordability are super easy and could probably be tacked on to the conservation pretty easily, because it's literally changing like 3 letters in the UDO. So that one's a lot easier. But the compact, I would say a couple months, but then you also have to, so let's say we could figure out and work with the development industry and design community on what those standards are. There's still a process, of course, through infra-session. That's probably another 2 months there. So by the time you get a vote, maybe 3 months. So it's not a long time, but it's, it's 3 additional months.
And based on your professional opinion, do you think that we're going to continue to see a flush of these types of developments in the interim? Like what would be, I guess, what would be the outcome? Just a guesstimate. What do you think?
So we have right now about 3,000 units in sketch plan review, which means that there are preliminary sketches that have been shown to staff for staff comments. They're not an official submittal. They're not an official submittal until they provide construction plans and a check, but they have at least drafted something up on paper to show to staff. So there's probably about 3,000.
And that's what makes this type of decision pretty tough.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a very tough decision in that 3,000 potential units might come through with some of what we saw. And that is concerning, right? And I would be remiss to say that I didn't acknowledge that, right? At the same time, I think that's why it needs to be more pensive. This is a tough one. And I iterate that. But then how do we solve to the fact that you have something that you're working on that is going to solve to the next question? And some of the more tougher conversations that we have to have inevitably as well. So I think I'm going to bring more water to the meetings. But, I appreciate the work that you're doing. My opinion is, and I'm not saying that the 3,000 units that would come through would not be important. I want you to know that. Like I said, your work is very important. Your perspective is absolutely essential to what we do. But I think somehow we have to marry the two options and get them as close as possible to where we are solving to, affordability and what the 2040 plan was originally designed to do, and preserving the character and integrity of what we initially planned as well. So I'm stumped. I mean, I can't tell you yes or no, but I do see the two perspectives. So I'm glad this is a hearing and that we're not ready to vote, but I think some offline conversations must happen. And I think as a council, we got to make a decision on what we're prepared to do to move forward. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Ajamira.
Thank you. So everything I wanted to say, almost 90% of it's been said. For those of you who didn't get to speak that were in opposition, because of confusion with the ETJ, I think many residents who are here from the ETJ area brought up very valid concerns. There will be a time and opportunity for that. But those who came out here to speak specifically on the text amendment, we haven't had an opportunity to hear from you. I know you have met with some council members, not all. I encourage you to speak at our public forum next Monday. That is not specific to any agenda item. You can speak about any issue. We often get audience that speaks about world issues and peace and war. So I think that is an opportunity for you to really get everyone's attention. And I would like to hear the opposition. Ms. Craig knows that how much I'm passionate about open space and green space, even at the early, when I go back about a year ago, we had discussed open space and green space and how I was advocating for having more options. But I would like to hear from those that are opposed to some of these text amendments. I think there needs to be a sense of urgency based on the data that Ms. Craig has presented. I don't think we need to have another public hearing because we are talking about 3,000 plus units and many, many lives that will be impacted for generations to come. So certainly I'm in favor of the timeline that's been proposed by the staff. While working with those in the development industry to hear their opposition. So Rob, I believe Rob, Joe Padilla, and Charlotte Lodge were speaking in opposition that did not get an opportunity to speak. If you could just send us an email with your opposition and also speak next Monday, so I know, I understand. I actually have a meeting scheduled with Allison next Monday for about almost 2 hours, because we are going to go example by example. So I would love to have your opposition prior to that, so that we can discuss that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington?
Okay, so a couple of things. First thing that I would like to speak on, and I'm sorry, these kinds of things really irk my soul when it feels like the obvious right thing, we can just do it, right? And if it requires us to just suspend our rules to allow them to go ahead and speak tonight, let's just do it.
Yeah.
So I would offer that we suspend the rules to allow those that were signed up to speak to go ahead and speak. They came tonight. We have a timeline. We know that timeline has an impact to it. So we can solve this problem.
Second.
Well, first, I understand what you're saying, and I think that is a fair choice. I do think that we can suspend our rules. I want to make sure that the attorney, and I know that you guys, I've been seeing it back and forth, but Ms. Gray, I think that I'd like to know whether or not we've done this before, and whether or not in this situation that we have the ability to do this, and the council approves it. So we would have to suspend our rules and approve. But the question that I would have is, this would be only for those that had currently or were signed up for I think there were 3 people to speak. Now, at the end of the day, these are 3 representatives of one perspective. And so one of the questions that I have is, if we do the 3 days of those with one perspective and another group that's recognized here decided, what would be that step, Ms. Gray?
So, yes, you do have there are your rules, and you do have the authority to suspend your rules, and that would require a 2/3 vote of the council to pass that, to allow. I think you would be very specific about allowing the 3 members, the 3 speakers, that weren't able to speak because of the confusion, to be allowed to speak. I'm not familiar that you've done it before, but again, they're your rules, and so you can vary them the way you'd like.
So would it be 3 minutes?
That would be.
It would make a decision up to the
You'd have to
council
make a
to do
decision
that.
about how much time you'd like.
I actually do think that's not a bad, that is a good idea of how we can go and move forward. I really like it because if we are really going to have this charrette on Friday, we all ought to come and be prepared, or watch it as we are prepared to do so. So do we have a motion? And would that motion include the number of minutes?
I already seconded.
It's
already so late.
I would
Yeah,
offer.
please.
Yes, ma'am. So moved.
Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
We would need to actually have the attorney read this allowance for us to suspend the rules. If we would have someone submit the amount of minutes that each person would have, so we're treating people fairly. And then we could have a 2/3 vote. If approved, then we could continue. So with that, Ms. Gray.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I need the motion stated. I want you to state the motion that we would have to suspend the rules.
Okay.
I want someone to help me with the council to say that we would suspend the rules and the time frame for each speaker.
Okay, so what I would do is I would just amend my motion that's on the floor, and I would ask the clerk, do you know the number of minutes that were spent speaking about the ETJ? Because if so, that will be the minutes that I would want to put back on the clock.
I have cleared the clock, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. So then we'll,
I would take the 3 minutes. That's
3 minutes
generally
each.
our rule, 3 minutes. So, all right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have Ms. Johnson, second. Any further discussion on it? All right, on a motion to suspend the rules to allow 3 people in the development industry to speak for 3 minutes on the subject matter of the text amendment. All in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, so let's go with this
All right.
one.
So, Mr. Nanfeld, you will have 3 minutes And Mr.
Mr. Padilla.
And then Mr. Padilla is next. You will have 3 minutes as well. If you could come here.
I want to be, I'm sorry, ma'am, you're here representing the ETJ, correct?
Yes.
So this motion that we've just made is not to include the ETJ remarks. I think you can do, you had a full 10 minutes, and so if you could just give the clerk or our officer the materials that you have, and then we have 3 people to speak specifically on the text amendment.
Is it in opposition?
I think that you.
Well, she's speaking on text amendment. She signed up.
I understand, but so did everyone that we talked about that did the text amendment for it. She's speaking, I believe she has on the signage for the ETJ, advocacy for that.
Well, she was one of the 3 speakers that we approved, but, okay.
So Madam Clerk, can you, I have your list here, but can you just confirm the 3 speakers who were signed up to speak against, who did not have an opportunity to speak?
Rob Nanfelt.
Yes.
Joe Padilla.
Yes.
And Charlotte Lodge. Those were the
Yes.
3 that were not.
Okay.
So ma'am, are you representing Charlotte Lodge?
Yeah, so there,
Okay. All right.
and
She
that
said the
was,
2040 plan.
those were the 3 speakers I had mentioned.
Got it. Mr. Nanfelt, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Actually, this kind of helped because I got my steps in today, so I appreciate that. But I do appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge the group. I don't know that I'll take 3 minutes. I just want to say, first of all, I appreciate the fact that you also understand this distinction between this being the duplex, triplex issue on infill versus new subdivisions. I think Mr. Margolis touched on that issue, but there really are 3 things at hand right now. There's that issue on infill, there's this conservation subdivision issue that is at present tonight, and then there's Allison, the planning director's efforts on the compact subdivisions going forward. So I guess our suggestion to you is, because there are 3 outstanding issues that really do interact, let's look at those 3 together, and whatever it takes to look at that at the sort of the broader scale, because they all interact and they all relate to how much housing supply is going to be available going forward in the future, especially a lot of the supply that's in the attainable range, which is workforce housing, which the market desperately needs right now. I think moving too fast with this conservation subdivision amendment without having an open door, as Councilman Driggs mentioned, available immediately is going to cause a problem for the market. In addition to that, you've got a number of folks that have invested a lot of dollars and time and effort to get to this point. They may have not submitted a plan yet, but they spent a lot of money to get there. And if they don't get in the door by potentially May 20th, they're out of those efforts. So I would encourage you to take your time, look at all 3 at the same time and see how they interact and how they result in housing supply and affecting the ultimate housing supply going forward. That's the main comment I'd like to make. Again, I appreciate the chance to address you. We will, Councilman and Chimera, we will address all of you individually and provide additional information going forward. But thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
You do have a minute left, Mr. Nanfelt.
They share this, so they each
She doesn't want to use it.
They each have 3 minutes. 3? Yeah, they each have 3 minutes.
That's, several of you spoke so eloquently with points that I was going to make already that I don't want to belabor the point. So thank you so much.
Bless you. Excellent. All right, Mr. Padilla.
See if you can beat that.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Appreciate it. Joe Padilla with Smith Douglas Homes. I'm not going to belabor either. I know it's been a long discussion and we all want to move on. But I did want to point out one item that Ms. Craig had put on the slide, which I think was very valuable. There was a contrast between what the UDO under the current contract, what the proposal would yield, and there was a net loss of about 50 lots. And what I want to just bring your attention to is that's not just a loss of 50 lots. That is those homes would now be significantly more expensive because of that net loss in yield. And what we're dealing with here in Charlotte, as we are in every market where we build, is a housing affordability crisis that is getting worse by the day. And it's driven by land prices, which are exponentially going up. It's driven by development costs, construction costs. There is nothing working in our favor other than zoning and density opportunities, which this UDO does provide in many ways. And I would just ask that, again, as we continue to evaluate and look at this, this amendment, we do it in a context that is very carefully evaluating what that impact will be on attainability. Because we see it every day at our company. We see the challenge of bringing workforce housing to Charlotte, to Raleigh, to Nashville, to every city that is having this massive influx of growth. And these massive pressures working against us to keep those prices attainable. So again, I don't want to drag this on any longer. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come back up here and speak. We look forward to working with Ms. Craig. There are a lot of folks here. I don't know if everyone here from the industry just kind of wave a hand real quick.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Glad we let him talk.
And again, this is a real concern about affordability in this city. It is a problem that we try to address with the UDO, and it's a problem we're going to have to continue coming back to for the foreseeable future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Charlotte Lodge, and I really appreciate your giving me the time to read this very short letter that's to the point. The letter is from Javier Lopez, and he's the president of the Steel Creek Residents Association, and the subject on point is SCRA concern with petition 2024-043 UDO text amendments for conservation residential developments. Dear council members, the Steel Creek Residents Association, SCRA, is deeply concerned the proposed text amendments would clear the path for wildcat developers to misuse the UDO and the ETJ. Already, large parcels are being assembled with the intent of dropping UDO-allowed densities that will dramatically impact the existing residents, specifically without the mitigating infrastructure improvements or other equity and quality of life contributions that a growing community requires. SCRA has a long history of collaborating with government agencies and developers to gain important ETJ improvements that are not being timely budgeted, planned, or delivered by the county or state. New traffic circles, turn lanes, and Steel Creek Fire Department equipment and facilities are just some of the examples of what we have gained for our residents. Unfortunately, the UDO's by right vision serves to remove community SCRA input from the process and streamline development without accountability for the infrastructure to support the 2040 goals outside the city limits.
You have 1 minute left.
Instead of relying solely on text amendments, we request consideration of additional ETJ-specific provisions, whereby development of 2 or more acres be required to follow the standard rezoning process to ensure community input, and no subdividing parcels to bypass or skirt this requirement. SCRA stands ready to continue to support and improve the UDO in achieving the goals of the 2040 plan. Respectfully submitted, Javier Lopez, President of Steel Creek Residents Association. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comment.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I want to thank everyone for coming out, especially from the development community and the residents, to state your perspectives. This, as my colleagues have said, this is an important tenet of the UDO, and it's important as it relates to our growth and maintaining the charm and the aesthetic of the city. And so it is a balance, and we'll continue to work together. And I thank you for your partnership as we try to figure out the best solution for our beloved city. So do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor to close the public hearing, raise hands. All right, that is, you wanted to.
Remember, I had my hand up. No, because we only specific to do that.
We got so many.
I apologize, but it's loud.
No, I mean,
Wanna go?
also, I don't totally understand your position.
Mayor Pro Tem, I did have my hand up before we closed the public hearing.
Okay. Go ahead and make your statement.
I wanted to ask Allison a question. It looks like she's gone, too.
But it'll take more time than that.
Yeah.
I'll do it only for the rest of the
Yeah. Is Ms. Craig still here? Allison?
Alan just said bye.
She went to the restroom.
Oh. Dave may know the answer. I can ask it. I can ask Mr. Patton.
Mr. Pettin, Councilmember Johnson had a question. Oh, there she is. Ms. Craig? Councilmember Johnson had a question.
Thank you. So, Ms. Craig, and you may get this information offline, but do we know how many units or the percentage of units since the UDO has been implemented are workforce or affordable housing?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, yeah, because we're hearing the response that, this text amendment, is going to affect the amount of affordability and workforce housing. So I'd like to know how many applications we've had since the UDO has been implemented.
Sure, I can do that. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. You have a question for Allison?
Yeah, I never got to actually ask my question, but I do. Hi. I just am following up on my previous request in regards to seeing where the permit applications were in for.
So that was that map that I showed.
Can you send it to me?
Sure, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. But yeah, that's why it took us a little bit to compile it. But yeah, that was in the presentation.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Is this, were you asking about the map that has all the, I think that would be good to send to each person on the council. And if we can just really clarify, maybe, I saw it was like a little red dot, but it's not very clear to see where those houses are being submitted in the material. So that would be helpful. Okay.
All right, thank you. So we're going to move to agenda item number 30, petition number 2022-105 by Morris Chapel Retail LLC, approximately 3.99 acres located at the intersection of Rhine Road and Morris Chapel Road in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. The current zoning is N1A. Proposed zoning is B1CD. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design. After staff's presentation, we have Mr. Walter Fields, who is speaking in the affirmative, and Kenneth Davies and Sarah Mossad, who would be speaking against. You all will have 3 minutes in aggregate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-105, it's just under 4 acres on Rhine Road in Morris Chapel, just off I-485, currently zoned to N1A. They are proposing B1CD, which is a legacy zoning district, and the adopted place type for this area, you can see those areas in pink are recommended for a neighborhood center. We do have some existing neighborhood center place type recommendations across the road on Rhine Road in Belmead, which also contains a service station as well. This proposal would request for up to 10,000 square feet of uses permitted in the B1 zoning district, does commit to screening on the proposed drive-through component from adjacent rights-of-way with plantings or a 4-foot screening wall, does limit freestanding lighting to 25 feet in height with full cutoffs, also illustrates a 43-foot Class B buffer along the site's eastern property boundary where adjacent to N1A, that's shown in green on the plan, and also commits to the following transportation improvements, access through a right-in only driveway south of Belmead Drive,
full movement driveway north of Bellmead Drive, a 12-foot multi-use path along Ryan Road, also conversion of the southbound off-ramp of I-485 at Morris Chapel to a free-flow right turn lane. This would be accomplished by extending the right turn lane between the two roundabouts. Also, construction of an eastbound left turn lane on Bellmead Drive at Ryan Road with 150 feet of storage, and construction of a southbound left turn lane on Ryan Road at the northernmost driveway, and then also construction of a southbound right turn lane on Ryan Road at Morris Chapel. Those were all an outcome of a traffic study that was conducted for this site and identified those as mitigation factors. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to work through. It's generally consistent with the policy map recommendation for Neighborhood Center. However, there is some inconsistency for the southern portion of the site where the drive-through use is being proposed as a component of the service station, but staff does feel that generally they've worked to try to screen that in a manner that's consistent with our legacy ordinance, and so again, we do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we will turn it over to the petitioner and the public and take any questions following their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fields, before you start, is Mr. Davies and Ms. Massoud present? Okay, great. If you can make your way down as well. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Fields.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you so much, and members of council and zoning committee. My name is Walter Fields, and I want to know, that was some exciting stuff going on here for the last 45 minutes or so. Now, this is going to be a total departure. This is going to be watching a rerun of a dearly beloved classic movie, okay? About 5 years ago, this property was proposed for a rezoning, and we worked with Mayfield on that at the time, and it was filed in 2018 and approved in 2019. There was opposition to that. The same folks that are here tonight, and I got a call from Mr. Davies today, just sort of let me know he was coming, and I appreciate that. We've done a lot of work together over the years. There was opposition to that petition. Across the street was a small convenience store that existed at the time we had proposed this site for this exact development. Didn't have gas pumps or any of that stuff, and so, and that owner had actually tried to buy this property. And so we went forward with the rezoning, and it was recommended for approval by the staff, consistent with the plans for the area. It was recommended for approval by the zoning committee. And it was approved by the city council, and I believe it was a unanimous vote. Shortly thereafter, a lawsuit was filed challenging the rezoning. And if somebody will give me a time check, I'd appreciate it, because the clock on this podium doesn't work. So
You have 8 minutes and
Okay, thank you.
35 seconds.
Thank you very much. The rezoning was challenged. There were a number of technical issues raised, and sure enough, there happened to be a technical glitch in one of the documents attached to the rezoning. And the court decided that that meant it didn't quite meet the standards that it should have met when it was applied for. And so the zoning was simply reversed, and it didn't go forward. After some additional time working with the sellers of the property and working with the potential purchaser of the property, the decision was made to refile the case, to go forward. And I went and had my pre-filing meeting with the staff and said, I want to bring the exact same plan in that was already approved once by everybody that had to approve it. And so that's pretty much what we did. We filed the rezoning with the very same site plan, all the same conditions, all the same improvements and transportation changes, and so on and so forth. And the only thing that changed between the time we filed it the first time and the time we filed it the second time was that the small convenience store across the street had been demolished, and a newer, more modern convenience store with the gas pumps was built on that property. Otherwise, everything's still the same. And we filed this case in about the middle of 2002. Initial reviews with the city staff, planning staff, was generally supportive with the caveats that they normally give us to be sure we got the technical stuff right. CDOT looked at it and said, well, you know, we've got the traffic study. All the stuff was on here from before, was approved by CDOT and NCDOT and everybody. And so early on, we were told that we wouldn't be required to do another traffic study because it was very costly and time-consuming, considering we were right in an interstate interchange. So we ended up having to go back and sort of reset and start the process again in terms of a TIA, It took a while to find a consultant. We were going to use the same one we'd used before. They were based in Texas. That just wasn't working. We decided to work with somebody local. Took several weeks, months to get the scoping done, then to get the work done, to have CDOT and NCDOT review it. We actually had hoped and were ready for this hearing to go forward in March. Now, I'm not talking about last month, March. I mean March of '23. So it's taken that much time. There was delay in there at several different points to redo the traffic study, and we were asked to do some additional improvements, which have all been incorporated into this plan. As Dave pointed out, they're listed in your staff analysis as some unresolved issues. I've already started marking up and redlining the text of the conditions to pull all that stuff in and correct it. And so we're back before you again with an old familiar plan that was approved by everybody in the community, the staff, the zoning committee, and the city council. We have the same plan. We have the same consistency with the land use plan. I think there's a little bit of tweaking that Dave mentioned there based on just what some of the policy type documents say, but we're consistent with the notion of the community center, so on and so forth. We still have the improvements that we'd originally proposed, plus the new improvements that came through the revised traffic study, and some additional comments from the city staff about multi-use paths and better alignment of crossings for pedestrians and so on and so forth. We mitigate all the traffic that we're creating, and in fact, considerably improve traffic in the general area because some of our changes include making improvements within the roundabout structures to add an additional lane, which benefits everybody that's going to turn on Bellmead or go further north on Ryan Road. And with the exception of those few issues listed in the staff analysis, we believe we're just asking you to do what you did before and approve this rezoning as consistent with the plan and appropriate in this location. And I'll stop at this point and see if there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Davies and Ms. Massoud, you have 10 minutes to speak in opposition, and that's 10 minutes in aggregate altogether.
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, City Council. My name is Ken Davies. I represent one of the opponents to this petition, a company called CoStar, which owns a convenience store adjacent to the property under consideration today. My client opposes this petition for the same reasons as before, and at this point, we're years down the road, and the traffic situation, which is a primary contention here, has even gotten worse because of many, many rezonings in the area and even more in the pipeline coming down. We passed out some notebooks, and I won't go into all the details in those notebooks. We'd like to meet with you between now and the decision to go over some details with that. But just to point out, in this notebook, we have a couple of technical issues, which I hate to bring up. Mr. Fields was right. There was a problem with the prior rezoning. We didn't get notice of this hearing until the middle of the last week. And so we're wondering if there really was 10 days notice, and I'll be in touch with Ms. Gray about that issue because we don't know how this got on the calendar today so suddenly. The tab 12 in the notebooks is the affidavit from my paralegal. She checked on the 12th of, the 9th of April, and there was no notice of hearing on the website. And then all of a sudden, between now and then, it popped up. Now, you know the statute and even our ordinance, zoning ordinance, require at least 10 days notice. So we have an issue there. Another problem is we asked Mr. Fields if he would have another community meeting on this petition because so much time had passed and there were some revisions. They declined to do that. However, your own UDO says if you need to have a community hearing within 6 months of the public hearing. The last case was in 2022, so I'll be in touch with Ms. Hager-Gray about that as well.
You have 7.5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. I'll share that with Ms. Sarah Massoud, who is representative of CoStar here today. She'll get into more details about the traffic problems out there. The staff report for this rezoning, guess when it was published? Today. That does not give the public an acceptable time to analyze, review, and comment on that. Now, we can do that between now and the decision, but, this is a public hearing on it, and we, for some reason, that staff report didn't even come out, was not available to the public until today. And so we have that issue as well. Finally, the CDOT staff report, we do not even have one that takes into consideration the new traffic impact study. And that report says quite clearly that all traffic issues must be resolved at least 4 weeks before the public hearing. And as you've heard tonight, there's still some outstanding issues. So with those technical problems with rezoning, I'll turn that over to Ms. Massoud, and she will enlighten you as to what their concerns really are down there. Thank you.
And you have 6 minutes left.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sarah Massoud. I am a representative of CoStar LLC. I do want to start by putting on the record that we did not receive any notice from the city that this hearing was going to happen tonight. So I ask you all to please bear with me because I did not have much time to prepare everything that I wanted to get out to you. I'm going to touch base on 2 important items, crime and traffic. So the first thing I'm going to touch on is crime. These types of establishments, as we all know, tend to bring an increase in crime to the area. It's unintentional, but it just happens. Some examples are motor vehicle theft, burglary, which is included in commercial and residential, and these are just 2 of the increase in criminal that we see. If you reference tab 11, you will see Chief Jennings' email to the city planning office. This was back in 4th of July of last year, and he has very valid concerns over traffic and crime that come up periodically in the area. And we can expect that these issues will become more frequent with the huge influx of trips that are generated to the area. Which brings me to traffic. If you look behind section 4, you will see some still images of the traffic buildup in the area. We do have video, so I will be emailing you all with those videos. These images were captured in the late morning on a weekday, so this isn't even a glimpse of how bad it gets on weekends or rush hour or when there's events happening in the area. Then we have to consider the increased traffic being generated by pending and recent rezonings, as well as new construction that didn't have to go through the rezoning process. If you look at tab 7 in your notebooks, these are all the relevant rezonings for your reference. The roundabouts as you exit 485 are frequently blocked with bumper-to-bumper traffic with nowhere for cars to go. There are no traffic lights in the vicinity to help move things along, so when you're stuck, you're just stuck. The site plan does not address this traffic in any real or realistic way. I do appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fields, you will have 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's interesting to me that these issues and concerns about crime and traffic and stuff are unique only to this site, but not to a similar site that they constructed directly across the street. I'm not quite sure how that works. I don't think that zoning is really set up to regulate competition between similar uses. We would only offer as an observation that the comments in the staff analysis relate to making sure the commitments that we made in the traffic study, and I would invite you to invite CDOT to answer or address that issue if you choose, to make sure they get put on the site plan. It's not that they haven't been agreed to, they're in the traffic study. They just want to make sure they get on the paper document and in the conditional notes for the site plan. So I think that we have addressed the concerns that have been brought to us through the public process. This is consistent with the plan. It is supported by the staff, and it is a development that was approved just a few years ago by the planning staff, by the zoning committee, and by this city council. We would ask you to approve it a second time. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I'll answer
Mr.
any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Any questions?
Yeah.
Mr.,
I yield to the ladies first.
I saw Ms. Johnson's hand. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and forgive me if I missed it. This was approved in what year?
It's approved in 2019,
2019.
the first time.
Okay, and we're hearing it again because of technicalities, or why?
There was Mr. Davies is an excellent and thorough attorney, and he went through all the documents, much as he exhibited that he's done to get here tonight, and found something that the court believed constituted a technical error in one of the pieces of paper attached to the application. That's enough to have the zoning overturned. It just went back to what it was before. It didn't undo the approval. It didn't undo the staff's recommendation or the zoning committee's recommendation. The court just said there was a mistake here, so it can't go forward like this. We've simply made the choice later on to go back and refile it again. It took a little while working with the property owners because they were very disappointed that all this happened. And it took a little while just to get through the court system. But this is the same plan that we had proposed before. It's the same plan that the council approved before. It's maybe even a little better because we got different and newer review comments from several agencies, and those have been incorporated into this revised site plan. And so we believe that it is at least as good and probably better than the plan that we had approved, that you approved a few years ago, and we hope that you will approve it again.
You have that petition number?
That petition number was 2018-073.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, so, thank you. Ms. Masood, was that one of the speakers? Yeah, so she shared that she didn't get a notice. She didn't get notified.
Yeah, I'd like to get confirmation of their address, if we could, for this petition and the one that was previous, if it's still the same as what's in our files, because notices were mailed.
Okay.
Yep.
That concerns me because we've been hearing that lately a lot.
Yeah, notices go out on time. Postal Service, we don't have control over once they leave the
Right,
building.
I mean,
So-
I don't know if you have a comprehensive list, so if you can just take a look at that. And that's all I have, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. So as a district rep, I'm definitely, thank you so much for both presentations, but as a district rep, very concerned about them hearing about the meeting at the last minute, or not hearing about it at all. I would like to entertain the thought of having another community meeting, or see the documentation that was presented that supports that we did our due diligence for the sake of the constituents and the community. And whoever put this book together, it's just amazing. It's like a school project, a well-put-together school project. And I'm very impressed with it. And so I'll be in touch with Sarah and Kenneth. I'll be in touch with you guys, and we can communicate. But thank you so much for your presentation. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, Walter, a couple of questions. One, I think, Council, we try to stick to the land use decision that we're responsible for and not try to get involved in private industry. But Attorney Davis made a comment about this type of development is already in the community or in the area. So Did I miss something? So what is proposed here?
It's a,
Technical amendment.
It wasn't,
it's a total, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
a total of 10,000 square feet of floor area. There's about a 6,000-foot building that will be a convenience store and a restaurant that does have a drive-through that's screened from public view. There's an additional pad on the site that will be developed at some point in the future. At this point in time, we've identified the area and included that floor area in the maximum for the entire site. But the market will help to set that, the tone for what that use needs to be to serve that part of the community.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Walter.
So, Mr. Fields, just a question. It states that there were 8 attendees at the public meeting.
At the
Is there a
community
public meeting held?
Yeah, I think it was a virtual meeting because we were in that period of time.
Okay. And then of the 8 individuals, they were community members who were there?
We sent out the letters according to the same list that the city uses when they send out the preliminary notice, the early notice, and then when they send out the official notice. And so we don't know who the people are they may live in the community, they may own property in the community, they could live on the other side of town, maybe businesses that the staff prepares, and that's part of the normal process. So anybody that's on that list gets a notice. And Mr. Davies called me sometime back, so I assume he had heard of the project because we talked about it many, many, many months ago.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a motion to close public hearing? So moved. All in favor, raise hands.
aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. We'll move on to agenda item number 31, petition number 2023-023 by Horizon Development Properties, Inc. The location is approximately 8.55 acres located on the east side of Old Providence Road and west side of Providence Road, north of Rivers Oak Lane in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. The current zoning is R20MF. Proposed zoning is MUD O. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Meacham, Mr. McGuire and Mr. Goddard will have 10 minutes to speak in the affirmative, and Mr. Grills, Mr. Chotard, and Mr. George will have 10 minutes to speak against. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Petition 2023-023 is located on the east side of Old Providence Road, west of Providence Road, north of River Oaks Lane. The site is approximately 8.55 acres and is currently developed with an apartment complex. Current zoning is R20MF multifamily, a legacy zone conditional district. Proposed zoning is MUD O, mixed-use development district optional, a legacy conditional district. The 2040 policy map recommends the neighborhood 2 place type for the site. The MUD O district is consistent with the N2 place type. Proposal calls for up to 380 dwellings, both multifamily and single-family attached townhome units. The site is divided into 2 development areas, Development Area A, Development Area B. Area A may be devoted up to 350 multifamily dwellings that are up to 80 feet in height. Area B may only contain single-family attached dwellings up to 48 feet in height. The plan proposes that 20%, not less than 49 units, are made affordable at 30 to 80% AMI for a period no less than 30 years. The petition requests optional provisions, including allowing parking, vehicular circulation and vehicular maneuvering, and visitor drop-offs to be located between the building and internal driveways and on private streets. Architectural standards are proposed for the multifamily structures and the single-family attached townhomes, including preferred and prohibited building materials, fronting buildings to public streets, modulation and articulation standards, blank wall limitations, minimum slopes of pitched roofs, screening of mechanical equipment, service areas, prohibition of driveways to individual units, front stoops, etc. Transportation improvements will include dedication of additional right-of-way on Providence Road and Old Providence Road, expanding existing bus waiting area, building a 12-foot multi-use path, an 8-foot planting strip on Providence Road, an 8-foot sidewalk, and an 8-foot planting strip on Old Providence Road. There are several outstanding issues, including the traffic impact study has not been approved. The cross-access connection between the site and the Northwood Raven site to the south, which is petition 2023-039, should be coordinated. Maximum building height should be reduced. Clarity is needed on the maximum number of units permitted in development area B. The plan should specify the number of units currently developed on the site. The maximum number of dwelling units per building should be set for townhomes, and petition must address the remaining stormwater and urban forestry comments. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form, as the site lacks connectivity with the site to the south, leading to 4 access points on Old Providence Road and 3 on Providence Road in less than 1/3 of a mile. The TIS has not been approved. The maximum permitted development in Area B is not clearly stated, and the proposed height is unprecedented in the Providence Road corridor. I'm happy to take any questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael. With me tonight are Fulton Meacham of the petitioner, Adam McGuire of Land Design, and Randy Goddard with Design Resource Group. They're available to answer your questions. The site contains about 8.5 acres, is located on Old Providence Road and Providence Road, just south of the intersection of Old Providence Road and Providence Road. The site is outlined here in green. The site is located across Old Providence Road from the Brookdale Carriage Club Providence Retirement Community, and it's located across Providence Road from International Drive. The site is the home of the Gladedale apartment community, which is a 49-unit affordable multifamily community owned by the petitioner. The site is currently zoned R20 MF, which is an old multifamily zoning district under, I think it's 2 ordinances ago. The Brookdale Carriage Club is zoned institutional CD. There's an Exxon station to the north of the site that's zoned commercial general. To the east of the site is zoned N2B. That's the property that's subject to rezoning petition number 2023, that's 38 that you'll hear later. The parcels to the south of the site are zoned N1A. However, those parcels are subject to petition 2023-039 that you'll hear later tonight. And then the Sutton Hall Townhome community to the southwest of the site is zoned UR2 CD. So the request is to rezone the site to the Moto zoning district to accommodate the development of a residential community on the site that would be comprised of multifamily dwelling units and single-family attached townhome dwelling units. A maximum of 350 of the 380 units could be multifamily units. There would be an affordable component to this development. A minimum of 20% of the dwelling units actually constructed on the site would maintain monthly rents that are income restricted to households earning between 30% and 80% inclusive of the area median income for a period of 30 years. In no event could there be less than 49 dwelling units on the site that are income restricted. So this is the 2040 future policy map. It places this site in a neighborhood 2 zoning district. So therefore, as noted in the pre-hearing staff analysis, this request is consistent with the future 2040 policy map. This is the site plan. This is the Exxon to the north. The intersection of Old Providence and Providence Road is to the north. International Drive is to the east, and this is Old Providence Road. There'd be an access point from Old Providence Road, and although it's not shown on here, there's a proposed access point on Providence Road as well. On the northerly portion of the site, there would be a multifamily building that wraps a structured parking facility. The maximum height of that building would be 80 feet. On the southerly portion of the site, there would be townhome units as well as a garden-style apartment building. The maximum height of these units would be 48 feet. The rezoning notes provide that the buildings adjacent to Old Providence Road could only be townhome buildings. There'd be tree save and open space areas located along the southern and eastern portions of the site. Architectural standards are part of the petitioner's conditional rezoning plan. There'd be an 8-foot planting strip and an 8-foot sidewalk along the site's frontage on Old Providence, an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along the site's frontage on Providence Road. There's a pedestrian crossing here at the intersection of Providence Road and International Drive, and there's a traffic signal there as well. There's a bus stop approximately here along the site's frontage on Providence Road for routes 14 and then the 61 express route. The petitioner would improve the existing bus stop waiting pad for that bus stop location. There'd be on-site amenities provided for the residents. And then this is just a context map, so you can see the rezoning site here. And then this is the Levine rezoning site to the east and the Northwood Raven rezoning site immediately to the south of the site. This proposed community would be walkable to those proposed developments. We will work with the planning staff and the Department of Transportation to resolve the outstanding issues, which include, of course, the transportation issues. This is an opportunity to provide affordable units in a mixed-income development located on the site. We appreciate your consideration. We're happy to answer any questions. And once again, Mr. Meacham, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Goddard here are happy to answer your questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Grills, Mr. Chodard, and Mr. George, you have 10 minutes in aggregate to speak against this petition.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to change a little bit what we've been talking about tonight. We're not going to talk about the UDO. This petition does not involve the UDO, but it does involve the policy map that went into effect in July 1st, 2022. This area, we talked about zoning areas, but let's talk about the place types. It is a neighborhood 2 place type. What is proposed, an 80-foot building, is not compatible with a neighborhood 2 place type. An 80-foot building is not compatible with the Providence Road corridor. It would be the biggest building on the Providence corridor between 485 and Sharon Amity Road. This would be it's got 2 exits. What Mr. Carmichael put up is different than what is in the site plan. I can only talk about what's in the site plan, which shows 2 exits onto Old Providence Road, 1 exit onto Providence Road. There is no pedestrian access onto Providence Road. The only pedestrian is shown is going onto Old Providence. According to, if you look at the plan that's in the rezoning petition, looking at the tree save area, it will have about 80% impervious area. And neighborhood 2 aims for 35 to 45%. So this, at the size and the magnitude of the project that they're suggesting, it's incompatible with the place type, it's incompatible with the corridor. It's a huge, massive program to add 27 affordable housing units. They're going to go from 49 to 76. It doesn't make sense.
Chris Chotard, pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me, and thank you to Mr. Pettin and planning as well. I think they put a lot of work into this and don't get a lot of credit. I'll underscore to Dennis's last point there. I think it wasn't brought up very well in the initial presentation, but those existing 46 units are being torn down and those 46 families being displaced. So I also agree that it's not very much of a net positive impact. But what I'm here to talk about is infrastructure. You should have received a handout with some kind of orange and blue graphs. And so I just wanted to walk you through some data points. I did work with Elise Barella with DFX Consulting. She's a traffic engineer, so there is some credibility behind these figures. The first page and slide is meant just to give you an idea of the scope and scale of the density and the intensity of this particular development compared to other rezonings in the area. You can see that it's around 3 to 5 times the intensity of some of those other rezonings. Cotswold Village, for example, oops, that's not this one, but that does impact the infrastructure, so I'll move on. If you flip to the back page of that first slide, NCDOT does have a recommended average traffic count limit for every street and corridor in the city of Charlotte. And so look that up, and it's 39,000 cars a day on Providence Road. You can see, looking at these major intersections, that each intersection is either over at Folger Drive or at capacity already. So how many of you have been on Providence Road? Just about everybody, right? It's one of our main arteries in the city. Councilmember Driggs, we've worked closely with on this as well. So we're already at capacity on Providence Road. And then if you flip to the next slide or the next page, Not only are we at capacity, but when you look at level of service, many of these major intersections are already at an F at the AM and PM peaks. So we're talking about, and if you look at your Google Maps, it's just common sense. Everything's just bright red during rush hour in this area. So we're talking about an extremely intensive proposal, 3 to 5 times any other rezoning in the area for a corridor which is just overwhelmed at the moment. If you flip to the next page, and this was mentioned earlier, there are a number of other rezonings in the area, one which there was an article about with Mr. Levine mentioning that he's about to get underway on the Mallard Creek area. Based on NCDOT data, these rezonings within this 2-mile stretch on Providence Road will add 17,000 incremental trips on top of what we have today. So we're at 39,000 today, which is absolute max. These rezonings are going to add 17,000 trips on top of that. And then if you flip to the next page, at the very top there, this is pulled from the TIS. Mr. Randy did. These proposed rezonings, Horizon is one of which, but the TIS was done for the 3 that are together coming up in the next few minutes. We'll add 22,000 incremental trips on Providence Road. So we're going from 39,000 trips today, 17,000 incremental, and another 22,000 on top of that 17,000. So we're effectively doubling the average daily traffic count on Providence Road. I don't think anybody thinks that would be a good idea, given that we're already at capacity today. Not only are we doubling the average daily traffic count, however, but if you go through the TIS, as I did with an engineer, you'll see that at certain intersections, the next slide is actually having to do with safety, so I'll jump back to that one. I got ahead of myself. But if you actually look at the safety impact in this area, this is also in the TIS, 400 accidents with 5 fatalities or serious accidents over that same 5-year time frame. So when you think about doubling the intensity of one of our most serious arteries in the city and the safety impact that has, it's going to be significant. Flipping to the next page then, not only talking about how many vehicles are traveling down the road, but the level of service. As you all know, sitting in your car at a stoplight when it's backed up is not the most fun thing to do when you're trying to commute to work. So looking at the TIS, there were some intersections that were improved. I'll give them credit for that. But there were also many, many intersections that get materially worse with this development. So the first column you see on this chart is the existing level of service and the second delay at rush hour PM. So if you take, for example, the second line, you're going southbound on Providence, you get to Providence Fairview. Today it's a level of service D, and you're sitting at that stoplight for 52 seconds. In 2030, after this build is complete, on the far right column, you're going to be sitting there for 114 seconds, which is more than a minute greater wait time, and the level of service moves to F. Without this development, in the middle column, the level of service would be D, with only a 58-second wait time. So while some intersections have been improved, many, many intersections in this very important corridor are seeing dramatic increases in their wait time. So with that, I also wanted to point out, and this is not Mr. Goddard's fault, but CDOT did use some very developer-friendly assumptions within the TIS. There's a 1% overall growth factor assumed for that corridor. UDO recommends 2%. Charlotte Streets Manual recommends 2%. And I ran a trend myself. That was over a 20-year time frame over the last 5 years, and we do have one 2023 data point. It's a 4% compound annual growth rate. So if you take that 1% and extrapolate it to 4%, or if we could redo the TIS at that 4%, you would see even more than a doubling of traffic on Providence Road. It's like a snowball, I think, rolling downhill. It's picking up speed and getting greater and greater momentum. Those 17,000 trips that I mentioned in the nearby rezonings, even though they are recommended to be included by the NCDOT policy on street and driveway manual, they were not required to be recommended, and therefore they were not included in the TIS. So therefore, the TIS has a very conservative growth factor, and it's missing 17,000 incremental trips. And thirdly, the units were increased with a subsequent proposal by 2 of these developments, and the TIS was not adjusted for that increase in units. So the TIS is extremely conservative, and even with that, we're seeing a dramatic increase in traffic and a dramatic increase in wait times, and I'm extremely concerned about the infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Okay, there's 2 minutes left for the other speaker.
Good afternoon, or good evening. My name's Doyle George. I live in Providence Springs, which is near the Arboretum, and I have the same problem going up and down Providence Road, and you all do. One thing, preliminarily here, what John Carmichael showed you was a site plan that we haven't analyzed. That site plan is different from the site plan that was submitted 30 days ago on 3/11. So my comments related to that prior site plan. It's my understanding, and I'm just confused. Maybe Dave Patton could clarify this for me, but I thought that you couldn't submit a new site plan or discuss a new site plan if it hadn't been submitted 30 days in advance of the public hearing. So I asked that question because the site plan that you just saw shows, it shows one access point on Old Providence, but the site plan that was submitted shows two. There is an access point on Providence Road, but the plan that John put up did not have one. So it's vastly different from what we've seen and what we've analyzed. And I think it's a little bit unfair to do that. In any event, the old site plan simply didn't meet the requirements of Section 9.8501 of the zoning ordinance, which is the MUD-O zoning ordinance. There are 15 specific requirements showing the building, the relationship to the building, to other buildings, to pedestrian access, vehicular access. None of that was shown on that site plan because, as you can see, they're in building envelopes. We don't have any buildings. So I don't know what has happened in the meantime. I think it's interesting that Horizon has decided to modify their site plan, but that's not what we have in front of us. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Carmichael, you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you. So this is basically what was presented or submitted last time, and what we showed you. Well, anyway, there are some differences. I can't pull up the site plan, but the site plan I shared with you did not show the access point on Providence Road, but I mentioned it verbally that we wanted to do that. There are building envelopes for the multifamily building, but the site plan I showed you had some indentations with some articulation that's going to be proposed. The rule is you can't submit anything less than 30 days in advance of the hearing, but you can show changes at the public hearing without having submitted a revised plan. We're not trying to pull any wool over anyone's eyes, but we've just been developing the plan, and we're happy to talk to Mr. George about it. I'm going to ask Mr. Meacham to talk about the displacement briefly, if I could.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood, as a part of our development strategy, when we're replacing units and we're going to revitalize the community, we talk to the community first and we assess the needs of those residents. When they're relocated off-site, each one of them has the opportunity to come back. It's an actual right to come back. The only reason we're doing this actual development is to create a better environment for them in a high-opportunity community and have them to come back to it. It is their choice at the end of the day. Some of them will get a housing choice voucher. Some may move into other housing that Enlivian has. But definitely, it's all about them, and they have the opportunity to come back. That's right.
Thank you. And if Mr. Goddard's here, so if there's any traffic questions, I'll defer to him for those.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Meacham, for being here and everything that you do in the community to serve affordable housing. Okay. I have,
Third person.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't know. I apologize.
Mr. Bakari, and then it's Ms. Ashmira.
Okay.
And then it's Ms. Watlington, so
Okay.
I got you though.
No problem.
Thank you all for coming on all angles of this. There are 3 separate petitions we're about to hear in a row. Each have their own unique groups and strategies, but it's hard to understand this whole picture unless we contemplate all 3 of them together and understand. I think the similarities we're going to hear with all of them, and the pros being we need housing stock, we need retail, we need workforce opportunities, all the things that are there, affordable housing. And the negatives will all probably have touch points to the age-old story of Providence Road and what we go through that every time, and it's just going to be amplified by the scale of what we're talking about here. So my approach, and I've reached out to a number of the community members now that we're in this phase, of kind of hearing and post-hearing, which we will have time necessary to have much deeper conversations now that we're going to kind of get everything out in the open. I'm going to focus on two major fronts personally with all of you. One is going to be with staff not in a place right now to support. I want to better understand what's the path. Is there a path? What are the things? We've listed these items. I want to be able to go back and forth with the petitioners and kind of understand what's on the table there so we know ultimately where we're headed, if it's going to be something that staff and then ultimately zoning committee can get behind, and we're just kind of at a spot right now where we needed to come forward, but there's more work to do, or is it something else? And then separately, and probably more importantly, is I've had some touch points to this. I've been to a number of meetings with the community and others, had some chats. So now I'm going to more deeply get engaged with just the community side. So on all three of these petitions, we can understand exactly where we are, set a goalpost, and figure out, okay, can we achieve some kind of mutual win-win? Because on one side of the coin, we know this presents an amazing opportunity for what this community could massively benefit from, the density and the units we need, the affordability we need, also some exciting things around workforce and things like that. But with that magnitude comes some pretty significant concerns that we're going to have around transportation and the trips per day. So we'll figure those things out, and we'll figure out if they are solvable or if they're not. I just ask that both of these groups continue to operate in good faith, and I will, instead of asking for updates periodically, will be in the weeds, particularly with the community groups, to understand exactly directly what their perspectives are, what things they need. If you haven't gotten information, we're going to make sure you get that, have time to go through it, and get your perspectives laid out. And then I'll use the principled approach that I normally do, which is for big things like this, table stakes are mitigating the new trips, the congestion that they're going to add, and a big win is doing more, having more impacts on a corridor that we know in a state-owned road is a deep, deep problem that we experience every day. So appreciate the community members, obviously, for being so disciplined and detailed in your review of this, and just know that we'll start this process in this next chapter together now. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Ejimira?
Thank you. So until Mr. Bukhari mentioned that all three are pretty much on the same, in the same neighborhood, I looked at it, all three of them do not have staff support. It brings up an issue about connectivity and cross-access between the sites. And I think one of the speakers did bring up that issue. So, Mr. Carmichael, just for your rezoning petition, which is number 31, if you can speak to the connectivity issue, a lack of connectivity and cross-access between those sites.
Well, that comment relates to this site and the site to the south.
That's,
So not, I don't think,
it says
I
plan.
presume it's not to the east.
It says development area A and development area B in our notes.
Right, and I presume that means connectivity from this site to the parcels to the south, which is the north.
That's correct. We're speaking of connectivity
So
between.
yeah, Councilmember Zamarich, so they're talking about connectivity between this site and this site, which is the Northwood Raven. And so what we'll do, we'll have conversations with Mr. Brown and Mr. Wilson about that after the hearing and see what we can work out. Happy to do that.
Okay, so certainly that would be a concern of mine. I certainly like the affordable housing component, which provides affordable housing that we very much need. Also, I see in the staff's notes here, it talks about the building height up to 80 feet, and this one would achieve an unprecedented scale of development, and that is for this corridor. So certainly that is a concern of mine as well.
Okay.
So if you could speak to that, you don't have to have a response today, but at some
Sure.
point before the decision.
Happy to. Yes, ma'am.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. much of the discussion that's happened to this point, I'll be interested in as this goes along. I'd really like to understand, for the gentleman who submitted this, where is he? Can you please just help me? Can you come to the?
Yeah.
Can you just help me understand one more time? Where did this come from?
This data is all from the TIS or from NCDOT or from CDOT.
Who prepared this document?
I prepared it with the help of an engineer. Her name is Elisa Barella. She's a PhD and a PE. And I put it in Florida colors too, just for you.
Well, so I just want to know, because I'm extremely interested in how this was put together and very impressed. And I just want to know, do y'all consult? Because we could appreciate some. You want to join Team Charlotte? 'Cause this-
I'm here to help the city. I mean, that's my interest. I'm a citizen, right? I live right off of Providence Road, but whatever I can do to help the city, I will do.
Yeah, because the methodology is is significant, and I think it's what Councilmember Johnson and others have been asking for a while as we look at these cumulative impact of development. So anyway, I just want to say I appreciate you and the engineer you worked with on this, and to the extent that we could do some benchmarking, it would be great. And I'm sure that we probably got this somewhere, but if we could work together to figure out how to get a little bit more of this kind of granularity on these rezonings, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And planning was very helpful also. We did have conversations with them, so thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman McCarvey went into detail about community. I'm a big advocate on community, so I don't need to repeat and sound like a broken record, but I definitely would be interested in the community piece and advocating for community in every area, all aspects of the city. So information, I met with you before, I've met with you and Mr. Thank you so much for your piece, because when I came into your office, you did share with me, because that's the first thing I said, would they be displaced and would they be able to come back? So thank you so much for stating that before the council. You did state that in our one-on-one meeting, so I appreciate you for that. But community, thank you, Mr. Bakari. Great, great presentation on community. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to thank the residents for their presentation. It's good to see you, Mr. George. And of course, it's good to see you, Mr. Meacham. Yes, it's great to see you. And you know, I'm an affordable housing advocate, so I'm looking forward to supporting this, and I'm looking forward to the city staff being able to support it. So I wanted to ask about the traffic impact study, if I can.
Can I get Mr. Goddard up here? Councilmember Johnson?
Huh?
Can I get Randy up here as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. I have to have a talk.
Thank you. So currently, the city staff does not support the petition because of the traffic impact study. Are we working through that? Is there, do you know why it's not supported at this time?
Well, I'm sure CDOT can answer that for you, but from our side, we've completed the traffic study. Matter of fact, NCDOT has accepted it. There's only been a couple minor comments. All we're waiting on from the department is for CDOT and NCDOT to get together and come up with all the mitigation that's going to be required of all three rezoning cases. So we've presented that information. They're supposed to have that meeting by the end of the month. And I think we're like this close to having all that worked out as far as all the mitigation up and down the corridor, which includes access management above and beyond what all three rezoning cases have. So there's a huge section of Providence that will be improved as a result of the cumulative effect on the traffic study for the three rezoning cases.
I appreciate you're saying cumulative effect or cumulative impact. That is something I've been talking about for the last 4 years. So I do appreciate the document. Is it Mr. Powers? I'm sorry, what's your? Okay, yes, Mr. Shotard. Okay, thank you. That's all. Is someone here from CDOT or?
Yes, if you have questions for CDOT, we can
Okay.
get them up here.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to confirm what the gentleman said? Are we close to a resolution, or?
Yes, so this is Jake Carpenter with CDOT. So due to the time constraints with the old ordinance rezonings and the public hearing schedules, normally we try to get the traffic studies completely finalized, approved, and everything worked out prior to public hearing, but due to some of the time constraints, we've gotten to a point where we're mostly comfortable with the study, and there's still a few remaining items to iron out, some technical revisions. But what he said is accurate. We are working with NCDOT to kind of put the final touches on approval and improvements. They have their listed set of improvements on their rezoning documents as of now. There may be some slight adjustments, but we're comfortable with where we are, but not quite finalized and approved.
That's great to hear, because one of the things I mentioned last week is that we want to make sure that we're developing affordable housing throughout the city, so in a balanced way. So I look forward to working with the district representative. That's all I have. Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'm excited about the investment. I appreciate that, and the prospect of revitalizing this whole area on Providence Road. There are a number of ways in which this is beneficial. The difficulty in my mind is the same as for Mr. Bakari, the existing on Providence Road, and I'm just south of there. So I get the other half of all the complaints. And we'll need sort of convincing that we really have solved the problem of that huge increase in traffic. We're here slightly prematurely because of the deadline. I get that. So I'm just going to leave it right now that we've got more work to do. Mr. Grills has studied this subject, and he and I have talked frequently over a long period. We had a meeting with Ed McKinney looking at the possibility of improvements on Providence Road within the existing footprint, because the truth is the prospect for any major investment there by NCDOT is remote. I don't see it taking shape. We've got to sort of make it happen where we are. So I'll leave it there. I'm just wondering how this council will get updates in terms of some of these questions, because this isn't the only one that are not fully worked out yet. Are you going to submit updated staff recommendations, or how will we move from here?
Yes, so the next step will be to go to zoning committee. It's my understanding that none of the three petitions intend to go to zoning committee at this next opportunity. And we can reevaluate from there, but when they submit revised plans, we'll review them and update our staff analysis based on those revised plans.
So I'll just say, colleagues, there's some big pluses here and a couple of minuses as well, right? We got work to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, I noticed that you had 25 attendants at the public meeting, and several attended the other two, so over 110 residents attend or have some level of interest in these three plans. But specifically for yours, what are you hearing from the community? Is it simply, we've heard a lot about traffic patterns and traffic this evening, but are there any other concerns outside of that that are bubbling up?
I think the speakers spoke to those points primarily, as far as I'm aware. It was traffic, density, height. I mean, there may be others, but those were the main points I recall, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. All right. Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you. I have a question for staff, and I actually asked this question last week, because we're looking at this proposal, and for some of my colleagues, they're excited about the idea of affordable housing. One, affordability is subjective. We need to have a clear understanding around workforce housing. But I'm trying to understand, are we going to now be setting up to be tracking the unit or the individual? Because we can look at a potential of a small number of units out of 350 today, but if the cost structure that automatically has an increase in it for the development, we'll have an individual at today's AMI be priced out of that unit within 3 years. The longevity of a transparent conversation with the developers as far as what our expectations are and with the community when we're going to the community and saying, look, they're offering to give us some mixed-use units in here. Are we looking, have you all had any conversations to clarify what that would look like outside of saying, well, it'll stay in this range for 15 years, 20 years? Are we looking at the individuals? Because for Mr. Meacham, you have a very targeted audience of individuals that need assistance.
So we're looking at the number of units specifically, and they've committed to between rents that are affordable to individuals or households making between 30 and 80% AMI, which, of course, as you've alluded to, the AMI is based on the area, as it says, so that can change. But they've committed to this for a period of no less than 30 years. And
Okay, so a quick clarification.
Sure.
AMI based on the area or AMI based on the city? Because that's two different conversations, because this particular area has, if we're looking at our service workers, our workforce, are we looking at their AMI or are we looking at the aggregate of the incomes of the household?
It would be
rooftops?
the households for the entire area, not citywide. I'm not a affordable housing expert. I'm not sure exactly where that boundary would be drawn. Maybe Mr. Mitchum could speak to
Mr.
that.
Meacham may be better suited to answer.
In this specific community, we're talking about HUD's definition of affordable housing, and so that's going to be 30% of AMI up to the 80%. And I know we're saying 30 years, but when Enlivia normally does something, it's in perpetuity. And so, it goes up every single year, right, the AMI. And so we'll still keep capturing more and more families that keep falling into this area that they need affordable housing. But none of the people that are already qualified will be disqualified in the future, because they'll still be in that probably 30% and below of area median income.
Thank you for that clarification, because I don't know if I believe all of my colleagues received an email recently where we have specifically some elders in the community that are on fixed limited incomes that are now being priced out of projects. And as we're having this conversation of new development, I want to make sure that we're having very transparent conversations of what the expectation is. Because again, Enlivia, formerly the Housing Authority, had a very specific goal of targeted community to assist. That seems like it's expanding, but we have multiple needs in the city. I just want to make sure that we're not setting people up where in 3 years they are going to have to start this process all over again. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to number 32, petition number 2023-038 by Levine Properties. The location is approximately 84.16 acres located on the north side and south side of Sardis Lane and east side of Providence Road. In District 6, Mr. Bakari. Into B1SCD, B1CD, R20MF, and the proposed zoning is UR2 and MUD O with 5-year vesting rights. Currently, the staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its form, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Jeff Brown and McVeigh and Mr. Levine and Molino will have, as well as Mr. Wickland will have 10 minutes in aggregate to speak in the affirmative, and then there will be Joan Killian, Ms. Devaney, Ms. Dotson, Mr. Grills, and Mr. Choten to speak against it, again in 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This one is the longest of the 3 Providence Road petitions, so I will just bear with me and we'll get through it. Petition 2023-038 is located on the north and south side of Sardis Lane, east side of Providence Road. The site is approximately 84.16 acres and is currently developed with multifamily, commercial, outdoor, and indoor recreation. The site is divided into 5 development areas. Development Area A is currently zoned Neighborhood 1 in 1A and also Neighborhood 2. Development Area B, which is here, is zoned into B, Neighborhood 2. Area C is zoned B1 SCD, Neighborhood Business Shopping Center District. Development Area D, split zone B1 CD and R20 MF. And Area E is currently zoned R20 MF. The proposed zoning for Area A is MUD CD, Mixed Use Development District Conditional. For B, C, and D, the proposed zoning is MUD O, Mixed Use Development District Optional. For Area E, proposed zoning is UR2 CD, Urban Residential Conditional. The site is both consistent and inconsistent with the 2040 policy map. The map recommends the following. Area A recommends the Neighborhood 1 place type, and one of the 2 development options outlined in the plan is consistent with this, and one is inconsistent with it. Area B and D are inconsistent with the map's recommendation for Neighborhood 2. Area C is inconsistent with the map's recommendation for Neighborhood Center, and Area E is consistent with the map's recommendation for the Neighborhood 2 place type. The proposal calls for up to 1,113 dwellings and up to 357,740 square feet of non-residential square footage, along with an option for outdoor recreation facilities. The development areas propose the following. Development Area A proposes up to 125 attached or detached dwelling units, or a second option of an outdoor recreation use associated with a school, institution, or civic use as permitted in the MUD zoning district, up to 48 feet in height. Development Area B is up to 725 dwelling units and up to 225,000 square feet of non-residential uses permitted in the MUD O district, up to 80 feet in height. Development Area C would permit up to 92,740 square feet of non-residential uses as permitted in the MUD district, up to 65 feet in height. Area D would permit 40,000 square feet of indoor recreation uses, a large child care center, as permitted in the MUD district, up to 60 feet in height. And Development Area E would permit up to 263 dwelling units as allowed in the UR2 district, up to 65 feet in height. The plan also proposes to allow transfers of development rights between areas as follows. Up to 125 units could be transferred between Development Area A and Development Area E. Up to 150 dwelling units could be transferred between Development Area B and Development Area E, and up to 15,000 square feet of non-residential floor area could go from Area C to Area D. It also proposes to allow the conversion of development rights between residential units and non-residential square footage and vice versa. Non-residential square footage may be converted to residential dwelling units at a rate of 500 square feet per one dwelling unit for a maximum of 50 dwelling units, and residential units may be converted to non-residential floor area at a rate of one dwelling unit for 500 square feet of non-residential floor area, maximum of 25,000 square feet. This site proposes workforce housing with a minimum of 108 units within Development Area E, restricted to household with incomes below 80% AMI for a period not less than 15 years. The plan prohibits gas stations, convenience stores with gas sales, automobile repair garages, and eating, drinking, entertainment establishments with drive-through uses. Petition requests optional provisions, including allowing parking, loading areas, and maneuvering between buildings, the building and the street in development areas B, C, and D along Providence Road, Landmark Drive, and International Drive, and the existing and realigned Sardis Lane. Allows existing and new parking and maneuvering areas located between the existing buildings and new public streets within development areas C and D. Allows existing and new development buildings within development areas C and D to not meet blank wall requirements of the MUD district. does not require screening of existing parking areas within development areas C and D when uses are changed or expanded, and these provisions would not exempt existing parking areas from compliance with the tree ordinance. Architectural standards are proposed for multifamily, single-family attached townhomes, and non-residential buildings in development areas A and B, including preferred and prohibited building materials, build-to zones, minimum building frontage in the build-to zones along the street, minimum ground floor heights, minimum transparency, prominent entrances, pedestrian-oriented ground floors, modulation and articulation standards, blank wall limitations, minimum slope of pitched roofs, screening of mechanical equipment in service areas, front porches with stoops, etc. Transportation improvements would include dedication of additional right-of-way on Providence Road and Sardis Lane, building a 12-foot multi-use path, an 8-foot planting strip on Providence Road, and a 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip on Sardis Lane and International Drive, constructing public and private street network as generally depicted on the site plan. The plan proposes a minimum open space within development area A, B, C, and E, provides a 30-foot Class C buffer in development area A, adjacent to the single family. Development provides a 100-foot landscape buffer and open space along the northern eastern property lines in development area E, so along here. The plan proposes the following dedications to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec: 30-foot landscape area with access easement to Mecklenburg County in area E, in this area. Construction of a 12-foot shared use path with access to McAlpine Creek Greenway, construction of a bridge for the connection to McAlpine Creek Greenway, and dedication of a 2.5 acre park within development area E. There are several outstanding issues, including the traffic impact study not being approved, additional transportation conditional notes are required. The plan should clarify whether or not improvements will be made to existing bus stops adjacent to the site. Maximum building height should be reduced. The plan should clearly state the total maximum development potential, including transferable rights between development areas and conversion rights. The plan should specify the amount of existing development on the site. Only one development option should be proposed for development areas A and B, but if multiple development options are to remain, the plan should provide clear guidance on what triggers one of the two options to move forward. Should show the proposed layout of areas C and D, provide architectural design standards for development areas C, D, and E. The plan should commit to a minimum sidewalk width of 8 feet for all public streets and a network required private streets. The petition must address the remaining stormwater and urban forestry comments. And at this point, I will pause and let CDOT share a couple slides before we move on to the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Just wanted to give a high-level overview of sort of the traffic impact study and improvement. Awaiting some technical revisions and things might change, but just to give a flavor of what we've worked with the development teams on. So we started probably over a year ago, and the traffic study has been completed to include all three of these rezoning petitions. The petition that you just heard, 2023-023, would not on itself trigger a traffic study. But due to the complexity of the area, the development team worked with us to include all of the developments under one umbrella so that we could best estimate the impacts. So there were 6 phases of development in the study, all the way out to a 2030 build-out. There was additional growth rate along the corridor and along the off-site intersections that we worked with the development team on. 17 existing study intersections, plus additional proposed intersections, as well as 13 existing traffic signals that were analyzed. Next slide. So there's a few sets of improvements, primarily for this development along the Providence Road frontage. There were some major improvements proposed to realign Old Sardis Lane and create a new approach at Old Providence Road with a one-way pair of ingress and egress, as well as traffic signal improvements and a new traffic signal at the realigned Old Sardis Lane. Along northbound Providence Road, there's over 2,000 feet of new through lane proposed to provide capacity through the development area. There are turn lane improvements at 7 off-site intersections, as well as additional pedestrian signalization improvements at 7 off-site intersections. In addition to the traffic study work, we worked with the development team to provide some access management safety improvements along the corridor, where we worked to close some full access locations at strategic locations and provide new signalization to route both pedestrians and vehicles to safe access points along the corridor. In addition, for this development, there's approximately over 11,000 feet of new or upgraded sidewalk and over 4,000 feet of new multi-use path, including a connection to the greenway to the south of the site. That's it. Kick it back to Max.
And for the recommendation, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in current form, as the proposal offers multiple development options that pose different land use outcomes, so that effect on the policy map cannot be determined until the time of development. The plan does not clearly state the amount of existing development or total development proposed for the site as a whole. TIS has not been approved. The proposed height is unprecedented in the Providence Road corridor. The plan lacks comprehensive architectural and design standards. I'm happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you and team will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, members of the zoning committee. There's a lot of detail in this, as you have quickly found out. We're pleased to be here with our team, Bridget Grant and Keith McVeigh, assisting Daniel Levine and Daniel Molino of Levine Properties on what is a really exciting opportunity. It's a complicated opportunity. As many of the council members have already said, it needs to be balanced with infrastructure. But the revitalization opportunity we're talking about tonight is tremendous. So we're here to work through those details going forward. We commit to work with the stakeholders who are speaking tonight. We commit to work with CDOT. We commit to work with NCDOT and continue working with the staff on site plan items. We really appreciate the staff's efforts. As I say, there's a lot here to chew on. There's a lot of detail, but there does provide an incredible opportunity for a new, vibrant redevelopment. Provides an incredible opportunity for a new street system, an opportunity for much more pedestrian connectivity, connections to the Greenway, a 2.5-acre park. There's a lot of great here. But we recognize with, frankly, the April deadline that we're here perhaps a month earlier than we'd like to be. But we commit to work with the staff and to provide the types of updates so that the council is kept abreast of things as we go forward. So we're here to do exactly that. It's an ambitious proposal, but one that I think can be leveraged amazingly to not only provide transportation improvements that mitigate the traffic of the development, as Councilmember Bakari also said, but also through some of the access management that CDOT talked about to improve fewer U-turns, some traffic signals so that the flow on Providence Road can actually be better. I'm not sure there's going to be another development in this sort of area of Providence Road where there could be a leveraging of this type of opportunity along with the revitalization. We're going to go through a few slides. Y'all been at this a while, but let me ask Daniel Levine to give a little bit of his thoughts quickly if we could. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor, council, zoning committee, thank you so much for bearing with us through this very extensive petition. My name is Daniel Levine with Levine Properties, and I really do appreciate your hard work on petitions like this. It's meaningful. Our vision includes replacing a deteriorated and physically obsolete set of apartments with new ones that we will build, and providing 108 new workforce housing units without request for public subsidy. These will be 80% of AMI, and they'll be dedicated for a period of 15 years. And, I'm reminded from a presentation that Raj Chetty came back to Charlotte in November. And, in that presentation, he emphasizes the influence of geographic, locational, and economic mobility, including workforce housing, to become a priority for, and that's has become a priority for this redevelopment. And he said, part of our responsibility for all of us who are lucky to be here is to try to think about how we can share these opportunities more widely, allowing for a broad section of the community to participate. So we envision a new, vibrant retail and possible grocery store at this location that brings back some of those uses from years ago. But with enhanced green space, neighborhood goods and services, food and beverage establishments to support the surrounding neighborhoods. Other aspects include a more walkable area, and this includes our work with Park and Recreation to connect our mixed-use development and the developments across Providence Road directly to McAlpine Creek Greenway. And this revitalization will not only create new sense of place, commit to workforce housing for many years, and to support improved traffic flow on Providence Road, it will also increase the city and county tax revenues over time, helping to support city and county services and economic development goals. We've spent considerable time connecting with nearby resident leaders from all around these sites, from the Dunedin neighborhood, Valley Brook, Sardis Lane, Blueberry Lane, Wimbledon, and Chambry neighborhoods, and with the Providence Road leaders such as Dennis Grills, Doyle George, and Chris Chotard. And we are committed to continue working with them in a collaborative process as the CDOT and NCDOT studies come in, and we look forward to moving this along. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. You have 4.5 minutes left, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to just point out a few things. Again, an opportunity we feel like not only to revitalize an area for the community, surrounding community, but also to achieve a number of the city's policy goals. These slides, again, give you a little flavor of what we've discussed about the opportunity to really create a revitalization of an area that's now got 60 years. You'll also know there have been commercial uses in the past. Many of you may remember the Harris Teeter on the interior of the site. I could go on a lot of different items. Hopefully this slide gives you the flavor of what we've talked about with the Greenway connection, with the pedestrian connections, with the walkability, with the interconnection between the residential and the potential retail uses. A lot of positive things that we're dealing with on this potential revitalization. It is complicated, as Max's presentation talked about. We're very confident we can work through a number of these details. We talked a little bit about buffer treatments and landscaped area. I think it is important. I know we're still working with, Daniel and his team is working with the Valley Brook neighborhood. If you can see to the right in the larger image, that's a 100-foot landscaped area that is being preserved from that development area E with the Valley Brook next door. And then if you see the smaller image, there's a 40-foot area of a setback up with the Dunedin neighborhood. And I know there's still concerns being expressed in some of those communities tonight, but we will continue to have those meetings to ensure that there's confidence with regard to the buildings and the uses next door to those existing neighborhoods. I'm not going to go through, but this gives you, again, the flavor of the interconnectivity that we're seeking to achieve, not only with the Greenway internally, to provide for these pedestrian and traffic improvements and road improvements that we think will make this development function efficiently, but also work well for the neighborhood. Jay Carpenter did a good job of talking about where the transportation work is. I just want to indicate that we have already included in the development standards possible transportation improvements at a number of these intersections. We've included in the development standards possible access management, which is the potential traffic signals, which is the potential of medians being adjusted to try to encourage the flow. What we need to do is continue working to determine what's the best bang for the needs. What are those areas that need the most attention, and what are the improvements that provide the highest yield for making this situation not only mitigating traffic, but potentially improving the traffic flow on Providence. This is the segment running from roughly Lansdowne on the north, past Hamilton Mill Road on the south. It's not an easy thing to read, I realize, but this is what we're talking about when we're talking about access management. The potential for a new traffic signal at Folger, for example, potential for a new traffic signal at Howe Mill Road, to be able to allow the community to get back out on Providence without having to wait, and also perhaps making some ways in which the community would go back through the neighborhood to get to a signal, as opposed to having a driveway that gets out onto Providence that slows up traffic. Those are the types of things we're really doing when we're talking about the access management. This is a couple of examples. I know this is not easy to read, but it tries to give you a flavor of the various punctuation marks along that corridor that we think can provide some improvements. Similarly with medians, that's the kind of work that we're dealing with, and we look forward to doing this. We are not coming back next month. We know we have work to do, but we're very confident that we can make something that is tremendously positive for this area, and at the same time leverage revitalization, not only for the good of the development, but also potentially to improve the traffic flow. And we'll continue working with them. Mr. Chotard prepared material that does recognize that Providence Road's a challenging road, but we are going to try to use the development, leverage it in a way that we think we can make some improvements. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Joan Killian, Barbara Devaney, Marilyn Dotson, Dennis Grill, Mr. Chotard, and Mr. George. In that order, you have 10 minutes to speak in aggregate.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Joan Killian. I have lived on Folger Drive for just shy of 5 years. I am an avid walker, so I know this area intimately. I do appreciate, I'm speaking against, but I do appreciate the opportunity to have this area redeveloped, because so much of it has not been well maintained or well utilized for some period of time. I also appreciate the emphasis on walkability and accessibility. I like the idea of mixed use and mixed income neighborhoods, and some increase in density is obviously going to happen in this city. But the massive size of the increase in density for this development is just, it so far outweighs the existing neighborhoods that are there. I have other concerns as well. We've talked about affordable housing being part of this, but if you were to look at the existing housing, it would seem that there's far more affordable housing units available now than what will be there when this unit or this development is complete. So I appreciate Ms. Mayfield's comments about assuring the sustainability of affordability in this area, that for years into the future there will still be workforce housing and lower AMI percentages that are available. I'm concerned about the height limitations. Directly behind me, where there's currently a woods, would be a 50-foot limit on buildings that would be peering down into the yards of the folks in Dunedin and on Folger, and 90 feet at the other areas. And that's very high for us to have the best use of our property as well. They just discussed the buffer zones, and I would want to have clarified what the landscaping in those buffer zones means. If it's a 40-foot buffer zone, and I think 30-foot landscaping, there was a mention of tree saving, but could all those mature trees that have been there 60 or 100 years that are healthy be saved and not developer-sized landscaping put in? I'm concerned about the loss of habitat and the wildlife byways that are going through there for the owls and the foxes and the other creatures that live there I'm concerned about light pollution from all of the businesses and all the traffic that will be in this area, especially at night. And I'm concerned about the tree canopy. Charlotte has a goal of 50% by 2050. We've already shrunk 2% in the 5 years I've lived here. And I just want to make sure that the mature trees are maintained in this property and that we don't just go in and clear cut and then put in little stuff that won't be mature for another several decades. When I was reading through the departmental descriptions or the sign-offs, I think that Parks and Recreation asked for a 4 to 5 acre park. I would encourage you to think about this property, the A portion of this property being a part of that park. It's got existing tennis and pickleball courts. It's got existing infrastructure. It has wildlife area to use as part of the park in there.
There's 6.5 minutes left.
Thank you. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I just want us to emphasize affordability and the environment.
I'm Barbara DeVitti, and I live on Dunedin Lane, and I concur in all of the comments that will be made by Marilyn Dotson, who will be speaking on behalf of our Homeowners Association. But I have a couple of other issues I really want to raise, and that's the loss of affordable housing. The Crest Apartments have long been a naturally occurring affordable housing location, and 80% of AMI for a single individual is $59,400 a year. So I'm wondering where the employees at Cotswold and the Arboretum are going to find housing. Also, I'm concerned about the 15-year commitment to retain those units at the 80% AMI. That seems to be considerably, seriously low. Mr. Levine has presented a couple of different options recently, and a couple I heard different from staff here tonight. The Providence Square retail plans should not include a new high-profile destination grocery store that will bring in traffic from outside the Providence area. A 100,000 square foot grocery store is really not needed there. A 50,000 grocery store that would be suitable for a Harris Teeter or a Publix would be more than sufficient. And he's also proposed to build his Plan A for Area A is to build 125 townhomes. That would be in an area that currently has 3 homes and the tennis courts. We much prefer his more recent Plan B, which is for a long-term lease to a private school for tennis and sports activities. Whatever they do there, they're really going to need to seriously divert stormwater from impacting Dunedin Lane. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 4.5 minutes left.
My name is Marilyn Dotson, and I am here on behalf of Dunedin's Homeowner Association. I have lived in Dunedin for 30 years, and I have watched this area develop more and more dense. I would like to stop a minute, though, and thank Daniel Levine for all the times that he has met with our HOA, because the first time he met with us was right after he bought Providence Square Shopping Center and what was then Providence Square Apartments. And that area had become so depressed, potholes all over the shopping center. And that is the part that we are very much in favor of, is seeing that what was at one time a very viable shopping center that was neighborhood-oriented being revitalized back to that purpose. Our concerns, though, have to do with what the staff has already identified as the overall density that's being proposed for this project. There's so many negatives when you start building high-rise 80 feet that's going to occur on the existing neighborhood structure. In 1994, we filed in Dunedin our first petition to have stormwater addressed. We never made it to the top of that list. We're still dealing with stormwater runoff. We're still dealing with flooding at the bottom of Stardust Lane, right at Valley Brook and Ramsgate. We're still dealing with the traffic congestion that every year becomes worse and worse. Stardust Lane alone has had over 30 new housing units built in the last 5 years. More driveways cutting in, more water runoff, et cetera, et cetera. Our schools. Well, the schools that service our area are Lansdowne Elementary, McClintock, and East Meck. All of them are over 90+% at capacity, and McClintock is at 127% capacity, and we just rebuilt that school 5 years ago. So what do you think is going to happen to our schools when we add another 2,000 plus units between all three of these developments?
You have a minute and a half left.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. You've heard two people talk about the magnitude. Let me tell you, it's a neighborhood center. That's what it has been. They want to make it a community activity center. We have a community activity center 2 miles away, Arboretum Shopping Center. Or if you go 2 miles north from this, you have Strawberry Hill Shopping. Those are both community activity center. I support the redevelopment of this as a neighborhood center. The square footage that they're asking for, to give you some idea of non-residential square footage, it's the same size as Carmel Common Shopping Center. We don't need that big of a shopping center right between Providence Road, on Providence Road between Strawberry Hill and the Arboretum. Yes, we do need it improved. We do need services there, but not to the magnitude. They're asking for a CAC and calling it a neighborhood center. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments. This is a balance situation. We want revitalization. You can't have it without a certain amount of new development to make the economics work. We want to restore keep affordable housing and to promote the affordable housing, but we have to also have new development to make that work. We have to have new development in order to be able to provide for the project, and we also need to make sure the roads and the infrastructure that we're providing is sufficient to handle it. There are some benefits. When you do redevelop, you do things like improve the stormwater approach. This is a very old development that didn't have the stormwater activity and the types of development needs that you now have under the more recent ordinance. So redevelopment does bring you into modern opportunities. The same with our trees, the efforts to ensure that we're providing for those in new and positive ways. We recognize the concern, again, fundamentally about the density, and we want to continue to have conversations, what's the appropriate level. But we have to urge everybody to realize this will not get done without a certain amount of increased development to make it work. This is expensive stuff. We're redeveloping and we're trying to take older buildings and make them new, and it's challenging. So we're going to do our very best over the next several months on transportation. We're going to do our very best to keep you informed, Councilmember Bakari. We thank your approach on this, and we'll look forward to coming back and having opportunities for further updates. And I can assure you that's what stakeholders. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you all once again. It's late, and your commitment of being here and relaying this is really important. Again, I think everyone's starting to see this is, I've been doing this now for 7 years, many of you longer. This is pretty unique in the three of these stacked up to each other. One alone is a big thing to wrap your mind in, and then you're thinking, we haven't even got to one yet. So we're going to see all of that. It's unique in that we are, so one, that is a unique opportunity. Two, it's a unique situation with the grandfathered districts, the April hearing, that we're coming here a month, some might argue, a little more early. So a lot of things that we would have seen done and dusted behind the scenes are still to be figured out, and nobody could have done anything about that. But I think on the positive side, unlike other rezonings that we typically have, another thing that's unique is, and you've heard, we're not sprinting to a decision in 30 days from now. And I think that's probably the most important takeaway for everyone. We have time, and I will be as big of a fair arbiter of the amount of time we need to make sure everybody's voice is heard. All the things that haven't been figured out, shared, analyzed, feedback given, and then negotiated, all has time. And I'll make sure I hold us accountable on all fronts to that. I'm really looking forward to the community engagement in this next chapter. Just council colleagues, I huddled with Dave Pettin over there for a minute. Again, with the uniqueness of this, there's going to be some work that's going to happen, some updates, some things that will occur. I recommended, and he agreed, that there needs to probably be some more formal of an update between that, but before zoning committee, so that folks can see where staff's head's at, what has changed. We can relay what the community feedback is. So I'm not sure what form that will take, but clearly we can't let the next time all the rest of you hear about this be, when everything's done. So we'll figure that out for all of you, and I'll hold that to account. And then for the community members, luckily I've had many different opportunities over the last 7 years to shepherd complex situations like this through, and I've come up with a very simple model that helps to ingest complicated things, which is where we don't have answers, we follow up and we get them. We bring it down to its most base level, and we go through a piece at a time and say, okay, well, like things we heard where affordability is important, but funding and driving, an important part I liked a lot was what we're going to get without having to tap into public subsidy on some of those things. I'll tell you where I think something is not as fair of a critique as possible, and I'll push back. One right away is comparing the natural occurring affordable housing that's there today with the benefits in working with Enlivian on the first one and seeing the workforce housing here. It's not just about something being there and a bit dilapidated that can be afforded. It's about having good infrastructure in place, good accessibility to a lot of innovative upward mobility concepts. So it's not as simple as doing the math in number of units or dollar amount of rent today and tomorrow. But there are some other fair points that I'll push back hard on, and one of them is going to be transportation and making sure that we take all of the details and the studies you've given us, and then we go break those down with them when the traffic studies are complete, and we make sure, are you indeed mitigating the impacts that you're creating? And how much more are you going over and above to give community benefit to those around who experience the deep pain that we here and at an NCDOT level simply cannot solve and continue to ignore in a lot of cases? So I mean to give you those two examples just to show you that I will be a down-the-middle arbiter and coordinator amongst all of us. I just ask all sides, as I always do, to operate in good faith in trying to get to an outcome that ultimately everyone can be happy with. And as long as we try to do that for as long as we can, we'll see where we get and reevaluate from there. But this is an amazing opportunity. This has a generational impact opportunity for our community in that part of town. And there's a lot of reasons why if I lived there, I might be annoyed with it. So we just take those principles and we see if we can't work through things so that everyone feels like their voice was heard and things were done. So that's my commitment to all you guys. And I'll primarily be working with the neighbors, to be quite honest. So more to come. I've reached out to many of the leaders that have been identified earlier today to tee us up, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This does seem like a major project, a major revitalization. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. What I would like to see, because while it's presented as 3 different petitions, for the residents, it's one big project. So I would like to see this from a cumulative impact. I mean, this is a great petition. You've got John Carmichael and Jeff Brown and Colin Brown are representing, and you got Livian and Mr. Levine, and so it's a big deal. I would like to see a map of this petition, of this project, and how they relate to one another. So all 3 petitions together, I'd like to review it from a cumulative perspective. How many units total is it? What improvements total is it? So I'd like to see this, how the residents are going to have to receive it. Instead of looking at this from a siloed approach, I think that would help me in the consideration. So, I mean, I know that the maps are here, but I would like to see, like, if we could, just an image of how they, just a one-page image, how they relate to one another, and what the total number of units are, total retail space, and just because this is a project, so I'd like to see a project scope of these 3 petitions.
We can get you a map and count of total units and square footage.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ajmer?
Thank you. Yes. My head is already spinning. It's just a lot of information, projects that are interconnected, but certainly there are a few things that I want to highlight. I think Mr. Bukhari kicked us off pretty well in terms of community engagement, the things in terms of traffic impact. Certainly, I believe this is a little bit premature, and I think part of the reason that Mr. Brown mentioned earlier is because of that April deadline. A lot of things that still needs to be worked out, but a couple of things that I would look at it very closely based on the feedback that Ms. Killian, Ms. Davini, and Ms. Dotson had provided, along with Mr. Grills. So first is the park. I believe there was a park that was proposed 2 to 3 acres. If we can increase it, because we are looking at very large development. Mr. Levine, you have worked with the city on various other rezonings, and you have certainly provided great community benefits. So I will certainly use that as a model to potentially even push the park space further. Obviously, one of the speakers had brought up concerns around high-rise. See, I know there was another concern we had in another rezoning of yours. So if we can look at that, where you were able to garner communities' support, if we can model the same level of support from the community here, that would certainly be tremendous for me. Density. In terms of the affordable housing commitment, I certainly applaud you for doing that without the subsidy from the city. I think that's tremendous. If we can look at that, increasing it to 30 years. And I can go on and on about other things, but I think these are just the basics. Let's start with this. And I thought that hearing would give me enough information, but certainly it looks like I need to meet with you to understand because of the complexity of this rezoning. There are so many, there is area A, B, C, D, E, same with the previous rezoning, and there is one more coming up, item number 33. If we can, to Councilmember Johnson's point, we need to look at it from a cumulative perspective, but certainly I think having one presentation on all 3 of them would be very helpful. There is more to come, but I certainly appreciate how well those speakers are. I appreciate they use very technical terms that we use, like NOAAs, a park space, and so certainly you all had done your homework, and I appreciate that.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I too want to lend my voice to what I think is a very exciting but very complicated scenario it's almost like having a 1,000-piece puzzle set. How we put the puzzle together is going to be interesting. So I look forward to working with and learning from Councilmember Bakari. If anyone can solve a puzzle, I think he can. He's demonstrated that before in terms of working with neighborhood groups and developers on very complex issues and bringing folks together. So I look forward to working with him as well as the resident of the community. I'm very familiar with the site, played tennis on the courts, so I know exactly where it's at and the impact that it really can have. I think it's already been mentioned, one, the affordability of the housing. I think that's really, really important that we maintain that and do it in a way that it protects what's already there in a new development, which is a difficult puzzle piece, right? Certainly transportation and the grid system up there is going to be critically important. And when you have two other developments that are in close proximity, then it creates certainly some impact. And so I think it is a good idea that we kind of examine them as independent units, because there are three different proposals, but certainly the cumulative impact is this is a true example of that, right? That I think we all can get our hands around. So working with staff on the transportation and Mr. Bakari scenarios is going to be critically important, I think, as we begin to redevelop how that looks over there. And then we talked about the cumulative impact, right? As well as and I think I heard earlier that there's going to be a comprehensive traffic study for all three petitions, which I think is going along the lines of what we said earlier in terms of making sure we understand the impact of all three on the grid system and on that road. So I look forward to learning and following Mr. McCarty's lead. I may step in from here or there to kind of add my 2 cents in reference to it, but I'm excited about what's coming, but I'm very, very interested in making sure that the neighborhood leaders' voices are heard and that we talk about some of the things that they articulated tonight. I think it's going to be critically important for the success of the project. So willing to learn, listen, and then to lead when necessary. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. I won't belabor all of the points that have been said, but I just want to add one because I think this is a particularly opportune time from a policy standpoint to really think about what does it mean to look at something comprehensively. We've seen excellent examples as it relates to the infrastructure conversation. But what I would love for us not to miss is an opportunity to really walk through this as a pilot for how do we think about planning for particular places. I know that we've got place types and the maps and things like that, but as it relates to how we're looking at rezonings really and truly, I think this is an opportunity to start to document a process for considering the broader areas, because I think that's the piece that's really going to make the difference as we are moving forward with the policy map and moving forward with these zoning decisions as we come to the end next year of this process that was started a couple of years ago. So ACM Heath, I don't know if that is something that needs to go through a committee referral or how official that needs to be, but I would like us to put some structure around it. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Ms. Watlington. I will say that, this is actually a unique opportunity here. The area between Strawberry Hill and the Arboretum hasn't really been touched significantly in a long time, and if done properly, it can really be a reimagining of how to open up that corridor and make it more enticing and inviting outside of vehicular traffic. And so the micromodal aspect, I think, of this particular project can be very much a blueprint from other projects coming down the pipeline. I do agree with my colleagues that there's some added complexity because you have 3 separate petitions here, but the congruency of the thought and the planning I think will help significantly up front. So happy to hear that Mr. Bakari is on tap for this and not going to rush the process, and encourage the three entities to work together, not only for the residents who came and spoke and shared their perspectives. Thank you for that. But just an overall, if you take a step back, just a more of a macro view of that corridor and how you can unlock connectivity and provide a great place to live, work, and play.
Close.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise hands.
I apologize. I do have one. I just want to formalize my request for a committee referral. Where it ends up will be fine, but I do just want to put that on the record that I am asking for a committee referral as it relates to the conversation.
You're formally asking. Okay? Okay? All in favor of closed public hearing? Any opposed? That is unanimous. I will say that we are at the 9:15 mark, and we have 5 petitions to get through in order to successfully get through everything. So we'll try to move as quickly as we can.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, real quick, we just need some clarification on that committee referral, because we need that spelled out.
I'll work on some language.
Okay.
Right now, we're just asking like what that is for us. We don't really know exactly what
So
we're being
Ms.
asked.
Watlington will work offline after the meeting for the clarification. You're welcome. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 33, petition number 2023-039 by Northwood Raven, location approximately 20.12 acres, bound by the east side of Old Providence Road, the west side of Providence Road, and north of Rivers Oak Lane, in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. Current zoning is N1A and R20MF. Proposed zoning is Mud O. Currently, staff does not recommend this petition in its current form. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown will have 10 minutes to speak in the affirmative. And again, Mr. Grills, Mr. Chotard, and Mr. George will have 10 minutes in aggregate to speak opposing. Thank you.
Petition 2023-039 is bound by the east side of Old Providence Road and west side of Providence Road, north of River Oaks Lane. The site is approximately 20.12 acres. It's currently the site of 2 single-family houses. The current zoning is actually just in 1A, Neighborhood 1, the R20 MF statement was a holdover from a previous site plan. Proposed zoning is Mud O, mixed-use development district optional. The 2040 policy map recommends the neighborhood 1 place type for this site. The Mud O district is inconsistent with the N1 place type. Approval of this petition would revise the 2040 policy map recommendation to the neighborhood 2 place type. The proposal calls for up to 745 dwellings, including 650 multifamily units up to 85 feet in height, 80 single-family attached units, and 15 detached single-family units up to 50 feet in height. The site is divided into 4 development areas, areas A, B, C, and D. Development areas A, C, and D are limited to single-family attached or detached units. The petition requests optional provisions, including allowing parking and maneuvering to be located between the building and streets as generally depicted on the site plan, allowing 1 parking space per street for visitor drop-off and parking. Architectural standards are proposed for multifamily structures and single-family attached townhomes, including preferred and prohibited building materials, fronting buildings to public streets, modulation and articulation standards, blank wall limitations, minimum slope pitched roofs, screening of mechanical equipment in service areas, prohibition of driveways on individual units, and front stoops. Transportation improvements will include dedication of additional right-of-way on Providence and Old Providence, expanding existing bus waiting area, building a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip on Old Providence Road, an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip on, multi-use path is on Providence Road, 8-foot sidewalk is on Old Providence Road. Petition will provide a Class C buffer, a minimum of 10 feet in width at the southern property boundary, and a 6-foot masonry wall in that same location. There's several outstanding issues, including traffic impact study has not been approved, cross-access connection between the site and the Horizon site to the north, which is petition 2023-023, should be coordinated. The maximum building height should be reduced. Clearly state the maximum development potential for all 4 development areas. The plan should specify the number of units currently developed on site. Commit to providing a 12-foot multi-use path along Horizon property development site if this petition is built out prior to the property to the north to allow access to the McAlpine Creek Greenway through petition 038. And Mecklenburg County Park and Rec requests a 1-acre park. Staff does not recommend approval of petition in its current form. The site lacks connectivity to the north with petition 2023-023, leading to 4 access points on Old Providence Road and 3 on Providence Road that are less than 1/3 of a mile apart. TIS has not been approved. Maximum permitted development potential is not clearly stated for each development area, and the proposed height is unprecedented in the Providence Road corridor. Happy to take any questions following Mr. Brown's presentation.
Mr. Brown?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, zoning committee members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner Northwood Raven. A lot has been said, so I'll try to expedite. We've got a few more petitions on the agenda we'd like to get to, but I would like to just say a few things. Certainly enough has been said about kind of the comprehensive nature of this. I do think this is unprecedented in my career to see major projects and major developers and nonprofits working together. So I think that's exciting. Councilmember Johnson, as you always say, what's the cumulative impact? And so to see these 3 with 1 traffic study, I think it's helpful. I can attest a lot of time, especially Mr. Levine and Mr. Wilson from Northwood Raven, going out and spend evenings in living rooms and dining rooms. This will be a transformational project in an area that needs some transformation. I think it's a testament to their efforts that we don't have several hundred people standing behind me tonight. I will say on this particular project, Max has given a good overview, but Mike Wilson and his team from Northwood Raven have really spent a lot of time with adjacent property owners. You'll hear from one in a moment to try and make some modifications ahead of time. The internal street network has been realigned, especially this one on both ends, at the request of neighborhoods here and here to give them a little space to line those up a little better. There's been extensive conversations about the buffer along this property line to give them some greater separation, preserving tree shade in this area. And certainly we've had to make some changes to our plan to accommodate Horizon. They have some restrictions by the way they're governed, so that's constrained our plan a little bit. But we're excited to continue working with them, continue working with the neighborhood as we go forward, CDOT, and come back to you with a plan, hopefully, that we have staff supporting. So I said it'd be quick. I do want to give a moment. Kevin Chapman, the president of the Chambray neighborhood, is here tonight. If he wouldn't mind, I'll ask him to speak, and then we'll hear from opponents.
City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to address tonight the proposed rezoning requested by Northwood Raven. Again, my name is Kevin Chapman. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Chambray Homeowners Association. We're a neighborhood of 42 lots, over 16-plus acres, located directly across Old Providence Road from this proposed development. Look, we love the area as it currently exists right now. It's 2 fantastic single-family homes and a gorgeous farm. But we're resigned to the fact that, in reality, this will be developed. We've known this for many years. And frankly, we'd prefer it occur with our involvement. And so to that extent, Daniel Levine and Northwood Raven have been proactive in reaching out to us, responsive in trying to address our requests and the concerns that we've had. Traffic and maintaining full access, specifically the ability to turn both left and right, coming out of our neighborhood, are concerns that we have raised on the several meetings we've had with the Northwood Raven team, along with expanded access to turn both in and out of our community and to avoid congestion. We're waiting for detailed plans and commitments in writing to reflect this, but they have communicated their intent to address both items. We're also waiting to see, as many of you are, the final results of the traffic impact study and any feedback from CDOT to make sure it doesn't impact requests that we've asked for and they've committed to work on us with. At our request, as Colin previously mentioned, Northwood Raven has shifted one of the proposed roads on the side to align with the existing Old Providence lane on our side, which will help with traffic congestion, we believe. But similar to the staff, we do have some concern about project's height, and hopefully that'll be continued to address because, you know, it is taller than is normal in the area, so we're hoping for some relief on that point. Overall, we've been very pleased with the responsiveness and communication of the Northwood Raven team and their counsel throughout the process. Pending addressing and completing documentation of these mentioned items, as of today, our board is generally in support of the Northwood Raven project. We look forward to continued refinement with the Northwood Raven team going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Grills, Mr. Chotard, and Mr. George, you have 10 minutes in aggregate.
I want to start by stressing our pleasure with working with Northwood Raven, with Mike and Daniel Levine on Levine property. We've been meeting on and off since October, when we first started. And it's been congenial. We know we're not always going to agree on everything on either side, but they've been a pleasure to work with. I'm not going to say everything I was planning to say tonight on this particular petition. I want to stress that as we look at this, you have to look at how do we feel about the policy map. That is our future land use. It was voted in, it's in effect. We have to look at that. You talk about the zoning. I don't talk about the zoning. I'm talking about the place types. And you talk about the height. There are two developments nearby, Providence Row, which is at Fairview, new apartment complex up there. It's limited to 5 stories. Half a mile, or about a mile south of the Northwood Raven, there's the Connery, Prophet Dixon rezoning. It's limited to 50 feet. So 80 feet is not appropriate either for the corridor or for the place type. And so we have to look at what are we going to do with the community area mapping. We've gone through our workshops, and it talks about, Councilman Bakari brought it up, we talked about Cotswold. We don't want another Cotswold. Now, Cotswold's difficult because it's in 2 different community area plans. This is all in South Middle. So you need to think about the policy map, our community area, as well as the exciting opportunity. And I agree it's exciting, but how does that excitement fit into our future land use that we voted on? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chotard, you have 8 minutes left.
I'll be really quick and just 2 additional points to add on to the traffic analysis that I gave earlier. One, Dennis mentioned that the height of the Connery at 50 feet as compared to this one. It just so happens that that site is also the same size. They're both 20 acres. So I think it's just a good parallel to think about the Connery's 241 units versus 745 units. So a comment was made about a large investment and the need to make profit. But we've got a site just 9 iron down the road with 500 less units that seems to be a reasonable return for the developer. So just that as a parallel. And then last, I just wanted to mention that all of the improvements that have been suggested and proposed, and Jake's done a great job, I think, working with CDOT, are effectively baked into the TIS already. There's just not much more that can be done. I'm sure little tweaks can be made, but I think they've done just about everything they can be done. So to say that we're having a positive impact on the traffic flows on Providence Road is true. Some certain intersections are being addressed. There's some right-of-way concerns with some of those that need to be addressed. And then also, if one of the 3 of these does not go through, it needs to be certain that these improvements would be paid by the others. But the point I wanted to make was that in some certain intersections, there are improvements being made, but overall, as there's nothing that can be done to mitigate the 22,000 trips that these are generating. So it really is going to get back to, they can't do anything to mitigate that. It's just a question of density at the end of the day. So for me, it's going to come back to a tough decision for you between, another neighborhood center and 1,800 units or gridlock on Providence Road is what it boils down to. So, thank you.
Thank you. Did Mr. George want to speak? You have 6 minutes left.
Thank you again. You're quite right that these 3 rezonings are interconnected. There's absolutely no way you could divorce one of the 3. I want to supplement exactly what Chris has said about the TIS. It's not just the TIS improvements. There are something called access management improvements, and they're distinguished from the improvements that are suggested by the TIS. And it's important to understand that there's no agreement now on exactly who pays for those access management improvements. And what I mean by that is medians being built, U-turn signals being created to accommodate U-turn traffic, which is part of what you do when you have a median. So those things are not yet addressed and won't be addressed in the TIS at all. The TIS does not address those items. So either the city pays for those items or the developers pay for those items. Now, getting to the other issue, you could see from the site plan that was originally put up here that there are 2 access points on Old Providence, 2 access points on Providence Road. The 2 access points on Providence Road are right in, right out. There's the 2 access points on Old Providence are full motion. So, and you can see from the staff analysis that that creates a real conflict, a vehicular conflict and a pedestrian conflict. So we would hope that the northern road could be eliminated altogether. And we've actually had discussions with Mike Wilson about that. And I'm not going to speak on his behalf. He can tell you what he thinks about that. But originally, we were told that that was a subdivision requirement. And I'm telling you here that I've had conversations with Josh Weaver, who's the subdivision head, and only one road would actually be required. So it's something that hopefully we can address when we have further discussions with Mike Wilson. The real problem, though, is that the density is an issue. It's a huge issue for all 3 of these projects, but particularly this particular piece of property. And when you look at what they're proposing, they haven't had enough time to actually figure out what buildings will be put where. They have building envelopes, and that violates the whole concept of MUD-O. If you look at the list of items that have to be approved for a MUD-O rezoning, it's very clear. There are 15 separate items, and it's important to know where the buildings are going to be located, what their proximity is to vehicular and pedestrian access. All of that has to be taken into account. And we have a building envelope. The buildings can shift around, and you really can't do that. So under the MUD-O requirements, there's actually another section in the MUD-O, 9.8509, and 98510. And 9.8510 specifically says that Charlotte City Council, you people, all of you, can impose requirements to mitigate the increased density and other aspects of this. And there's no way to do it because all we see are building envelopes. We don't really see any real detail about what's being proposed. So that is a very important item. It has to be addressed. And Old Providence, if you end up with 2 access points on Old Providence and 2 on Providence Road, it is going to be a nightmare. So that's basically all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 2-minute rebuttal.
Enough's been said. Obviously, we're going to continue working with the neighbors and staff and Councilmember Bakari and anyone else who would like to be involved. So happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Yes, so I won't repeat the last 2 opening statements from chapters 1 and 2, but all the same things apply. Just a couple comments from what we heard and then at a macro level. Specifically, I think one of the points I'm going to disagree on, and this is part of what we're going to do in the constructive neighborhood conversations that take place from this point forward, is I don't think it's a binary decision that density of magnitude is not coming. It's coming. It's just what form it's going to come, when it's going to come, and how much community involvement is there in being able to help shape some of the things around it. So I think my first punchline there is we don't get many transformational transportation opportunities like this that is around this item. And to Mr. Chotard's point, I don't agree there's nothing we're going to be able to do. And again, we'll start these conversations and we'll figure out in good faith what can be achieved. But the bottom line is this is a massive project of which we can push back on certain things as we understand what needs to be done. But beyond that, we can use this massive project as leverage for the responsibilities that the city of Charlotte and NCDOT have in that corridor, and they are not fulfilling either. So I don't think density is, if this doesn't happen, density is not going to occur. And I don't think that if this doesn't occur or in some form or fashion with what we're doing, somehow anything magically is going to change about Providence Road. That has been a broken record for the 7 years I've been sitting around here, and nothing happens. So one thing I'm excited about is the opportunity to use this in a macro sense to get all different parties involved to kickstart what should have been happening a long time in that front. That will either prove to come to fruition or not. But the point is, I want to make sure we don't come into these conversations with preconceived notions that it's all impossible. When I say operating in good faith, that's what I mean. We're trying to find solutions first, and if they end up hitting a dead end, so be it. But good faith means we're going to try to get there together. Number two is, I think that this is another deep challenge. You know, the statement that Mr. Grales, you made that I agree with at some extent and like is the question is, how do we feel about the policy map? And how do we feel about the place types? I think there's 2 points I'll make here. One is, just in the time that policy map and the place types have been there on little tiny things, we have found deep contradictions and issues that back us into corners of this saying, no, you shouldn't. But we're like, well, why would that be the case? So there's tons of flaws baked into all of that. But even putting that aside, the one thing this doesn't at all account for or consider is a massive, macro project like this that has the opportunity to change the face of an entire part of town. And I think that makes us have to step back and say, okay, well, what would this change? Because that kind of stuff is designed for folks to come in and they want this parcel or that parcel to see what the broader vision is, see what the community benefits and what they want to achieve, and then bake what they're doing into there. It doesn't contemplate even remotely something of this magnitude. So while we will consider that, what I won't allow for is we go back to a point of pointing at it and saying, it says X, Y, Z, this is W, therefore we can't do it. We need to think out of the box creatively to say, why was that put in place? And what does this new opportunity present us in order to maximize everyone's win out of it? And then finally, my district doesn't get many affordable housing opportunities. It's just the nature of what land costs, basically. So when I see something in my district and of magnitude, it isn't just about counting the numbers or the potential rent amounts or whatever that is. It's about magnifying this broader concept of upward mobility, of wraparound services, of capabilities that will surround an exciting thing and be part of it, baked in. So those are some of the things, and I just want to give you all a taste of, again, I'm going to push back and have been on the petitioner, on staff, but also on the community in the hopes of finding what the core of the desired outcome is, and we work towards, in good faith, the opportunity to get it solved. So you can count on me. I'll be anywhere you need me to be. Starting tomorrow morning, we'll continue the conversation I started this morning to set up meetings, to figure out what needs to happen. But I cannot emphasize enough, good faith is what I expect in return for my time over the next many months of going to work for you. That's all I ask.
Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
Can I ask one question?
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Johnson.
I won't be long. Thank you. I have a question when we talk about cumulative impact. Just so I'm clear, aren't these petitions adjacent to one another? Are they?
Yes, they're all at the intersection, basically at the intersection of Providence and Old Providence.
So I'm looking at the school impact, and there are different schools that are listed.
They fall into different school districts. The two petitions on the west side of Providence Road fall into one school district, and the petition on the right, on the east side, falls into a different.
Okay. So, okay, when we're looking at the cumulative impact and the project scope, this is an area where we can take a look, because some of the schools are the same, where we can take a look and look at the cumulative impact on the schools instead of looking at them one by one. We're able to do that.
CMS provides memos for us. So We can get updated memos if necessary.
So maybe this is when we talk about that referral to the committee, Councilmember Watlington. That's an area, when we look at pilot, when we look at the pilot, we should look at the school impact cumulatively instead of a siloed approach. This is a great example to show that we're not adding these together, that we are looking at this independently. So this is a great example, and I'd like to take a look at it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I just want to remind us, and we've had several presentations in the Transportation and Planning Committee, that the CMS numbers that are in our packets, we can't just read them directly like they represent the population. A very specific rubric that they go by to determine these numbers, and it doesn't directly correlate to what we believe is at capacity, right? And so I just want, Mr. Driggs has had presentations, I had CMS and his committee several times, and so I want to just make sure that if we do look at numbers like that, we can't simply just add them up, because that's not a true reflection of what CMS is indicating.
And that's right, but neither is ignoring it. So I just want to make sure that
We just want to make sure that when we're looking at something and we're saying it's an apple, that it is an apple and it's not an orange, that's all. So we'll make sure we get the right information. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. That is unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 34, petition number 2023-033 by CRD Elizabeth LLC. The location is approximately 1.63 acres located along the northeast side of East 7th Street, south of Lamar Ave and north of Clement Ave in District 1, my district. The current zoning is CG. Proposed zoning is MUD O. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its form, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Evan Kettler, Wes Bryant, Colin Brown, Brittany Lyons, and Larry Powers will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is just over 1.5 acres along the northeastern side of East 7th Street between Lamar and Clement Avenue. It's located in the Elizabeth neighborhood on a corridor where we see a lot of commercial, office, and residential uses among mixed-use developments. It is currently zoned general commercial, and they're proposing to go to mixed-use development district optional. The 2040 policy map calls for a neighborhood activity center at this site, which this petition is inconsistent with. The proposal itself would allow for up to 213 residential units and up to 5,600 square feet of non-residential uses. There are some prohibited uses such as car washes, hotels, and accessory drive-throughs. There is one optional provision being requested to allow parking maneuvering in the setback, and that's for the one space provided on Clement Avenue as called out in the site plan. The minimum parking spaces being provided are 1.1 space per residential unit, and the building would have a maximum height of 78 feet with a step down in height at the rear of the proposed building where the site is adjacent to single-family uses. There would be an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along all 3 frontages. The petitioner commits to upgrade the rapid flashing beacon pedestrian crossing at Clement Avenue and East 7th Street by providing an upgraded pedestrian crossing at Lamar Avenue and East 7th Street. There is provided bicycle parking within 50 feet of the entry of each commercial occupancy at a rate of 1 space per 500 square feet. Provides architectural standards related to preferred building materials, building massing and height, pedestrian-oriented building placement, transparency requirements, and others. There's a commitment to a 20-foot rear yard along the side's rear backside with plantings to provide screening against the adjacent single-family homes. There would also be an 8-foot masonry wall along that rear boundary line. They provide screening details for the parking deck and notes that the intention is for the majority of the parking structure to be located below grade, and commits to freestanding light structures that are no more than 21 feet in height. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. The proposal is inconsistent with the adopted neighborhood activity center place type. The Elizabeth area is defined by low to mid-rise structures along pedestrian corridors where mixed use and denser developments intentionally transition to the adjacent single-family neighborhoods with moderate height limitations and the adaptive reuse of single-family structures. This proposal would entitle the site to a scale of development that is not compatible with the adopted place type as well as the existing buildings in that area. Buildings that align with the neighborhood activity center place type would not have a base height exceeding 65 feet. And in its current form, the 78-foot tall building being proposed is incongruent with the intent of this place type, and it's not being mindful of the adjacent uses. It also does not assimilate to the long-established character, as well as the newer developments that we've seen in Elizabeth. We have requested that the petitioner decrease the maximum height to no more than 65 feet and provide additional details in the notes as to how the height plane transitions to the neighborhood 1 areas at the rear. Our other outstanding issues are related to transportation and a commitment to non-residential, the minimum amount of non-residential uses that may be located on the ground floor. The adoption of this proposal as is would modify the adopted place type to community activity center as opposed to neighborhood activity center. Such a small application of this denser, more urban place type would be inappropriate and does not meet our criteria when we are assessing a place type change. Although we do expect further densification to occur in this neighborhood, we believe that new developments must be cognizant of the existing neighborhood character. The uses proposed are consistent with the place type, but we would just like to see the site and building design also conform with this adopt policy. I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. And Mr. Brown, because staff is not in approval of this petition, you will have 10 minutes to address this.
Thank you for saying that, because in all the years I've done this, I was suddenly thinking we only had 3 minutes and was expediting everything in my head. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Centrum Realty. Notice I'm talking slower now, but happy to go ahead and get through this. This has been a project that is a long time coming. Larry Powers and his team have spent an extensive amount of time working with the property owners, the Elizabeth Community Association on this project. And really, and I kind of hate to bring up the by right boogeyman, but the truth is really evaluating, well, what can be done by right, what can be done with the zoning. And what was figured out, I'm not going to kind of wave the boogeyman, I think I'll let the ECA speak to that. Certainly something can be built by right. When you conform to the ordinance, you kind of get a box. And I think the Elizabeth Community Association really challenged the development team to work with them to take the time and spend over a year going through a detailed design to try and address the priorities that the Elizabeth Community Association set forth. I don't think we've made all of the people happy all of the time, but I think the project, it has a very thoughtful design. I hope you'll hear that from the Elizabeth Community Association officers that are joining me tonight. So the current zoning on the site is commercial general. That would allow a certain type of development. We do think, we look to the 2040 plan that has a neighborhood center designation. It would allow a height with bonuses up to the heights that we're talking about. But it's important, really, the thrust of the rezoning is though we are asking for a maximum height of 78 feet, this project has been thoughtfully designed to step that height down in the rear and be much, much lower at the rear of the site where there's been the greatest sensitivity from the neighborhood. So kind of to do that step down, we're asking for a little more on 7th Street, which we think is an area that can handle that intensity. So that's really the thrust of our conditional plan. There's some height planes built into that. So you can see from this image here, which is part of our rezoning document, we've got some height up here on 7th Street, and then it transitions down. As was also mentioned in the staff report, this would have underground parking, includes some design guidelines and some conceptual images so you can see the building. And again, this is really that look from Lamar. I've got some better elevations later, but I want to give plenty of time to the folks from the ECA. But I did want to show maybe this rendering that shows it the best. So we do have height. That height is concentrated up on 7th Street. We've even got a step back there, and then really stepping down as we move to the neighborhood with a thoughtful design throughout. So appreciate all the time that the Elizabeth Community Association and its officers have put into this petition, and I will pause there and turn it over to Evan Kettler to share their perspective.
I might need a lower mic. I'm Evan Kettler. I'm the Vice President of the Elizabeth Community Association. I'm also the Chair of our Land Use and Development team. We have a total of about 10 people typically working on that team: architects, attorneys, commercial developers, longtime community residents, and community activists. We have encouraged this petitioner to move forward with this. We've worked with them actually for 18 months. We contacted them the day we heard that that property had been sold. It had been land banked for many years. It was occupied by abandoned buildings, to be honest with you, and it had been in that condition for some period of time. This petitioner actually fulfilled our objectives, to be honest with you. And I say that in the sense of we knew that we were running these twin paths. It was a binary choice. We could go UDO, and we know what the UDO in a neighborhood activity center looks like, and we know that developers are set to optimize. And so it was going to be 65 feet in front and 50 feet in the back with whatever goes with it, with whatever goes with the code and the ordinances. We challenged them to come up with something of beauty that would be more reflective of this particular neighborhood, this particular site, and more respectful of the smaller scale development nearby. Because 50 feet right outside your backyard, 20 feet away, is really not what we had hoped for. We've gotten everything we asked for, and that's why we're here today. We accept the greater height on 7th Street because there's so much less height on the 8th Street side. We have improved setbacks. We have step backs all over the place. The look of the building and the design is tailored for that particular spot. We shifted the mass, the developer did. We got community-specific architecture and materials of a high quality. The landscape is enhanced, and that masonry buffer, a 6 to 8 foot high masonry wall will cost this developer quite a pretty penny, but it will ensure the privacy of those nearby neighbors, and we're happy to hear that. The parking ratio, we challenged them to improve upon the minimum parking ratio provided in the UDO. Our path here all along has been, what's it going to be? UDO by right with no influence from the neighborhood, or this MUD rezoning, which we are fully supportive of, and for those reasons. We're really trying to build something special there. And honestly, if you look at these renderings, this would be a beautiful building. It will be a housing type that we lack in Elizabeth because we have a shortage of elevator buildings. There's just not very much of it. And we're less concerned with the precedent than we are with the precedent for doing the right thing in the right place. And that's what we're looking for here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have about 3.5 minutes left.
Hello, I'm Wes Bryan. I'm the president of the Elizabeth Community Association. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I'm not going to repeat because, as you might imagine, we've been working together for a long time, so we share a lot of the same thoughts. I do want to reiterate that, we approached this team, the Centrum team, with a sense of optimism due to where this particular project would be located. It's in a very central part of our neighborhood, a focal point, not just for those neighbors around there, but for the whole neighborhood, and really connects to a part that's already very activated just up the road. It also is a focal point for those that work and visit our community because of its proximity to Independence Park. Maybe I'm stating the obvious, but it was a lot more work to go at it this way for everybody. We spent an incredible amount of time, person hours worth of phone calls, emails, ad hoc meetings on sidewalks and porches, small group meetings, meetings in neighbors' living rooms, larger community meetings, where we really tried to pull out as much as we could from the community to kind of get their input, special to Elizabeth for our needs and the needs of those that work and live and play in our neighborhood. And as you might note, we were not able to satisfy every single person. You ask 10 neighbors, they're all really smart, really caring people. You get 11 different answers, and sometimes those answers will change over time. So we really did our best to, bridge that gamut between let these properties go back to nature and let them build whatever they want, and everything in between. As a leader of a volunteer community association elected by our peers, I want to commend the entire team for being able to synthesize and contextualize all that feedback into something that I really do think is pretty amazing and will serve us well for many, many decades in the future. And, again, I just to kind of sum up, and I'll stop now after this, this focal point of our neighborhood would really benefit from a project like this, and we would ask you to please vote in favor of this petition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I will say, I believe Evan reached out to me the day that he found out that this property was sold. So we've been talking about this particular property and working on it and ideating with the neighbors. I've met with Evan and Wes several times throughout this process, and there are some concerns in the neighborhood. I've sat in some homes and looked at some of this particular property that's directly adjacent to neighbors, and there has been some collaboration, which has been great. And so I'm grateful, Evan and Wes, that you are representing the entire neighborhood and collectively listening to all the voices and working for what's the right answer for Elizabeth. So I'm happy that we're at a point because we really have been working on this for a while. So thank you. And Ms. Ajmer?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Evan and Wes for being here. It's almost 10. It just shows how committed you are and how much you care about your Elizabeth neighborhood. It certainly speaks a volume. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved. Second.
All right, all in favor, raise hands. That is unanimous. Thank you both, and thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 35, petition number 2023-042 by Wilmore Preservation, LLC. The location is approximately 3.23 acres located on the northeastern corner of the intersection of West Boulevard and Mint Street in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. The current zoning is N1D. Proposed zoning is MUD O, HDO. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site, and building design. After staff's presentation, we will hear from Ms. Valerie Berry and Cullen Brown and others. May I ask, is Ms. Jody Moynihan, you're still here? Okay, so you will have the opportunity to speak against this petition after we hear from Mr. Brown and team. Thank you.
Thank you. Petition 2023-042 is approximately 3.23 acres located on the northeastern corner of the intersection of West Boulevard and Mint Street, site of the former Wilmore School. Current zoning is N1D. Proposed zoning is MUD O, HDO. 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal is to redevelop the site of the Wilmore School, including adaptive reuse of the existing school building. It would allow for up to 250 multifamily and/or single-family attached residential units, as well as 3,500 square feet of retail, EDE, or personal service uses, and 4,300 square feet of office, community recreation centers, museums, theaters, galleries, and other similar indoor community facilities. Would prohibit several uses, including adult establishments, automotive service stations, building material sales, bus passenger stations, children's homes, telecommunications, and data storage facilities, utility and related facilities, and warehousing within an enclosed building for self-storage. Allows for conversion of multifamily residential units at a ratio of 1 residential unit per 1,000 square feet of office uses, up to a maximum of 190,000 square feet. Request a few optional provisions to allow the existing Wilmore School building to remain and to be renovated without being brought into full compliance with MUD design standards, to allow existing off-street parking and maneuvering areas between the Wilmore School building and public streets to remain, and to allow existing parking infrastructure to function in the current location. Would limit building height to 65 feet in the center of the site with transition down to 55 feet along Mint Street and 37 feet along West Kingston Avenue. Commits to negotiating building materials and massing with HDC and HLC. Prohibits vinyl siding and concrete masonry as exterior building materials. Provides a 10-foot Class C buffer with fence along the eastern property boundary. Access would be from West Boulevard, Mint Street, and Kingston Avenue. Commits to providing a 12-foot multi-use path along West Boulevard and 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along both Mint Street and Kingston Avenue. And will install APS push buttons and pedestrian ramp upgrades at the existing traffic signal at West Boulevard and Mint Street. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. Most notably, the HDC did approve a plan, I believe 2 months ago, and just making sure that all of the measurements that are cited on that HDC plan match what's on the rezoning plan. It is inconsistent with Neighborhood 1 place type, however, would allow for the adaptive reuse of the school building as well as new construction. As I mentioned, HDC has approved the plan, and HDC and HLC will remain involved through the permitting process to ensure compatibility of the new building with the former school building and surrounding Wilmore community. And I will take any questions following the petitioner's presentation and comments from the opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner Wilmore Preservation LLC. This development team has been through it all. They are buying a property from CMS that is a historic landmark within a historic district. So they are going through the hoops. What has been the most important thing in this conversation about this site from the community has been the preservation of that historic school. I think that is one of the reasons this development team was selected for the project. The rezoning, frankly, is fairly straightforward. Staff has done a good job on the overview. We are using the MUD O zoning district. Frankly, we need some of those optional provisions to be able to maintain that existing structure. So this is one of those petitions that we had to bring to you this month by the deadline. But our rezoning petition is fairly basic. The nuts and bolts of it are essentially maintaining the existing school with a view from West Boulevard, construction of a new mixed-use building behind that, and then some townhomes along Kingston. But the key here, most of the design is not built in the zoning document because this site has so many layers of approval. Generally, most of the design has been handled by the HDC, the Historic District Commission. As Max mentioned, so our zoning plan, fairly simple, so I don't have a lot of detail to share with you on that tonight, but it does contain the commitments to preserve the school and those general design guidelines that Max mentioned. The bulk of the importance, the design of this building, how it fits in the neighborhood, how it relates to the surrounding community has been handled through the Historic District Commission process. I'm going to kind of turn it over to some others to talk about that. So Stuart Gray from Historic Landmarks, I'll ask to speak next about their perspective. And then I believe we have a member of the community as well. The neighborhood has been very involved in this process. So Stuart, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, let's just look at this one.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and the Planning Commission. I'm Stuart Gray, Staff Director of the HLC, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmarks Commission. We are the Preservation Commission for the City of Charlotte for individual properties like the Wilmore School, and we've just celebrated our 50th anniversary of serving the City of Charlotte. I'm glad to be here to support an important preservation effort, the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of the Wilmore School, which is a singularly important historic element of the Wilmore neighborhood. Charlotte City Council designated the Wilmore School as a historic landmark in 2018. Since that time, the historic building has languished and deteriorated. The proposed rezoning for this property would save the historic Wilmore School, and if the rezoning is denied, I'm afraid that the nearly 100-year-old school building will be lost. I applaud CMS for choosing a developer dedicated to the preservation of the historic school, but if this rezoning fails, I'm afraid the whole process for finding and approving a new preservation-friendly development plan for the site would take so long that the preservation of the school would eventually be a failure, that the historic school would be doomed. If the proposed development proceeds, the neglected site has the potential to become a character-defining feature of Wilmore. The redevelopment of the school would benefit the neighborhood, reflect well on the city, and demonstrate a much-needed additional example of development that celebrates the city's character and history by saving and incorporating Charlotte's historic buildings. The Charlotte Historic Districts Commission and the Landmarks Commission have already reviewed and approved the site's development plan. Especially significant in the plan is the proposed removal of a 1980s addition that currently obscures much of the school's facade. The development of the rest of the site is designed in such a way that the restored school building will be the new project's most prominent element along West Boulevard. I could talk a lot more about the significance of the building, the architecture, and how it reflects the history of Wilmore, but I would be glad to answer any questions you may have. But I think it's more important to share a situation playing out in Charlotte, an application for the demolition of the Midwood School, a designated historic landmark in the Plaza Midwood neighborhood, has been filed with the HLC. The HLC can only delay that approval, and the outlook for that important historic Charlotte landmark is bad. It probably will be demolished this year. In the case of the Wilmore School, the development plan includes a permanent preservation covenant with Preservation North Carolina. That means if this rezoning is approved, the Wilmore School will be protected and will continue to contribute to the character of Wilmore and the city of Charlotte for generations to come. With this body, when this body voted to designate this property as a landmark back in 2018, they likely saved the closed school from demolition at that time. For its permanent preservation, this council should approve this rezoning so that the restored rehabilitation and permanent preservation of the Wilmore School can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes left.
Good evening. I'm Valerie Berry. I live on Wilmore Drive, so wanted to come share my support for this project as a neighbor tonight. You've seen some slides of the design, the townhome portion. They took a lot of input from the community and neighborhoods and made the design very cohesive with all the neighboring homes. Also, the reuse of the school is just going to keep the charm of the historic neighborhood at what it is. Right now, the current state of the school, like you saw those photos, it really attracts vandalism and crime right now. So getting a project like this in the neighborhood would really just be a great impact and bring that site up to par with the rest of the neighborhood. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll let the opponents speak and then be happy to take any questions after that.
Okay, great. Ms. Moynihan, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jody Monahan. My husband and Steve and I live right across the street from the current Wilmore School. We're at 1724 South Mint Street. There are probably 5 or 6 properties right there that are directly looking at the school right now and have been for the past century or so. I would say that we were not consulted. There was no one that reached out to us directly, and some of the comments that were made at the Historic District meeting, the immediately adjacent properties have voiced concerns and opposition to the plan structure. We, like many of our neighbors, were thrilled when the building was designated as a historic landmark. And in keeping with the fact that we bought a house in a historic neighborhood and did not want to live in an area that was Dilworth and had a bunch of different large houses being built and just completely changed the character of that neighborhood. If you look at what's happened on Ideal Way, we were not looking for anything like that. And I would say that the committee should reject this proposed use and alleged preservation of the building. I think that the plans as proposed essentially block what those of us who live directly there and are used to seeing the school building. Majority of the neighborhood will no longer be able to see it based on the plans that have been brought forth directly across the street from us now. Instead of having some open spaces and the school, there will be a 50-foot mountain built. And I do think that directly affects the historic district of Wilmore. Just to quote the Charlotte Historic District Design Standards, these historical districts are residential areas that date from the early 20th century and have rich collections of historic buildings with various architectural styles, street patterns, open spaces, and landscaping. These minute areas, there's only 8 of them, have become more treasured as they survive subsequent generations of development. Charlotte has wisely designated these neighborhoods as local historic districts to celebrate this uniqueness and offer additional regulatory protection for their preservation. As noted in the presentation that was just up there, the use does not correspond with the city's 2040 policy plan. We are a unique and vibrant neighborhood. The purpose of having a designated historic neighborhood is to preserve the energy and the uniqueness of those neighborhoods. There is, the HDC's objective is to maintain historic human scale, pedestrian orientation, and visual variety of streetscape. Clearly, this affects the human scale and pedestrian orientation tremendously. Again, as I've stated previously, those of us who are immediately adjacent to this property will no longer have a view of the protected property that we were all so happy to have protected. Again, living across the street as well, I'm aware of the vandalism and the crime, and it's not very much. I mean, there has been a few break-ins. We've seen some high school kids over there on a few occasions, but for the most part, we have not experienced any significant crime or seen anything that is overly concerning. And while I commend both the Historic District and petitioners, I know that there's been, as stated, there's been multiple iterations of the plans, but nothing that has come forth, and even the most recent modifications to the plans, do I think that there's been a workable solution that both preserves the school and preserves the integrity of the community as a historic district as a whole. And again, as a neighbor who was very happy to have that particular building restored, I went to school in an elementary school like that. I think it would make a beautiful condominium complex, but not at the expense of the rest of the neighborhood. So I cannot support saving one building at the expense of the rest of the community. And I do think that introducing such a large-scale apartment building in what is generally a single-family residential, if there are duplexes, quadruplexes, and triplexes, and that's fine. I would point to the example of the condominium complex, the new condominium complex on West Boulevard that's, I think it's called Kingston on West. That would be lovely. I would be supportive of that. They're limited to their 3 stories, I believe. And I do think that is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And again, my main concern is that an apartment building by nature is more transient than a single-family dwelling or even a condominium where you can purchase you purchase the units and you become a member of the community. I don't think that an apartment complex has that same vibe, if you will, that would continue to enrich and allow this to be a historic district. I think that the contributing factors of having multi-use and commercial use is going to lead, it starts a slippery slope, and it leads the neighborhood to being less and less historic, and I do think will eventually, in generations to come, I think it will actually detract from the overall specialness and uniqueness of having a designated historic district. The last thing I'll say is I do believe in some of the comments of the historic district. The petitioner says that the building will appeal to those who wish to move out of the South End party area. However, in reality, I think that once that party phase of your life is over, generally the decision to move is to be able to purchase a property so you can start developing equity and home ownership. And I would, our next door neighbors actually are a good example of that, and they lived in South End for many years, bought the house next door to us at the corner of Mint and West, and in 2020, and now they have started a family and they have a baby that is 1.5 years. Those are the kind of families that I think we want in that area. I think, again, the apartment use is in complete complete contrast to having a historic district, single-family neighborhood. Okay, I'm not going to cry. Again, it's only one of 8 designated historic district neighborhoods. I would encourage the committee to deny the rezoning position as it stands now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I will say, in my experience too, it is almost impossible to offer diverse price point housing in a historic district. It is incredibly difficult to deliver any for rent product. This development team, led by Tarleton Long, who's a Charlotte native, has just done an incredible job. Sorry, if I can get my slides back up real quick. Of leading this, and on this site, there is really a very interesting, if we can get my slide deck, I just want to show you what is mixed in the site, because the importance is preserving the school, so this allows that. Let me move. And this has a variety. So on Kingston, this is the look from Kingston. These are townhome style units on Kingston that were designed to blend in with neighborhood and have that single family look. So if you see it from the street, that does not look like an apartment building, because it's not. That's the look there from the corner. That masks this apartment building, which sits in the middle of the site. So it's clear it's hidden from Kingston by these townhome style units. And then as we go to West, this is the facade of the old school. As was mentioned, currently there's this old 80s addition on the front of it. That gets cleared. And so the site that you have from West Boulevard is of the old school, and then there is an apartment and mixed-use project between those buildings. So it's really an incredible job that this team has done, and I can't tell you the detail and the hours the Historic Landmarks Commission and their board have put into this design, and I thought it was incredible that this team was able to get their endorsement, and so happy to be here and happy to take any questions. Tarleton Long, who's led the design, is here if you have any technical questions for him.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I mean, I haven't seen anything like this. This is very creative, where you are preserving the site while trying to reuse. So and preserving the neighborhood's character. Because the first picture that you showed us, that really looks like it fits in with the neighborhood's character. To speaker's point, I think was it Jody? Yeah. Okay, yes. So just by reading it, it was difficult to understand, how it fits in, but if you look at the pictures, I think that addresses your concerns around neighborhood character and how this preserves it. But that's all I have.
Hang on, you can't really speak from the, if you can, are you asking her a question?
No, I don't have questions, but her concern was around neighborhood's character, preservation of that.
Yeah.
So if you look at the picture, I'm just telling my colleagues, the first picture that Mr. Brown showed us that addresses how this ties in with the neighborhood's character. The Wilmore neighborhood, it's historic and certainly has very, it's beautiful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Absolutely, you know that. You know that West Boulevard is near and dear to my heart, and especially I grew up in the Wilmore Center. I went to Marie Davis Elementary, and so all of my friends went to Wilmore School. So, Ms. Jody, I definitely can relate to you, and just to see, to hear you choke up. I understand as a Charlottean, and just seeing historic neighborhoods evaporate, disappear in our city as the city continue to grow. So you weigh heavily on my heart with your comments and your concerns. I feel I can relate, completely can relate. I also, I respect Mr. Brown, Mr. Colin Brown. I know this project had to be something that was done way before I came along. And so I sit in the chair now, which I have a tough position as I sit in the chair for things that have already been orchestrated or in the making before I came along. And then here come this phenomenal district rep from District 3 that's lived in the district her entire life and get to see and can relate to every aspect of Wilmore, and it is truly like home to me. So this is a tough one, and I'd be interested to hear. I see that we had in the community there were 16 people in the meeting, but I'm also looking at 250 multifamily and single-family attached residential units. But Mr. Brown, I'll be in touch with you. I'll be speaking with you so we can go into detail, and I certainly would like to include you. And thank you so much for staying past 10.
Yeah.
That shows your commitment, your dedication to the preservation of your neighborhood and good old Wilmore. So thank you so much. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to close
Move to
public hearing?
close.
So moved.
All in favor, raise hands. That is unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 36, petition number 2024-004 by the Drux Group LLC. The location is approximately 4.1 acres, located on the east side of South Tryon, west of Nations Ford, and north of Queen Anne Road in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. Current zoning is N1B. Proposed zoning is N2A-CD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. Is Ms. Donna Knups here?
Yeah,
Okay,
she's-
great. I just wanted to make sure you were still here because we're sort of in the 11th hour here. So after staff's presentation, then Mr. Nolan Gross will have 10 minutes to speak in the affirmative, and Ms. Knupp will have 10 minutes to speak against. Thank you.
Thank you. Petition 2024-004 is approximately 4.1 acres, located on the east side of South Tryon Street, west of Nations Ford Road, and north of Queen Anne Road.
37, is that not happening?
Current zoning is N1B. Proposed zoning is N2A-CD. 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal is for a community of up to 50 multifamily attached residential dwellings in buildings containing either 2 or 3 units. Commits to a 15-foot Class C landscape yard with fence along all property boundaries except for the South Tryon Street frontage. Provides an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along the South Tryon Street frontage. Building height will be limited to 48 feet. Commits to constructing usable front porches or stoops for all units, as well as providing recessed garage doors, transparency, and/or enhanced hardware treatments for each unit. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. Just a couple of transportation issues highlighted by a request for a right turn lane into the site. Petition is inconsistent with the Neighborhood 1 place type. However, the site is a remnant parcel, provide an additional housing option in the South Tryon Street corridor, as well as improving multimodal mobility in that corridor through the multi-use path. And I will take any questions following the petitioner's presentation and opposition comments.
Thank you. Mr. Gross.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. Nolan Gross with Urban Design Partners, representing the Drox Group LLC on rezoning petition 2024-004. But this isn't my presentation, Joe. Or Holly.
Got it up in the booth, yeah.
Thank you. But in the interest of time, I won't take up too much time tonight. I know we're running late this evening. Joe's highlighted a lot of features within our rezoning petition, proposing up to 50 multifamily attached townhome units. We held our required neighborhood meeting and had low turnout. However, we received good feedback. In the interest to garner neighborhood support and really determine how this proposal would impact residents, we held 2 in-person meetings with the neighborhood. There were 4 predominant factors and concerns that came from those meetings, be it traffic, buffers and screening, building elevation, and the proposed stormwater control measure. So first off, the proposed stormwater pond, we provided information on where it's located at the low end of the site, why it's located there, and how it functions, as well as it being a city requirement. Building elevations, as Joe mentioned in his presentation, we're committing to numerous architectural features that are above and beyond the minimum of code standards. Brick and stone siding, cementitious fiber siding, recessed garage doors, transparency features, enhanced hardware. Each townhome shall also have usable front porch or stoop. So we're trying to commit to facade elevations that will provide an aesthetic blend with the existing neighborhood. The buffers and fencing, we're going above and beyond the 10-foot Class C landscape yard requirement. We've increased that by 15% around the entire property to encompass a 15-foot Class C landscape yard. That will also include a minimum 6-foot privacy fence surrounding the entire site. And the predominant concern, traffic. Traffic's always a concern. To mitigate those, as Joe mentioned, there is an outstanding issue related to a right turn lane. We've been coordinating with CDOT as well as NCDOT. We are committing to the installation of a right turn lane along the frontage of South Tryon Street. So in our resubmittal Thursday, the site plan will be modified to include the visual of that right turn lane, as well as an updated development note committing to its installation. Looks like we're having some technical issues loading the presentation. But with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions City Council may have following the opposition's presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Donna Knupp. Please watch your step coming down.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Bear with me, my voice amplifies, and I don't hear very well. So I'm just going to go through this quickly, because it's late, and I know everybody's tired. My name is Donna Knupp, and I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the people in Yorkmont Park community regarding the petition 2024-004. This rezoning for the development of 50 townhomes on property located at 5215 South Tryon Street. This property lies within Yorkmont Park community. It lies between Skipwith and Southampton Road. It's located, Yorkmont Park is located between South Tryon and Nations Ford Road. Kind of have 2 sides there, so to speak. The community consists of approximately 400 homes. That's not counting Cedar Knoll Apartments and 2 other townhome developments on Nations Ford Road. Yorkmont Park began around 1959. The neighborhood has been the home of many generations, working class people, striving to live their lives, raise their children, sometimes grandchildren, and enjoy the community. Some concerns of this rezoning petition are as follows. Okay, the first thing is the congestion at the intersection of South Tryon, Nations Ford, and Yorkmont Road. It backs up very quickly. This, we already have a zoning, a development going in at 5106, I believe it is, South Tryon Street. That's 33 townhomes that have been approved. Directly across the street at Kingman Drive, they are in the process now of grading and so forth to go in with a development of, as I understand, 39 townhomes. So the neighborhood is very concerned about the backup of traffic. Okay? Tryon carries a phenomenal amount of traffic every day, and it goes all the way from town, past town, all the way down to Lake Wiley, and then into Lake Wiley. So we carry a lot of all that traffic too, South Carolina traffic. Okay, that's probably first and foremost was the more traffic on South Tryon Street. It also could put it on Nations Ford, because there are 4 ways in and out of the park. Okay? Queen Anne Road is a main throughway. I consider it a main throughway, and Nations Ford is a main throughway. So you can go from Nations Ford and quickly get over to South Tryon, all through the park, as a matter of fact, down Southampton, down Skipwith, or you can come in Queen Anne and you can go all the way through to Nations Ford Road. That was another concern that came up, was cut-through traffic. We're concerned about that. We already have it. We have had it for years. On Nations Ford Road, we currently, they're just now finishing up a 90-room through hotel on the corner of Nations Ford and Tybola. Okay? We have the other hotels within there. It's probably, I know, 4 or 5. So we already have that traffic coming through. Plus, when anything happens on the interstate, they will route these people off on Tybola or Nations Ford to come on Nations Ford. And you can quickly, people learn quickly, cut down Sleepy Hollow Street and go straight through, you're going to get over to Tryon Street if that's where you're going, okay? So, or you can go out to Tybola. You know, either way, it's a cut through. It's cut through for us because people use, mainly it's Sleepy Hollow and Queen Anne Road. Okay, also on Queen Anne Road, we were fortunate enough to get a 7-Eleven down on the corner of Tybola and South Tryon. We also have a public storage, and now we have a Dunkin' Donuts. So we're getting that traffic as well. So that's a real concern to the neighborhood, more cut-through traffic. Folks were not happy with the number of townhomes. They feel that 50 is just far too many, just too many for the neighborhood. They did not like the height. They don't like the height, 3-story. They feel that could somehow invade their privacy, the people that back up to it, their yards connect with it, okay? And I know that there's in the plan now with these folks about fencing. They're talking about 6-foot privacy fencing, and we appreciate that. We'd rather see 8 or 10 foot. You know, you're talking about 48 foot of townhomes versus 1 level of a average home in Yorkmont Park. I don't know the height because I couldn't I couldn't find it on any paperwork I had on my house, so I couldn't hold the tape measure up there. Didn't have nobody on the roof to hold it to find out the actual height of my house. But I can tell you that the townhomes would tower quite over it, okay? So that's a concern, is the height of it, invasion of their privacy. Now, I'm talking about Skipwith and Shady Grove. I call it an upside-down L, where this properties, these townhomes would sit, okay? You've got one side of Skipwith, and you go down, you got that part of Shady Grove. And I'm talking about these folks that their property actually does adjoin this property in question. Additional parking, they have put in their plan. We appreciate that. But we still have concerns about side street parking. Okay, you got Skipwith, you got Southampton. I walk it. I know how many steps it is from A to B. You know, if I walk up, come down to Southampton and I'm going toward town, then this would, you know, I don't know. It's just, I lost my train of thought there. I don't know. But anyway, it's a short distance. It's a short distance there. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is, if somebody parked on Southampton to go around to the townhomes to a party or whatever, they don't have far to go. They can come down Southampton, pull over and park on that street, walk a few feet, and they're right there at the townhomes. That's how close it is. You can do the same thing with Skipwith. Same situation. I'm gonna have to wind this up because I think I've sat here too long tonight and so forth. But these are the primary concern, you know, about these townhomes. Another thing was the dry pond. We don't know anything about dry ponds. These folks don't know much about dry ponds. We've never dealt with that. We're a neighborhood. Okay? We have city water, city sewer. So, but in talking with these folks, they assure me that their plan will be more than safe for the neighborhood.
You have 1 minute left.
Okay, I've lived in Charlotte all my life, and I've lived in Yorkmont Park for 53 years. There have been a mixture, we're a mixture of people, we're a mixture of age. We're currently overwhelmed with children again. We kind of turn, you know, every so many years, we kind of turn. Our children don't have a playground, okay? We had one, they took it out, they never gave it back. It's something to do with the lead paint in the equipment. So our children in the neighborhood rely on their backyards. Sometimes front, but mostly their backyards, and they enjoy that. Okay. The people feel that, you know, growth is a good thing. And of course, I am my.
Thank you, Ms. Knapp. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gross, you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
All right, looks like we have our presentation up, so I'm going to go ahead and jump over to the rendered site plan for a little visual aesthetic while we're running through a few of these. Donna, thanks for being here tonight. We met with Donna in person twice. She's been great to work with, very assistive in getting feedback from the community. I'll touch on a few points that she brought up. So these are proposed as for sale market rate units geared toward first-time home buyers, trying to bring in a wide variety of folks to the community and allow additional housing that can support people of all ages. Existing development on South Tryon, as Donna did mention, there are townhomes to the east of the site, so we're trying to continue an existing trend while providing that additional variety of housing. In relation to cut-through traffic, this is South Tryon Street. There is a lot of traffic in the area. Given we only have 4.1 acres and 50 multifamily attached townhome units, we're limited on what we can do to mitigate those impacts. With that being said, providing a dedicated right turn lane outside of the existing 2 through lanes will allow traffic turning into the site to get out of the flow of traffic, slow down, and safely turn into the site. In relation to privacy and height, the buildings at the southern end of the site plan that you can see on the screen are approximately 120 feet from the property line. We increased that landscape yard to 15 feet to try to provide additional buffer as well as the screening fence, being in mind that there are existing homes in this area. Skipwith to the east, units are designed to front and face South Tryon as well as interior to the site on green space. So there would only be sidewalls fronting those rear yards, giving as much privacy to the existing neighborhood as possible.
20
Happy to
seconds.
answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah,
Ms.
of
Brown?
course. Yeah, it's more like I go last. It's my district. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, positive.
She wants me to go first.
Go ahead.
Let me just see. Ms. Khanna, thank you so much for being here. This is one of the last rezoning petitions, and appreciate you speaking and waiting till 10:30 almost. In terms of infrastructure and congestion, cut-through traffic, that's what we hear throughout the city, almost in every rezoning petition. And that's something that we, as a council, have to address. Petitioner with 50 units, that's not something they can address as part of the infrastructure. So I certainly appreciate the buffer that you're providing to address some concerns that Ms. Canup has raised. In terms of height, she had mentioned invasion of privacy and just the height. Can you tell us what is the height of this and what is the height of the nearest home?
Sure. So most of the
Where is it located?
The majority of the abutting properties are one-story ranch-style homes. I believe the one at the corner here may be 1.5. Internally, these are proposed as 3-story townhome units.
3-story. So the homes, abutting homes are all single-family?
Correct.
So 1-story? Okay.
Around the immediate vicinity, as she mentioned, the reverse L, Skipwith, Shady Grove is down here to the southern end, and then Southampton Street is on the western edge.
And what is the buffer between to the right and to the left?
So around the externality of the entire site is a minimum 15-foot Class C landscape yard along with a 6-foot privacy fence. Where these buildings are located, it's beyond that 15 feet. I believe the closest in this area at the southern end is 20 feet from the property line. When you start looking south, you're north of 120 feet to the property line. And the majority of these homes, as you can see along Skipwith Place, they're not located at the rear of their parcels. There's an additional buffer. So between this front unit along South Tryon to this existing home, there's over 30 yards. There's roughly 30 yards. 90 to 100 feet.
And is this natural buffer? Is it like, yeah?
So there is
Uninterrupted.
there's existing foliage on site. If it must be removed, it would be replanted. Ideally, we can keep as much foliage as possible to remain within that screening.
And on the left as well? Is that natural buffer?
Correct. So all the way around the property, what you're seeing in the southwestern corner is the proposed green area for the tree save.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, thank you. Thank you so much. Good seeing you again. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So this presentation is not new to me because I try to meet with the constituents and the developers. I did speak with Nolan, and they explained to me what their project was. For Ms. Canup, thank you so much. It's truly a blessing to be born and raised in Charlotte. And when I say my entire family lives in District 3, I mean that. Yorkmount Park, my aunt lives over there. My family, they're resting peacefully across the street in a cemetery, many of them. We're all designated to go there. So I'm very familiar with Southampton because that's where I spent a lot of my childhood time. It's unfortunate that the playground was taken out of there. You know, we all want to have playground area for our children. And the backyard and the front yard, those are homes. Those are, the homes in that neighborhood are very nice, spacious out, with backyards and front yards. I've walked that street plenty of times. And I spoke to Nolan and his team, and they said that they met with you and another constituent, Virginia Kia, and that you guys were not in opposition. So I'm transparent when I approach community. And so I'll be in touch with you just to see if there's something that we can work out, because I know they've met a couple of times with you to try to work out your concerns and to try to be upfront and honest and make changes as needed. South Tryon is crowded all the way from Steel Creek all the way up to downtown Charlotte. It is crowded. It's there was a time when there were only trees on there, no development at all. I know that. Now there's Dunkin' Donuts, like you said, 7-Eleven, storage. There's a lot of things going on that corner, so I understand your concern with the traffic, and we want to be sensitive to that. Thank you for staying and diligently expressing your concerns about your community that you've lived in for over a half of a century. That's amazing. And I can see why, because that is truly a place that you want to call home. So we'll just continue to work through things and see what else we can answer for you as your district rep, and also working with them and being intentional with trying to put the buffers around and the fence up, the privacy fence that you guys asked for. So we'll just be intentional and in good faith as we move forward with this project and seeing what we can do to appease the constituents. Again, I'm looking at the community meeting as 2 people, so maybe we could revisit that and see what we can do. But I'd be more than happy to be in contact with you and see how we can work this out, okay? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Knupp, for coming out and speaking this evening and staying with us. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
So moved. All in favor, raise hands. That's unanimous. Okay, colleagues, it is 10:46. We have one more petition. Is there a willingness to
I'll stay.
complete through the one petition?
Go ahead, you have babies.
Okay. All right, so we will get, this is our last petition of the evening, agenda item number 37, petition number 2024-005 by Portman Residential LLC. The location is approximately 1.21 acres, located on the west side of Chamberlain Avenue, north of State Street and south of Yellowstone Drive in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning, ML2, proposed zoning, IMU. Staff recommends this petition. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown, you will have 3 minutes. There's no opposition to this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is just over an acre on the west side of Chamberlain Avenue, just a little bit south of Rosless Ferry Road. It's between the Enderley Park and Seversfield neighborhoods. They are proposing to go to innovation mixed use from the current zoning of manufacturing logistics 2. This is in between the broader redevelopment project, Savona Mill, that you're probably familiar with. This is a conventional request, so there's no associated site plan. The innovation mixed use request is consistent with our policy map here, and I'll take questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Take us home, Colin.
It's just a donut hole that was left, so we are changing it from the ML to kind of match what's around it to allow that continued development. Happy to take questions.
Move to close.
Second.
All right. All in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands.
No.
All in favor of going home?
No.
Have a great evening. Thank you, everyone, for staying connected.
Do what we do.